Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Ice Planet Honeymoon, a compilation for Ice Planet Barbarian novellas. By Ruby Dixon. Narrated by Holly Jackson and Mason Lloyd. Part 1. 1. Georgie. I wake up to find Vectal watching me sleep. Again. I yawn, rubbing my eyes, and give him a sleepy smile. Hey there. How long have you been awake? The big alien shrugs, his face inches from mine. I'm snuggled under the furs in the cave that's now my home. As with every morning, I wake up with Vectal beside me, and he's always watching me. It's kind of cute. He reaches out and runs his big, blunt fingers through my tangled hair, pulling it forward over my shoulders, and then sliding his hand down my arm. I have been awake for some time. It is my custom to wake up before dawn. Oh. I grimace because I'm guessing it's later than that. Am I keeping you from something? No. He touches my hair again. Then why are you staring? I ask him with a chuckle as I settle back into the blankets, closing my eyes again. If we're not being kept from something, maybe I can steal a few more minutes of shut-eye. Because I like to watch you sleep, he says in that delicious deep voice of his. It is bad to watch you. Not bad, no. I'm just not used to it. I smile and slide a little closer. Then again, I'm not used to sleeping with someone, or this planet, or any of this, really. Vectal wraps big arms around me and hauls me against his chest, tucking me against him and then stroking my hair. Does this make you unhappy? I open my eyes, frowning into the pre-dawn darkness. That's a strange thing to ask. Unhappy? You do not smile like the others. You do not laugh with delight. I want to hear you laugh more, my Georgie. He says my name carefully, doing his best to pronounce the hard G sounds. Is something bothering you? Bothering me? Only a small something, really, and I feel too selfish to ask for it. So I just smile against his stomach and snuggle closer, looping an arm over his chest and tucking my cheek against his skin. I love to cuddle against his big, brawny chest. I don't mind the thick plating that makes parts of him less snuggleable, because the rest of him is swayed soft over rock-hard muscles. I sigh with contentment and close my eyes, listening to his heartbeat and his quee as it hums gently in his chest. I'm a little sad that the sound of it changed. It took me a bit to notice it, but the sound of his quee changed a few days after I first got mine, and when I asked him about it, he told me that resonance had truly been fulfilled and both our quees were sated. It was surprising to me because I'd thought he'd gotten me pregnant right away, but I guess not. Sometimes I miss that wild, crazy beat of his quee, but I like the contented purring of today, too. Vectal's hand steals to my hair and he strokes it again. Do you wish to stay in the furs this day, my mate? I'm just being lazy, I tell him, tracing a finger along his chest. Give me a few more minutes and I'll wake up for real. Take as long as you like. He strokes my back. I enjoy holding you. Oh, I know he does. He's by far the handsiest man I've ever met. He's constantly touching me or caressing me, as if he needs to reassure himself that I'm here and I exist. I understand it. After learning what I have of these people and of how few females there were until we came along, no wonder he's so protective. I suspect if he didn't have to go hunting, he'd just sit around all day and watch me. The thought of the big, fierce-looking Vectal sitting in a corner of the cave and watching me sew clothing by the fire as if it's the most fascinating thing ever makes me smile. It's been a few weeks since we arrived here, but I'm not sick of him in the slightest. I worried that being the object of such attention might get tiresome, that he'd grow used to me or I'd get irked by his hovering. But if anything, we're closer by the day. I love how attentive he is. I love how he's fascinated by everything about me, as if I'm some sort of unique unicorn of a human instead of just an average-looking girl from Florida. I'm not tired of him either, not in the slightest. I press a kiss to his skin, running my fingertips along his sculpted abs. So, you've been awake for a bit? He grunts agreement. Any new resonances? Vectal chuckles, and I can hear the sound as it moves through his chest. You ask that every day. It felt like it was happening every day, I admit. We're up to 5 now. Mine, Liz, Marlene, Nora, Stacy, and Ariana. Most of them happened right away, but I've seen how the guys watch the girls, and I know it has to be on their minds as much as it is on mine. Vectal rumbles with laughter again. It's a rare thing. This I promise. If he says so. Doesn't seem all that rare to me so far, but he's the expert. I run a fingertip along the dip of his navel just because I like touching him. He shudders underneath my caress, and I decide I like that too. Everyone settled in this morning? No crying? My big alien makes a disgruntled sound in his throat. There is always some crying. There is, I admit. It's to be expected. You did not cry. He wraps a curl of my hair around one finger. My smile falters. Maybe I just haven't cried yet, I whisper. I'm the unofficial leader of the humans, after all. I've had to be strong ever since we got here because I was the one with the plan to attack our captors. I was the one that went out to find help. I was the one who resonated to Vectal, the strong, capable, and yummy chief of the alien tribe here. Everyone's viewed the humans here as my tribe, and me as their chief. And even us humans have kind of fallen into that way of thinking. They come to me when they're worried or scared as if I'm in charge. Sometimes it feels like a lot. I'm the same age they are, but I don't get to be the one that cries about our fate or the one that stays in bed all day. I have to be a responsible leader, even when I feel just as overwhelmed and helpless as they do. But I won't focus on that right now. I wouldn't change anything that's happened since we arrived on this planet. Right from the very first time I met Vectal, and he was feasting between my thighs as if he'd never tasted anything so good. I squeeze my legs together at the delicious memory. Who was crying this morning? Ariana. Ah. Is Zelaya with her? If her mate is out hunting, I should probably go see what's bothering her, do some damage control. Some of the girls here aren't being very welcoming to her, and most of the aliens are puzzled by her constant tears. Her mate is a sweetheart, though, and I'm so glad he dotes on her like he does. Yes, and Marlene, too. Then she'll be okay. He grunts. I heard that Beck has been sneaking off with one of the humans as well. That would be Claire, I admit. I've heard this too, but said nothing because Claire didn't want me to. Is it a bad idea? A pleasure, mate. No. Vectal shifts as I tease his belly button again, and I realize he's ticklish. How have I not known this after being with him for weeks now? It makes me want to tickle more, even though we should probably be getting up. It is just that... He pauses, choosing his words. Beck is a very strong-minded hunter. I know what he's saying, what he's thinking. Claire is a sweetheart, but she's also not a very strong-willed personality. I worry she's going to get steamrolled by a guy, and it'll end up being a messy, volatile situation. I know a lot of these guys are coming to terms with the fact that there's now a bunch of single women in the tribe, and they're overzealous in their eagerness to impress. You think I should tell her to stop seeing him? Why? He sounds genuinely confused. So he doesn't get the wrong idea and force himself on her if she says no? I can feel Vectal's body stiffen underneath me. No male would do such a thing, my sweet Resonance. How can you think that? I sit up, looking into his eyes. He's shocked. I've shocked my darling Vectal. It truly has never occurred to him that someone would want to hurt a human woman. But since we just got out of an ugly situation, that thought's on my mind far too much. I think of Dominique, dead in the snow, and the ache I constantly fight returns. I smile at Vectal, patting his chest. Of course he wouldn't, babe. I'm sure your hunters are as noble as you are. There's something sweet and innocent about Vectal. Despite his ferociousness and the harsh world they live in, he's charmingly naive and adorable for it. I hope he never loses it and becomes as jaded as I am.
2. Vectal. My Georgie is distracted. It has been only hands of days since she and the humans arrived and changed our lives forever. In those hands of days, though, I have learned the deep breaths she makes as she sleeps, the way she shivers and jumps when she bathes herself in the morning, and the way her smile lights her eyes. She smiles this day, but her eyes do not shine with the same amusement, and I wonder what is wrong. For me, the day has never been so full of promise and joy. My mate, a thought which still staggers me, sits by the fire with 2 of her humans, sewing tunics and chatting. In her belly she carries my kit. My Quee rumbles a low, pleasant murmur at the sight of her, and I rub my chest absently, watching her from afar, when I should be sharpening the point of my spear. I must go check traps soon, but I cannot bring myself to leave the cave, not when Georgie sits next to Josie and Kira and gives her mane a little toss before leaning over her sewing once more. The curls of her incredibly soft mane rest against her shoulders and invite touching. I think of them and how her mane feels when it spills over my thighs, when she puts her mouth on me in that human way of hers that upends my world and makes me see stars. I know all this about her, and I know when she is distressed over something. It is in the way she takes a little longer to answer each question, in the small furrow between her brows when she sews, the way she stares at the fire a little too long. She says that she is happy with me, but is this a lie? Am I not enough for my beautiful human? Because she is everything to me. Georgie looks up from her sewing, and her gaze catches mine. The smile she sends in my direction is genuine and full of affection, and I am even more pleased when she puts a hand to her mouth and purses her lips. This is called blowing kisses, and it is meant to mimic a mouth mating from afar. I do the same, putting my hand to my mouth, and then I lick it long and slow, so she may know exactly what parts of her I am thinking of mating. Her cheeks flush bright red, and she ducks her head, but she is smiling. Whatever it is that troubles her, it is not our mating, then. Pleased, I pick up my spear and get to my feet. Time to hunt. Nearby, Haydn looks at me with disgust. "Did you just lick your hand?" "It was for my mate," I tell him, as if that explains everything. He just grunts, shaking his head at me. He does not understand what it is like to be freshly resonated to such a female. He never will, and for a moment I feel pity for him. But pity will not fill my Georgie's belly, so I go hunting anyhow. That evening, after my traps have been cleared and reset, the game cached and a fresh kill brought home and, disgustingly, cooked for my Georgie, we retreat to our private cave. I immediately put the privacy screen up, and my mate just cocks an eyebrow at me in that strange, human way. "You going to wash up?" "No, I am going to mate my sweet human's cunt with my tongue," I tell her, dragging her into my arms and pulling her close for a mouth mating. I kiss her, teasing her with tiny licks and loving the little sighs of need she makes as I hold her. It has been far too long since I have tasted my mate. Georgie laughs. You tasted her just this morning. Far, far too long, I agree, dropping to my knees in front of her. I pull on the laces of her leggings and then notice that she has another pair of very short leggings on underneath. What are these? Those are leather panties, she says proudly. I made them myself. But why? There is a drawstring at the waist, and they end just below her hips. They do not seem warm at all. Are these parts of you cold? I look up at her in surprise. Is this something new I must worry about for my mate? That her cunt gets chilled easily? Because that's what you wear under pants? She shrugs, her expression embarrassed. It's kind of like the breastband. Another thing I have yet to understand. But this is distracting her away from the mating, so all I say is, may I take them off of you? Of course. Her hands go to my face, and she caresses my jaw. I missed you today. I was not gone long. Even so, I missed her too. Soon I will have to go out on a longer hunt. It will be my turn. I know. I'm just trying to prepare myself. She runs a finger along my lower lip. Until then, we have fun, right? When I come back, we will have so much fun, you will not be able to walk straight for days. I undo the strange laces on her short leggings and slide them down to reveal the delicate tuft of curls between her thighs. I am home. Georgie chuckles. Is that your home now, babe? Why would it not be? My tongue fits here perfectly. I wrap an arm around her hips and lick the seam of her cunt. My fingers fit here perfectly. My cock fits here perfectly. Where is this if not home? I look up at her. You are my home, Georgie. Wherever you are, that is where I want to be. Her expression grows soft. I love you. Humans always say such things, as if speaking the words aloud somehow makes them more real than actions. I love you too, I say back, because I know she values hearing such things. For my Georgie, I can pleasure her body for hours, tend to her every need, and share my most secret thoughts with her. And yet she must still hear the words. It is something I am learning to say aloud, because I do not like the look of hurt on her face if I forget. I love all of you. But certain parts more than others, she teases. No, I say solemnly. I love all of you equally. There is no part I would rather have than another. I press another kiss to the tuft between her thighs. Lie down so I may taste all of the parts of my mate that I love. She tugs her tunic over her head and lies back in the furs, her eyes shining. I love the sight of them, so bright with life, so bright with her queen. It is so different from my first sight of her, when her eyes were dead and without color. But she is strong with queen now, and my kit is rooted into her belly. We will have a family eventually. The thought is humbling. I press a kiss to my mate's soft belly first, where our kit awaits. I love this, I tell her. So soft here. Georgie squirms under me, her hands going to my horns. She loves when I touch her all over, but she is always impatient, my mate. She wriggles underneath me like a hopper caught on a snare, and I move higher because I want to see her teats jiggle. Even though she is not nursing a kit, they are large and full, and I love the sight of them. You are even softer here, I murmur, pressing a kiss to one dark pink tip. She sucks in a breath. They're getting sensitive. They are. I am fascinated. Should I not touch them? No, it's okay, she says, and then squirms again. Just sensitive. I lean in and lick the tip of one, and she moans, arching. Better? Oh, God, yeah. A whimper escapes her, and she clings to me. I love you, Victor. I growl low in my throat, utterly pleased to have her coming apart in my arms so quickly. Her arousal perfumes the air around us, and I drink in her scent, thick and sweet. It calls to me, and I lick her other teat before sinking between her thighs. I love your cunt, I say, parting her lips and revealing the mysterious third nipple tucked in the folds. I love the dew it creates just for my mouth. I love how soft you are. I love your scent. I lean in and rub my nose along her folds, teasing her nipple with the tip of my nose. You are the only taste I need every day. She moans, arching her hips in anticipation. Victor, she pants, holding onto my horns. Make me come. Soon, I promise, and then tease my tongue up her folds. She whimpers, and I enjoy how she squirms. First, tell me what troubles you. Georgie pants, her fists tight on my horns. What? I must know, I say, lifting my head to meet her gaze. There is something you are not sharing with me, and I will hear it before I make you come. Her eyes go wide. Can we talk about that some other time? Later? She pushes at my head, trying to make me lick her again. Normally, I would never refuse such a request. But my Georgie is keeping secrets from me, and I do not like that. It worries me. I need to hear from her lips that she is happy here, that she will not become one of the humans that weeps endlessly at her fate. So I just watch her, waiting. Victor, she says, again frowning at me. There's nothing wrong. I lean in and let my breath fan over her cunt, my fingers still holding her open for my tongue. She moans, a shudder rocking through her. I can see more of her sweet dew forming, and my mouth waters to taste her again. But I must know her secret first. Tell me, and I will make you come so hard you will scream, my sweet resonance, I murmur, lowering my mouth again. I do not taste her, not yet. I simply wait. Nothing's wrong, she cries, arching her hips. I swear. Georgie. She puts a fist to her smooth brow, her breathing raspy. Oh my God, I cannot believe you're doing this. I want to lick your cunt, my mate. You do not know how bad I want it, I growl. My cock throbs with need, and I want to seat myself deep inside her, after I have tasted her sweetness on my lips. But this secret hangs in the air between us, and I do not like it. I need you to trust me, to tell me whatever troubles you. You know you have all of my heart, my mate. It's not you, okay? She presses her hands to her face. It's just me being silly. I do not think you are silly, I say, taking my hands from her cunt. I move over her and lie down next to her in the furs, cupping her face and pulling her close. What troubles you so, my heart? Say it, and if it is in my power to grant it, I shall. She looks over at me, wariness in her eyes. I don't want you to think I'm crazy. I would never think such a thing. She bites her lip. I want to leave. I blink. Forever? I rub my chin, considering. If we leave, we must appoint a new chief. Tell me your thoughts on who would be best for the role. Saluch? Zelaya? Haydn is too hot-tempered, and Beck even worse. Georgie sits up on her elbows, her jaw dropping. No, I didn't mean... Wait, you'd leave with me? Just like that? I shrug. I would be sad to leave my people behind, but you are my mate. You come first, in all ways. Her eyes grow soft. You big, silly thing. God, I love you. She leans forward and gives me a quick kiss, then brushes her fingers over my mouth. That wasn't what I meant, though. I meant just leave temporarily. On a trip. Like a hunting trip? Georgie has not shown much interest in hunting thus far, and I am surprised. She has too much to deal with in regards to her humans and their needs to take on a hunting role, but I am happy to teach her. No, like a honeymoon. Georgie smiles at me. It's a human tradition. Newly married people take a trip together, just the two of them. It's bonding time. I see. A trip alone. What do newly married humans do on such a trip? She has told me before that married is the human word for mated, so this I understand. Well, she says, and there is a playful note in her voice as she taps a finger on my chest. They have lots and lots of sex. Do we not mate all the time already? I do not see why we have to travel to do so. I grin at her. We can mate right here. I can take you from behind just as you like. Let my spur press into your bottom. Her fingers press to my lips, silencing me. Victor, babe, please, I want to go. I need to go, okay? I study her face. There is such worry in her gaze, as if I will refuse her request. This means a lot to her, and I suspect there is something she is still not telling me. But I nod. Very well, my sweet resonance. We will go on this honeymoons. Really? Really. If this is all she wants, it is easy to give. If a trip will make you smile, then we will go on dozens and dozens of trips. Relief shows on her face. She bites her lip again. You're too good to me, Victor. Her heart does not seem as light as I want it to be, but it is a good start. We will do this human tradition, and I will show her that her mate will give her anything her heart desires. She has but to ask. Does this make you happy? I ask, letting my breath fan over her dew-slick cunt once more. When she moans and nods, I put my mouth on her sweetness once more, tasting her. Georgie gasps and clings to me as I mouthmate her cunt, licking and sucking at her tender folds and the nipple there. She arches against me, her movements growing more insistent as I move lower, spearing my tongue into her heated core. She is wet here, and I want to be seated deep inside her. I sit up and move over her again, dragging her legs around my hips. She locks them around me eagerly, her nails digging into my shoulders as I settle my weight over her. I sink into her heat, groaning at the delicious pleasure of it. She clasps my cock so tight and it feels so good, but even better are the little sounds she makes. Georgie whimpers and breathes my name, her expression full of rapture as I push deep. I have mated with another, but it never came close to the pleasure I feel with my mate. Not once. I caress my Georgie's face, touch her mane, and then lean in and give her a kiss even as I surge into her. She moans, clinging to me as I begin a rhythm, rocking into her. My spur rubs against her third nipple with every stroke, and it does not take long before my mate is squirming under me, on edge. Make me come, she pants, arching her hips to meet my thrusts. Make me come, Victor. There is nothing I want more. With a low growl, I redouble my efforts, taking her harder, faster, deeper. I can feel when she goes over the edge, her cunt tightens and ripples around me as if she's sucking me deeper. Her eyes close and she gives a low cry, even as her folds flood with more dew and my thrusts into her are wetter, slicker. She is clenched all around me, tight as a snare, a look of utter joy on her face. I know I can make her come twice, so I keep driving into her, not stopping until she gives another shuddering cry. This time, when she clenches around me, I allow my own release to take flight. With her name on my lips, I pump into her roughly, letting my seed spill into her depths. I fill my mate, my strokes erratic and slowing until I am completely spent. Then I press my mouth to hers in a hungry kiss before rolling onto my side and pulling her with me, our bodies still joined. She snuggles against me, a happy sigh escaping her throat, and I run my fingers through her mane. If all you wished for was a trip, Georgie, all you had to do was ask, I tell her. Georgie makes a little sound in her throat and holds on to me, content.
Georgie. I can't believe you're leaving. Didn't we just get here? Claire gives me a worried look. Liz just got back too. I thought we were all settling down. It's just a honeymoon of sorts, I say, keeping my tone light and cheery, to celebrate our marriage, or mating, whatever you want to call it. I put the finishing stitches on a new set of mittens as I smile at Claire. We won't be gone more than a handful of days, I promise. It's just time to reconnect. We hear you guys reconnecting every night, Josie says, giggling. You're almost as loud as Nora and her mate. She stabs her needle into her leather with enthusiasm. I get it, though. A honeymoon is so romantic. I don't see why we can't carry on some of the Earth traditions here. You may not have the white dress and the veil, but I don't see why you can't have the honeymoon trip. She gets a dreamy look on her face. I wish my motives were as pure as Josie's interpretation. I grin, tying off my stitch and then pulling a glove over my hand. It's turned so that the fur is inside to keep my fingers warm, and the fit is just loose enough that I can grip things. It's just for a few days, I say again. We're coming back. I just wish you didn't have to go, Claire says uneasily. I still feel really unsettled here, and now our leader's leaving us behind. Her mouth pulls down into a frown. It really will be all right. Of course it will, Josie chirps. Her expression brightens. Maybe by the time you guys come back, some more of us will resonate. I'd love a soulmate. She clutches her leathers to her chest and sighs. I just love the way Fektal looks at you, Georgie. The way he touches your hair. The way he watches you all the time with this expression that says, I'm the luckiest man alive. I want that. She looks utterly wistful. Hopefully it's coming. I didn't plan on getting a soulmate, like Josie says, but now that I have Fektal, I can't complain. He really is amazing. The right person for you is here somewhere, Josie. I'm sure of it. I hope so. She begins to sew again. So where are you guys going on your trip? To see something pretty? A sexy little cave somewhere remote? Nowhere in particular, I lie. We haven't talked about where we're headed tomorrow morning when we go out, but I do have one spot in particular I want to go back to. Need to go back to. If nothing else, for peace of mind. But I don't want to tell the others because I'll worry it'll become a big deal. Claire is fragile right now, and Josie is a chatterbox. I talked to Liz, who has a good attitude about things, and a smart mouth, but she's off with Rahash working on his exile penance for stealing her away. It's best if I just keep it to myself for now. So I put a cheery expression on my face and lean closer to Claire. What are you working on? Is that fur trim? Claire nods and holds it out to me. Do you think it's too much? We're on an ice planet. I don't think such a thing exists anymore, I tease. Show me how you're handling the sleeves. I always have trouble with mine. She scoots closer to me to demonstrate her sewing, and my trip is forgotten. I check in with all the girls that day to make sure everyone knows we're going on a quick vacation and will come back very soon. No one is envious of our trip. They're all quite content to stay in the warmth and safety of the home cave. The only one I don't get to talk to is Liz, who's out with her mate. But Kira reassures me that she'll let Liz know the situation when they come back again. We pack bags that evening, Fektal throwing in extra blankets and fur wraps and food into his pack because he wants to take care of his mate. I've seen how light he travels, so it feels a little silly to bring so much gear, but he's also the expert. If he thinks I'm going to be freezing my butt off, I believe him. We go to bed early, and Fektal wakes me up with a kiss before dawn so we can get started on our day. It feels a bit like sneaking out as I dress in thick leathers and a cloak, and we head toward the entrance of the cave. Hardly anyone is up except for a few of the hunters, who raise a hand in greeting but don't stop us. I don't see any human girls, and part of me wants to go cave to cave, waking them up and checking in on them one last time before I head out. But that's just me being overly protective. They're fine. They're adults surrounded by other adults, and no one will let them starve or freeze or have anything bad happen to them. I don't know why I feel utterly responsible for all the women, but I do. I can't mother them since we're the same age, but I do feel like a team leader who's leaving her team completely behind. Pretty sure that's not what you do with a team. Then again, isn't that the heart of this? I'm doing what I need to do for my team, all of them. I bite back any worries I have and smile at Vectal when he puts his hand out for me. Time to go? I ask, and he nods. We head out into the snow, and I can tell immediately it's going to be another hard walk. I'm reminded of before, when we were in such a hurry that Vectal carried me on his back because the snow was so thick that it was effort for me to walk through. He says he didn't mind, but I always worry I'll be too heavy because toting another grown human being around on your back isn't really done back where I come from. The occasional piggyback ride? Sure. Hours on end through the craggy hills and valleys of this new snowy place? Not so much. As we get away from the cave, Vectal turns to look at me. His hand still clasps mine, his tail flicking behind him as we walk. In his other hand, he carries a spear, and he's wearing his Vesto knives again today. My man is bound and determined to keep his lady safe, and it should probably look alarming. Instead, I just think he looks handsome. He watches me waiting, and when I don't speak, he finally says, "Where do you wish to do this honeymoons?" You're letting me pick? In truth, I've had an idea of where I want to go all along, but I thought I'd have more time to ease him into the idea. Maybe after a little playful sex after we were already out on the road. But he's looking at me expectantly, waiting. I guess now's the best time to ask. I suck in a deep breath, steeling my nerves, and then tell him the truth. I want to go back to the ship. His mouth firms as if he digests this. The Cave of the Ancestors. No, I admit, though that's a good guess. I want to go back to the ship we arrived in, the one where you guys rescued all of us. Almost all of us. Vectal frowns at that. Up the mountain. I nod. I do not like that place. It is dangerous. I know. There are metlak burrows all over the mountain, and it is colder there. The snow is thicker. It will be difficult on you. I know, I say again. But I need to go back. I lick my dry lips. Please. It's important to me. He turns to me, stabs his spear in the snow, and then takes my other hand in his. Both of our packs are on his big, strong back, and I'm only in charge of myself, so my hands are free. Georgie, he says, I do not hesitate because I feel your request is foolish. I only worry over my precious mate. I do not want to endanger her days after she has come into my world. Not when she carries my kit in her belly. Not when she is my reason to breathe. He shakes his head at me. I wish to understand why you want to go back. You have been hiding secrets from me for many days now, and I need to know the truth of it. All of it. You can trust me with everything. Do you think I will judge you? I swallow hard. He's right. I'm being far too secretive. It's just hard for me to rely on others. I'm used to doing things on my own. I'm used to being the one that tries to fix things. I take my hand from his and gesture at the cave. Even here, I'm trying to do the best I can for everyone. I am your mate, Vectal says, deep voice gentle. If you cannot turn to me, who can you turn to? He's right. Even though I feel my request is a strange one, I know he's right. I want to go back to the old ship, because Chrissy and Peg and Dominique died, and we didn't give them a proper burial. Everything was so crazy that we didn't have time to give them a proper send-off, and I feel like I failed them. I swallow hard, trying to prevent the knot determined to form in my throat. I need to give them a real farewell. He doesn't laugh. He doesn't say I'm crazy. He just watches me with those two knowing eyes. This is important to you. Very. They were my responsibility, and I let them down. The least I can do is bury them. Then we will do this. We will have a good honeymoons. We will bury the dead, and then we will retreat to a cave and mate feverishly until you smile once more. I laugh. Strangely enough, I already feel a little bit lighter. Sharing this with him was good. He didn't act like I was crazy for wanting to travel several days up a mountain into dangerous territory, all to bury a few strangers who are long dead. Thank you for understanding, Vectal. The look he gives me is intense. My big alien moves forward and cups my cheek. His fingers are warm, despite the drifting snow and chilly wind. You do not need to thank me, my sweet resonance. You are my mate. There is nothing I will not do for you. He's such a good man. I'm really the luckiest of women. From the moment I met him, I've never felt so safe and protected. So understood, even when we had a language barrier. Our cultures are different. Our planets are different. But somewhere out there, someone in the cosmos decided we should be together forever. I'm eternally grateful for that. I smile at my handsome alien and squeeze his hand. Shall we go?
3. Vectal. A few days later. I kiss my mate's bare shoulder to wake her up. Georgie, my resonance, I whisper. It is dawn. She groans and rolls over in the furs, burying her face against my chest. 5 more minutes. I grin, holding her close. She can sleep for a few more moments if she wishes. This is our honeymoons, after all, a special trip for just the two of us. I stroke her back, tracing the curve of her spine as she drowses against me. It has been a hard 3 days for my Georgie. If it was me alone, it would not take this long to make it back to the human's flying cave, but there is no reason to hurry with my mate at my side. So we stop at a hunter cave each night and sleep on a bed of furs and eat fresh food. That part has been nice, though she has been too tired for mating. I do not mind as long as I get to hold her, but it is not a very good honeymoons by human standards, I think. But this is what my mate wants, and I can refuse her nothing. She has walked resolutely in the snow next to me as much as she can. Sometimes she grows tired and her feet begin to drag, and I carry her in my arms like I would a kit. She grumbles about it but holds onto my neck, relaxing, and when she presses little kisses against my skin, it is worth everything. Georgie yawns and rubs her eyes. I'm up. Clearly, I tease, tapping the tip of her small human nose. Let us eat something before we go. We dress and then sit by the coals of the fire as we eat our morning food. She still does not like the taste of ka, wrinkling her nose at the spicy taste. Lately we have been making it blander for human tongues, but I did not think to grab it when I snagged ka from the stores. I was distracted, my thoughts on my mate. I will catch you something to eat later tonight, I promise her as she takes a big mouthful of water. This is okay. I'm getting used to it. Slowly. You are a bad liar, I tease. The worst. She wrinkles her nose and grins. It's really not that bad, I promise. I'm just being extra dramatic. I've never been a fan of spicy food, even human food. As if to prove she is fine, she takes another big mouthful and washes it down with more water. Should we get going? I nod, then clean up the cave, straightening the supplies and packing things away for the next hunter to come in this direction. Georgie bundles up in her layers, and when she pulls on her mittens, I tug the hood of her cloak over her pretty face, and then steal a kiss. We will be at your flying cave later today. Georgie takes a deep breath. Okay, and Dominique? The red-haired human? She is much closer. I still remember the heart-stopping sight of her, frozen in the snow, and how for a moment I thought it was Georgie. How my heart had thumped with panic. Just the memory of that makes me uneasy, and I pull her against me. I want this day to go well for her, I think, as I press my mate to my chest. I try not to think of all the bad things we can find, if Metlax or other predators have gotten to the corpses first. We'll take her and bury her with the others, won't we? Georgie asks in a quiet, subdued voice. Of course. It is important to her, and I will deny her nothing. Even so, I do not want her to be surprised if what we find is not whole. My mate, I do not want to fill you with worry, but it is possible others have gotten to them before us. I know, she says, and I breathe a sigh of relief. Trust me, it's been going through my mind constantly, but whatever we can do to put them to rest, it will be enough. She looks up at me, her eyes bright with qui blue under the hood. Thank you again. There is no need for thanks, I say again. Right, of course. Georgie smiles tremulously up at me. I suppose we'd better tackle the day, then. But her eyes are filled with dread. We walk, and she tells me of human burial customs. They are far more ornate than those of the Sakui. Poems are read, prayers sent, and monuments in stone carved for those that have fallen. We have no such things to give these dead females, but Georgie says it is fine. It is the thought and effort behind it. I tell her of Sakui customs, the few that we have. Sometimes if someone does not come back from a hunt, there is no body to be found. Sometimes it is left behind for scavengers, only knives and personal possessions passed on to the family. Horns are etched and cut to show grief, snow poured over the head and the mourner keening their loss. The tribe celebrates the life of the one that has passed, and then the world goes on. When they are dead, they are taken to an unused cave, dressed in their finest leathers, and then the cave is collapsed so they may sleep eternally. My father, and many others, sleep in such a cave, thanks to the Kui sickness. Those were bad times, and I do not want to dwell on them more than I must, though. We find the red-maned female's body a short distance from a cave I once shared with Georgie. I remember the spot, remember covering her with snow and marking a nearby rock so I would know the place to show her later. I dig in the snow, with Georgie watching nearby. Once we find the red mane, it does not take long to dig out the rest of her pale limbs. She is frozen solid, and I wrap her in a large Sakotsk hide I brought for such a thing. I heft the corpse into my arms and look to my mate. Her arms are crossed over her chest, and her face is paler than usual. I can walk, she tells me, moving close. She looks very small, very fragile. Stay near, I tell her, even though the words are unnecessary. This is Metlak territory. Georgie nods. I remember what happened before, when I fell into their cave and you rescued me. I'll stay close. Her mittened hand slips into my belt, and she holds on to me. We travel further up the mountain, and I deliberately keep my steps slow so Georgie can keep up. It makes for a very slow pace, but eventually I spot the black hull of the flying cave that brought my mate and the other humans to this world. She said it came from high above in the sky. Now it is covered with newly fallen snow, the top of it pristine save for the jagged hole that lets fresh air in. I turn to my mate. Where should I put the human? I try to say the words delicately because I know she is fragile in this moment. Her expression is distant, her eyes big in her face as she looks at the cave, and I know she is lost in recent memories. They were not kind to her, those that stole her away, and I want to hurt all of them for daring to touch my Georgie. After a moment, Her gaze focuses on me, and her hand tightens on my belt once more. "Is it safe if we leave her out here? I'd like to bury her and the others outside." "We can do that." I set the dead female gently in the snow. "Do you want to go inside, or shall I do it?" She hesitates, and I turn to my mate, a protective feeling sweeping over me. "You do not have to go, Georgie."
"I do," she shakes her head. "I need to."
"There is nothing in there for you." She shakes her head again, biting her lip.
"I need to remember so I never forget, Vectal. It's important to me. Please help me climb up there."
She gestures at the opening at the top. The snow packed around it has given way to ice, and it will be a slippery climb for her. I hate that she insists, but how can I refuse? I frown at her for a moment, hoping she will change her mind, but Georgie only raises her chin and meets my gaze steadily. There is no shaking my mate from her course. This is important to her, and so I must allow it. I sigh and kneel into the snow. Climb onto my back.
"You're the best man ever, you know that?"
She gives me a kiss on my brow before moving to put her arms around my neck and lean against my spine. "I am the most tolerant of mates," I grumble, but her slight chuckle makes me feel better. I pat her hand before getting to my feet, and then wrap her arms around my waist from behind. "Hold on to your mail." Finding handholds on the strange, cold surface, I begin to climb. It is a short drop inside, made shorter still by the pile of snow under my feet. It has drifted in here, creating a soft landing spot, and when my boots thump onto the floor of the cave, it is muffled. The interior is dark and still smells of many things. I catch the faint hint of smoke from our fires when we rescued the females, and the stink of their forced habitation here. They were trapped in this small, strange cave for 2 hands of days, and near death when we were able to bring them to the tribe. Keeping a cave clean and fresh was not a priority. I kneel again, and Georgie slides from my shoulders, stepping forward. She clutches her cloak to her neck, her eyes wide and glowing as she looks around the dark interior.
"It looks smaller than I remember it," she whispers. "Darker, too."
I grunt, glancing around. At the far end of the cave, near the wall where we pried 6 females from their sleeping pods, I see the 2 lumps of the carefully covered females. We were to bury them for the humans, but were forced to flee quickly when their captors threatened to return. I look to my mate, waiting. She is lost in thought, staring around her. Her eyes are shiny with unshed tears, and she licks her lips.
"It's so cold in here."
It is warmer than outside because there is no wind, but I say nothing.
"I left them here with no clothing because I went to get help. They had no food, no nothing, and I wandered off into the snow and met you. While they were shivering, we were flirting."
She swallows hard and then swipes at her cheeks.
"I should have tried to get back to them faster. Maybe if I had, Dominique would still be alive."
Did we come here so she could blame herself? I hold back the words, but this is not like my Georgie. If there is a problem, she is the first to offer a solution. She does not like to dwell on the past. But there is something about this place and these dead females that she cannot move on from. You did the best you could. We could not speak, remember?
"I could have tried harder."
She swallows, looking around at the cavern.
"I could have left your side and come back here."
And been eaten by metlaks or snowcats, or ended up dead in the snow yourself. But she only shakes her head. She wanders about inside the cave for a bit longer, touching the dirty walls or staring at the floor. She pauses over the 2 covered bodies, silent for so long that I worry about her. Then she takes a deep breath and turns to me.
"Can we move them outside? I don't think they'd want to be buried in here. They'd want to be free."
Her voice wobbles on the last part.
"Under the skies."
I nod. I can do this. For the next while we do not speak as I carefully take one hide-wrapped human corpse and haul it outside, then the next. Georgie is lost in thought, but when I kneel in front of her and gesture that she should climb on my back again so we can leave, she does so without protest. She holds tightly to me, burying her face against my mane as I climb back out and into the brisk air. I carry my mate back down to the snowy ground, and then kneel again so she can dismount, and when she stands before me, I rise. Georgie stares at the three bodies, her expression hollow.
They're together now.
Tell me where I should bury them, and how deep. If she asks me to dig to the bottom of the mountain, I will. Anything to ease the sadness from her eyes. My mate directs me, and I dig deep into the snow at the edge of one of the nearby cliffs. I dig as deep as I can until the packed snow turns to ice. Georgie tries to help, but I growl at her, and she backs off. I do not want her doing hard work, not with our kit so newly in her belly. I can do this for her. While I work, she wraps the skins tighter about each fallen human, making sure the body is tightly covered. She takes a piece of coal and writes strange symbols on the furs, and when I ask what she is doing, she says she writes down everything she knows about each girl so it will not be forgotten. When that is done, she makes little crosses out of bone and decorates them with beaded thongs that I know Malak gave to her.
I don't know what their religions were, but I'm hoping it's the thought that counts,
she tells me, as I hop out of the pit and move to her side. Then it is time to lay the dead inside. I do so carefully, listening to her instructions as she tells me to lay them head to foot, as if they are all sleeping in a large nest of furs alongside one another. I turn to my mate when the last one is placed. She is crying. I am shocked. The other humans cry and weep from time to time, but my Georgie is always competent, always ready with a solution. Right now, though, her eyes are wet and shiny and her mouth trembles. Georgie? I ask, worried. This is not like her.
You can cover them now,
she whispers, her gaze on the dead and not me. I nod, and even though I am uneasy at her tears, I do as she asks. She sits beside the grave and cries silently all the while as I cover them. And then when the pit is filled once more, we both get small rocks and outline the graves. Georgie puts her crosses at the head of each grave and then moves to sit at the foot, her hands clasped together. I sit next to her. It is clear she needs to say a few things. Perhaps this is part of the human burial ceremony. Georgie stares at the crosses, her eyes wet, and takes a deep breath.
Chrissy, Peg, Dominique, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry I failed you.
Eh? I turn to my mate, surprised. How did you fail them? She swipes at her eyes.
I'm the reason they died. I couldn't keep them safe.
I shake my head, not understanding.
I was the leader, she says, voice shuddering. It was my idea to fight our captors. That fight helped us break free just as we were crashing.
She bites her lip.
And I was the one that went for help.
You saved 11 other females, Georgie. You saved Lige and Kira and all the others. You came and found me and convinced me to go up the mountain to save them. You have brought life back to our tribe. You have given the males of my people hope for a mate and a future. Would you choose differently if you could go back? She swallows hard and shakes her head.
No. I guess that's part of the reason why I feel so guilty.
Georgie looks over at me.
I'm happy. I should be devastated that I left Earth behind, and 3 of my people died, but all I can think about is you and our baby and the future.
I reach out and take one of her hands in mine. I understand now. It is guilt that drives her to tears, a chief's guilt when anyone in the tribe suffers. She feels responsible for these females. I understand. You feel you should not be happy?
Sometimes I wonder.
Do you think that they would wish for you to be unhappy? That they do not want any of the others to have good, long lives? Do you think they would not want them to be free?
No, I don't think that. It just feels strange to be so happy, even after everything's been taken away from me, you know?
She holds my hand tightly. There is nothing wrong with finding joy in life, my Georgie. Nothing at all. I think your friends would want that for you as well. You gave everyone freedom. These 3 might have died, but they did not die as captives or slaves. Fresh tears spill down her cheeks. She nods.
You're right. I know you're right.
Then why do you cry? A watery laugh bubbles up from her throat, and she squeezes my hand so hard, I am surprised at her strength.
Because it's a good cry. I think I needed to say goodbye before I moved on. And now that they're buried, I hope they find peace.
Georgie looks at the graves again, still clinging to my hand.
We all need to move on.
I nod. She does not get up, and I remain at her side. For as long as Georgie needs to sit here, I will be with her. Eventually her tears dry, and her hand clenches mine less tightly. She looks over at me, and her expression is less troubled than it has been in many days.
I think I'm good, she says to me. I needed this. They needed this.
She gestures at the graves.
And now we can all move forward.
Then what would you like to do now, my sweet resonance?
Go back to our cave?
She gives me a tired smile.
I'm suddenly exhausted.
It is because she is free of the weight of her troubles, I think. She has been carrying them silently for so long that now they are gone, she feels lighter, and she also feels tired. But I do not say that. I just smile and touch her belly. The kit will make you sleepy. Shall we go back to the hunter cave for the night then? She looks over at the flying cave with its strange, dark walls.
Absolutely. I don't want to spend another night in that hellhole.
4. Georgie. I feel free. It's a strange feeling to wake up after crashing into a pile of furs the moment we got back to the hunter cave and not feel the weight of obligation on my shoulders. I don't feel the intense guilt over the deaths of the 3 women, or the endless worry that I made the wrong decisions and caused their deaths. I don't feel that ache of sadness over leaving Earth behind. I've left it all back in the graves up on the mountain, where Chrissy, Peg, and Dominique have finally been laid to rest. I did what I could. I saved myself and as many others as I could, and we have a new life here. It's enough. We buried our dead, and I've buried my past, Earth included. I'm free to move forward with my mate. My wonderful, wonderful mate. As if he knows I'm thinking about him, Vectal's arms tighten around me and he holds me closer. He's all warmth, entirely naked under the furs, and I love curling up against him. It is early, he murmurs, stroking my arm. Go back to sleep. I will, I promise, but I'm rather awake. My thoughts are buzzing and I feel free. I'm excited about what the day holds, what the month holds, what the future holds. I touch my lower belly, wondering how long before I start showing, before it puffs out with the baby inside and my breasts grow and everything changes. Is it weird that I'm looking forward to morning sickness? I want a sign that the baby inside me exists. I want some sort of proof, more than just a missed period or a change in the sound our quees make when we come together. Georgie, Vectal murmurs, moving his fingers through my hair. Are you all right? I'm great, I answer him, and it's the truth. I feel like a wound has been lanced, a wound I didn't even know I had until recently. Now the bad things have been forced out, and I'm ready for the healing to begin. Actually, I already feel pretty healed. I'm just thinking. About? There's a wariness in his tone, as if he expects to hear something sad or troubling from me. I don't blame him for that wariness. I promised him a sexy honeymoon and gave him a funeral instead. I snuggle up to my mate and put my chin on his chest, seeking out his glowing eyes in the dim light of the cave. Thinking about our baby, our future, the tribe, a bunch of stuff. He grins, his eyes sleepy slits of blue light. I like these thoughts. Me too. I skate my fingers over his abdomen and brush them over his sides, loving the way he tenses. Ticklish. I wanted to talk to you about things too. About the graves. Let's not tell the others what we've done, all right? You think they would not want to know, or that they would not approve? I think they would approve, I say. But I also want them to move on, to move forward like I plan on doing. I feel like if we bring it up, it'll just remind them of our losses. If someone asks, we'll share. But if they don't ask, I don't want to be the one to volunteer it. We all need to start fresh. Very well. If they ask, we just had a sex-filled honeymoon where we barely left the furs. So we make up stories. He grins down at me. I wince. That was my original pitch to him, wasn't it? That we'd run off together and just fuck like bunnies until the cows came home. This has to be a disappointing trip for him, even if it was a necessary one for me. I'm so sorry, Vectal. This wasn't a very good trip for you, was it? You needed this trip. I have no regrets. I am just glad the sorrow is gone from your eyes. He runs a finger lightly down my cheek, then traces my jaw. I knew my Georgie had something troubling her, and if this is what it took to fix it, then I am very happy. It was exactly what I needed. I agree. I'm feeling curiously frisky, too. I run my fingers along his side, tickling slightly, and love that he squirms and his tail thumps against the blankets like an irritated cat. You know, we're still alone. We don't have to go back just yet. We can still make this a sexy honeymoon. He chuckles. Not if you are not feeling it, my mate. I am content to wait. He brushes his fingers over my cheek again in the gentlest of caresses. We have all our lives to mate. It does not have to be now if you are not in the mood. Sweet Vectal. He's totally misunderstanding me. When did I say I wasn't in the mood? I give his chiseled stomach a kiss. He's got washboard abs, rippled with both muscle and those hard protective plates. I kiss lower, where a happy trail should be, and then move even lower, making a beeline for one of my favorite parts of his body. My mate groans, his hand tightening in my hair. Georgie. Shh. I'm having myself some honeymoon fun. I flick my tongue against his spur and then move even lower, gripping his cock in my hand. He's so big and thick around that my fingers don't quite meet when I circle him, and just giving his girth a squeeze makes me all hot and bothered. I love how thick you are. My cock loves your mouth. I chuckle because that's such an absurd thing to say to a girl, but on him it's somehow sweet. I know he doesn't mean it in a creepy way like an Earth guy would. He means it because he loves all of me and how I touch him. I think of the first time I went down on him and blew his mind. Even though he loves to eat pussy, and boy did I score on that angle, he'd never had a blowjob, and every time I give him one, he acts like he's being given the greatest treasure ever, which just makes me want to do it more. I take the head of him into my mouth, lightly running my tongue along the crown. The taste of pre-cum hits my taste buds a moment later, and I moan, lapping at his cockhead. My handsome alien, I purr, loving the feel of my quee as it starts up, gently rumbling in my chest in time with my mate's arousal. My mouth loves your cock too. And I lick him, from root to tip. He shudders, groaning, and I absolutely love that reaction. God, this man. How is it possible that he's such a damn beast, ferocious and unafraid, and yet so gentle that he holds hands with me and carries me like I'm a princess? How did I get so lucky? I want to show him how lucky I feel, so I lick him again, letting my tongue glide over those glorious ridges on his cock, and then take the head of him into my mouth again. I suck lightly, and when he's panting and twitching, unable to stay still underneath me, I ease my mouth lower, trying to meet the hand I have gripped around the base of his shaft. It's an impossible task because he's so huge, but I'm going to give it the old college try. I ease down on him, working my mouth and my tongue as I try to go lower and lower until I hit my gag reflex and come back up for air. I make the most awful sound as I do, but Vectol only groans as if I'm the sexiest thing ever, and I laugh, wiping my lips. I'll try again, I murmur, already leaning forward, but you're too big for me. That elicits another pained groan from my mate, his hand curled tight in my hair. He's not shoving my head down, though I know he really wants to, the way his fingers flex against my head. As I lick and suck at his enormous shaft, I take 2 fingers and tease his spur. He keeps telling me it's not sensitive, but I know when I rub it like it's a mini-cock, he comes unglued. Vectol growls, his hips bucking as I do, pushing him deeper into my throat. I whimper, aroused at his responses and the heady pleasure of going down on him, my senses filled with his scent, his taste, his touch. Georgie, he grits, pumping his hips again and shuttling against the back of my throat. I need to stop. I give the base of his cock another squeeze and rub his spur even as I sink deeper. His breath erupts in a little grunt, and then he's coming, and I can feel him shooting down my throat without even tasting him, he's so deep. I try to swallow and have to lift my head, my mouth filling with his release. I drink him down, wiping the corners of my mouth, and when he's done coming, I lean forward and clean his cock with my tongue, loving the little shudders that ripple through him with every touch. When I'm done and there's no more to lick up, I keep tonguing him anyhow, just because I'm aroused and needy and his cock is so amazing. Since meeting Vectol, I've had more sex in the last few weeks than I've had ever, and I'm always hungry for more. There's something about him that just makes me crazy with lust. Well, I'm sure the quee has something to do with that, but even now when the quee's sated, I can't get enough of him. Physically, he does it for me. Mentally, he's got a sweetness mixed with his brawn that I find utter catnip. Emotionally, I've never been so loved. It makes me want to do dirty, filthy things to him all the time. His cock twitches under my tongue, and then he grabs me and hauls me forward, a breathless laugh escaping him. Do you mean to lick your mate until he stiffens for your greedy mouth once more? Is that a trick question? I thought it was obvious. Your mate has a mouth too, he murmurs, sliding lower even as he pulls me up. And he wants to use it. Come and sit on my face. Now I'm the one that's moaning. I'm wearing only my sleeping tunic, and my legs are thankfully bare of everything, panties included. It takes no convincing for me to move up to where my mate's eager mouth awaits and to slide a thigh over his shoulders. He grips my ass, steadying me over his face, and then leans in and gives me the same long, slow lick I gave him. I shudder, moaning. With one hand, I clutch at one of his horns, steadying myself as he begins to make love to my pussy. I hold one of my breasts, teasing the nipple through the leather of my tunic and arching against his tongue when it hits me in just the right spot. I'm wet and slick with need, and it doesn't take long before I'm rocking against his mouth, close to my own climax. I want it to last longer, but there's no way I'm going to be able to stand it. It's too much, and I'm too turned on. I love the groans he makes as he licks me, as if I'm the best thing he's ever tasted, and I know he loves it. Hasn't he woken me up dozens of times with his mouth between my legs just because he wants to? God, I really am the luckiest woman alive. He drags a finger along the crease of my backside, one hand stealing closer, and I moan again. He loves to tease me in all the naughtiest of places, and when his finger presses against my butt, I lose it. I come against his sucking, teasing mouth, arching and crying out his name. I collapse over him, sated, a laugh rising from my throat. He rubs my buttocks, kissing the insides of my thighs and dragging his tongue over my pussy even though I've already come. "Are you good, my mate?" he asks, breathless. "Oh, yeah," I manage. "I'm amazing. I really am, too." Good. A moment later, Vectal sits up, lifting me into the air. I'm on my back, gently, in the furs a moment later, my knees pushing up to my chest. He moves over me, and I'm giggling even as he presses the hot, thick length of him into my core. "What is so funny?" he asks, sliding one of my ankles up to his big shoulder. He runs his hand up and down my leg, that possessive, delicious look in his eye. "I can't believe you're ready to go again, that's all." I smile up at him, and my smile turns into a gasp when he drives deep into me. "I will always be ready for you, my Georgie," he tells me in a ruthless growl. And then he claims the hell out of me once more. We stay out for a glorious, sex-filled week after that. The little cave in the mountains becomes the honeymoon I promised to Vectal, and there are plenty of days where we don't even leave the furs. It's a vacation, and a great one. We relax lazily, hanging out in the cave, and I share with him my memories of Earth, and he tells me stories of growing up in the tribe, which was much bigger once upon a time. There's always more to learn about my mate, and I'm looking forward to a lifetime of discoveries. Eventually, though, we need to head back. I thought I'd be a little disappointed when we start the long walk back to the home cave, but surprisingly, I'm not. It's been a wonderful, refreshing time alone together, and I feel more connected to my big burly alien than ever before. Even so, I'm excited for what the future holds for us, and I look forward to rejoining our tribe. I can't wait to see their faces again, and I know Vectal feels the same. I'm excited to go home. I'm excited to rejoin our people. And by the time we round the last bend toward the home caves, I'm practically dancing with excitement. Vectal laughs with amusement as my steps pick up. "Now you walk fast." I laugh, enjoying his teasing. Yeah, I want to see if anyone resonated while we were gone." He snorts. "I have told you, my mate, resonances are a rare thing." "Because you've never had so many hot, single ladies hanging around your cave," I tease back. "Your cooties won't know what to do with all that estrogen in the air." "Estro what?" "Girl stuff," I tell him with a wave of my hand. "I admit I'm a little anxious to get back in general. I want to make sure no one fell apart while we were gone. I worry about some of them. I think specifically of Ariana, who's the tribe's resident weeper, and Kira, who seems sad and distant all the time. And Tiffany, who had plenty to say when we were captive, but now that we're free, seems to have clammed up entirely. We all have baggage, of course. It's to be expected. But I want to be there for anyone that needs a friend or a shoulder to cry on. I'm going to be chieftess to Vectal's chief, and I want to be the best damn chieftess I can possibly be. Oh! A familiar face calls as we approach the cave. It's one of the big blue guys walking out to greet us, and I recognize Haydn by the scowl on his face. He nods at us. "Ho," Vectal replies easily. "How fares things?" He shrugs. "All is quiet." "Quiet is good," I say, smiling at him. He just stares at me. Vectal puts a possessive arm around my waist. "Who is out on the trails hunting right now?" We pause as the two men discuss herd patterns and who's out far from the cave and who's staying close by. Vectal listens to all, nodding, and eventually looks over at me. "It will be my turn to go out on the trail soon. Tomorrow. But tonight, I have one more honeymoons with my pretty mate." My face gets hot. I'm pretty sure he's using the word honeymoon in place of sex, and now he just told Haydn that we're going to go fuck. "Honeymoons?" Haydn asks, curious. "Long story," I say before Vectal can speak. I take my mate by the hand and drag him inside. "Let's go, honey, because I'm starving and I smell something good on the fire." Haydn's frown increases. "Imalo is dyeing skins over the fire." "Oh, okay, yeah, that's probably what I smell. No wonder he's looking at me like I'm crazy. If it's the cocktail I remember, the skin dye is made up of pea, brains, and some other unsavory crap all boiled into a horrific mush." I tap my nostril, determined to make this lie stick. Must be my pregnancy nose thinking it smells good. "Ah." He gives Vectal an odd look, but claps him on the shoulder. "Glad you are back, my chief." "We are glad to be back," Vectal says easily, and puts a hand at the small of my back to lead me inside the cavern that is now my home. Immediately the temperature grows warm and slightly humid. I look at the busy cavern, smiling at the sight of familiar Saqui faces and human faces too. Over by the fire, Himalo is stirring something thick and sludgy all right, and Josie's at his side helping him. In the center of the cave, Ariana is in the water with her mate Zelaya, and Nora wrings her hair out and sits on the edge, buck-ass naked, while her mate Dagesh rubs her shoulders. I see Kira carrying a basket and doing her best to ignore Ahako, who trails behind her. And off in a corner, I see Claire hanging on Beck's arm, blinking big eyes as he tells her a story. No one's falling apart. No one's a mess. Everyone looks happy. I'm so relieved. "Well, well," calls a familiar voice. "Look what the cat dragged in." Vectal immediately looks around behind us, no doubt searching for a snowcat of some kind. I just laugh and open my arms to hug Liz. "Hey, you." She gives me a hug in response, but her expression is a little guarded. Our friendship suffered a bit of a break when Rahash went into exile and I sided with Vectal. I had to. I can only imagine how dreadful things would have gotten if we'd allowed Rahash to just cart away Liz with no repercussions. Beck would have stolen Claire away next, and Ihako Kira, and then it would be a nightmare. These people think differently than we do, and even if it's not meant maliciously, it's also not fair to the girls. I think Liz gets it, or pretends to get it. Either way, she's firmly on Team Rahash, which I suppose I get. Sure enough, when I pull back from our hug, he's there nearby, arms crossed and scarred face glowering at me and Vectal. Liz gives my shoulder a punch. "Where you been, fearless leaders? Someone said you were on a mooning trip, but I thought that couldn't be right." "Oh, did you guys just get in?" I brush my hair back off my face since the humidity in the cave is making my curls stick to my skin. "We went on a honeymoon to get away, just the two of us. A little bonding time." She narrows her eyes at me. "Really?" Liz is sharp. I don't know if she's going to believe me or want to know more details. I think of the graves we left up the mountain and how I left a lot of my own grief and doubt up there with them. I asked Vectal not to mention it, but it's not entirely for the others. I want to leave that part of the past behind myself, and rehashing the fate of our 3 dead friends and their grave for each person in the tribe will be difficult. Honeymoon? Where? Liz asks. The cave we first met, Vectal says, his hand sliding to my waist, and he pulls me close. It was a good trip. Fine weather. Great company. And he grins at me, fangs flashing. Liz frowns at me again, and I wait for her to ask. Wait for her to pry into why we needed to get away so quickly after resonating. But then she just sighs. Well, now I want a romantic honeymoon, too. Eh? Rahash moves to her side, his grip tight on her arm. For a moment, he looks as if he wants to snatch her away from all of us and hoard her to himself. You want to travel out into the mountains just to mate. Do we not do that right now, female? It is called exile. She rolls her eyes. Where's your sense of romance, Rahash? This is a trip specifically for sexy times. We could play Wampa that discovers a helpless Luke in a cave, but this time, you'd get to eat me. She wiggles her eyebrows at her mate. Or we could play Gollum finds his precious. Really, the possibilities are endless. He just frowns at her. Liz sighs and looks back at me. Clearly, I need to get him on board with such an idea. Rahash's mouth flattens and he looks at Vectal accusingly, as if this is somehow my man's fault, and lets Liz lead him away. I watch them go, biting back a smile. I would say Liz runs roughshod over Rahash, but I think he's the only one that tolerates her crap and gives her back just as much. It's a surprisingly good pairing, because Liz is definitely a bit acerbic and headstrong. You look tired, my mate, Vectal says. Do I? I look over at him in surprise. I don't feel tired. It was a long trip, sure, but Oh. He's giving me a slow, wicked grin that I recognize. You did say you were leaving me tomorrow, didn't you? He nods, pulling me so close that my boobs brush against his chest. I must go out on the hunt like all the others. It is my duty. But it will make my return twice as sweet to know you and our kit are waiting for me. It's an aspect of life I'm going to have to get used to. I nod, smiling. Until then, you did mention you have time for one more honeymoon night? I do, he murmurs, gaze intent on me and a promise in his eyes. Maybe we should play Gollum and his precious then, I say, fluttering my lashes at him as I take him by the hand and lead him back toward the nook of our cave. As long as you tell me what it is, I am game. I chuckle. It involves lots of rubbing. All the best games do. Part 2. 5. Liz. We're totally going to do a honeymoon too, I tell Georgie, as I add a fresh pouch of herbal tea to my carrying pack. I love that idea. You are? Georgie seems surprised at my declaration. Sure, why not? I consider the bag of tea in my hands. I'm raiding the storage room before Rahash and I go out for our second round of exile. We came back to drop off some meat we'd hunted and some extra furs, and Rahash is talking with Vectal while I rummage through the storage room. I told my guy I was just going to get some soap, but since I'm here, I'm helping myself to a little bit of everything. I mean, if they bitch about the tea, I'll pick some leaves and replace them. But I'm part of this tribe too, and if the tea's for anyone, that means it's for me as well as everyone sitting on their asses by the fire. If Georgie has a problem with my grabbiness, she doesn't say anything. She just gives me a curious look. I'm surprised you're in such a good mood about having to leave again. Why? I take the soap she hands me and sniff it, then wrinkle my nose. We got anything that doesn't smell like a salad? My pregnancy nose doesn't like leafy smells. She picks through another bundle and holds a pink-colored bar out to me, and it smells like the soapberry pulp that's been used to make it. Better. I don't know. I just thought you'd be more upset about everything. And at me. I admit, I might have said a few choice words about everyone in the tribe once or twice, or 20. But then I woke up and realized that I'm with my guy. I'm doing what I love, and I don't have to listen to Josie natter on by the fire about how many kids she wants to have if she ever resonates. She's excited, Georgie says gently, and lonely. And talky. I lift a hand and mime a chattering puppet. But no, I'm over the anger. I don't want to spend the next 3 years, or however long it takes for this baby to bake in my belly, full of anger. Which is why a honeymoon should be awesome. We'll get some bonding time in, some sexy time, and we'll connect so deep as a couple that bitches won't be able to pry us apart ever. It'll be great, even if you guys are wrong for exiling us. She chuckles at my jab. There it is. I beam at her. You knew I had to try. So, tell me what fun shit you two did on your honeymoon. Did you see anything cool? Do anything cool? Try anything kinky? Her face tenses, and I'm surprised at her expression. She looks guilty, which is weird. Just your usual honeymoon stuff. That's a boring answer. Give me ideas, I prompt. I want to steal them to use on Rahash. We were boring. She shrugs, putting back the soap I rejected and then straightening the stack. I wish I could tell you we did a million crazy things, but we didn't. It was just the two of us, alone, and it was nice. Her smile turned sweet. It was nice to just be Vectal and Georgie and not Chief and Chief's mate. That's fine. Keep your secrets. Your kinks will eventually be common knowledge. Bullshit they will. I arch my brows at her. Were we or were we not discussing how much Nora likes to be spanked not 10 minutes ago? I mean, hello? Her face flushes red even as I slide another pouch of something into my pack. It's because they're so loud. We're quiet. But you are kinky, I tease, and her face grows even redder. It's cool. I won't tell anyone but Rahash. I close my bag and drum my hands on it. So, give me ideas. Honeymoon stuff. Come on. You could go somewhere pretty? Georgie spreads her hands helplessly. Enjoy the scenery? Enjoy the fucking scenery? It's a honeymoon, not a sightseeing tour. You suck at this, you know that? She sticks her tongue out at me. Okay, then. How about giving each other sexy baths? Do a striptease for him. Give him some tail play? Ooh. Perhaps Georgie's not as vanilla as I thought. I tap the side of my head. I like the way you think. Steal away. She glances around at the storage cave. Do you need anything else? Nah. I pat my bag, which is now bulging with supplies. I can't take too much, since we're supposed to be helping restock the caves and not cleaning them out. But I also want to send a bit of a fuck you to everyone that exiled my man. So I've taken more than I should, and I don't even care. Georgie gets to her feet, brushing off her leathers. I think I hear the men anyhow. I heft my pack onto my shoulder and head out of the supply cave with her, a calm smile on my face. It's all for show. Rahash knows that even though I say I'm fine with the exile, I'm also ridiculously protective of him in my own way, and that means letting everyone in the tribe know what dicks they are for exiling him when all he wanted was to be with me. I mean, I was the one he kidnapped. If I'm fine with it, shouldn't they be? But whatever. It just means me and Rahash get a lot of quality alone time together. There are 2 big alien men standing at the large triangular mouth of the cave, and my Rahash is easy to recognize. It's not just the one busted horn and the scars that cover one side of his face that give him a permanent scowl. It's the way he carries himself, like he's got a stick up his ass. His back is ramrod straight, and his shoulders tight and set like he wants to fight anyone and everyone. It's so fucking hot. I love that irritated little swish of his tail, the stiff way he holds himself, all of it. He turns as we approach, and his gaze locks onto me with that possessive, overbearing way he has, like he wants to snatch me up and shield me from anyone who dares look in my direction, like he wants to devour me whole, just so no one else can have me, like he wants to throw me down on the cave floor and nut all over me just so everyone knows I'm claimed. Maybe it shouldn't be so thrilling, but I fucking love that look in his eyes, like I'm his everything. Like he'd become unhinged if anyone tried to separate us ever again. Even now, I approach, and he holds his hand out to take my satchel. I offer it to him, and he glances at it, noting how heavy it is, and then tosses it over his shoulder as if it weighs nothing. His tail goes around my thigh, curling possessively, and his mouth flattens even as he pulls me closer to him. He's not good at showing affection, my Rahash, but I don't mind. I know how to read him. He's frowning because he's worried someone made me upset or that I'm wanting to stay here without him. I just ignore his surliness and put my arm around his waist. I'm ready to go whenever you are, babe. He grunts and looks at Vectal, who stands nearby. He nods and lifts a hand in farewell, then heads back inside the cave. I kind of want to slap Vectal around for being so stubborn. I want to shake him and scream in his ear about how he's hurting his best friend. But I know it's all because he has to be the unbiased chief. Rahash doesn't hold it against him. It's me that's the grudgy bitch. I'll be angry for him. But not today. Today it's sunnyish, and we're heading out for our honeymoon. I stand obediently while Rahash checks my leathers over like I'm a child that doesn't know how to dress herself. He tightens straps on my boots, tucks my leathers closer to my body, and then tugs my cape down over my face. "You get red in the wind," is all he says, voice gruff. So protective. If he knew how horny it made me, he'd get all shy and weird, so I try not to let him know just how much it cranks me up when he's fussy like this. Are you ready for our honeymoon? He straightens and offers his hand to me, his spear gripped in his other. I put my gloved fingers against his and squeeze, even as we head out of the cave and out to the muddy trail that winds away from the main dwelling of the Saqui. When we're far enough away that no one will overhear us, my grumpy mate says, "I do not see how this is different from any other hunting trip we will take together." The difference is that this one is our honeymoon, I say, emphasizing the word as if that explains everything. It's about romance and sex and learning about each other and more sex and bonding. "And this is what you talked to Shorshi about?" "Some girl stuff," I agree. I wanted romance ideas. I'm admittedly not the most romantic woman in the world, so I figured Georgie might be better at this sort of thing than me. I like her suggestions, too. Sexy bathing, sexy stripping, sexy tail play. All of that sounds fun. Rahash just grunts, stepping ahead of me and then lifting me over a muddy, iced-over puddle in the middle of the trail. "It should not be all mating." "Have you suddenly decided you're not a fan of mating, then?" I tease. "Because I seem to remember some things you were yelling out when my mouth was on your cock."
"If we want to bond, we should learn about each other through talking and sharing."
He won't look at me, and the stick is back in his ass. I would think you can learn a lot about a person by putting your tongue on their cock, but maybe that's just me. He says nothing. I peek at his face while trying not to be obvious about it, and he's definitely flushed at the base of his horns. My Rahash is shy, and it makes me want to fucking pounce on him. Actually, pretty much everything makes me want to pounce on him.
"I could learn to use your weapon,"
Rahash says, distracting me from my dirty thoughts.
"The bow. You are very skilled, and I would like to learn it. You can teach me if this is our honeymoon."
Oh, a hot rush of pleasure moves through me. He admires my archery? He wants to learn from me? This man knows just what to say to make me happy. I squeeze his bigger hand. I would love to show you, and you can teach me some hunting stuff too. He thinks for a moment.
"You already know how to do more than most of the humans. You know how to make a fire, how to lay a trap, how to track."
Rahash continues to think.
You could learn to be quiet.
I blink. The fuck did he just say? It's like he knows he messed up. He looks over at me and sees my expression, and his changes.
Not like that.
He amends with a scowl.
Though you could learn that too. I meant I could teach you how to be quieter when you are on the trail. Your feet are noisy.
I pat his arm. It's our honeymoon, and I'm going to pretend like you didn't just insult me because I love you and I know you love me. I'm sure you'll think of something awesome to teach me and we'll learn from each other. I grin up at him. And also, have lots of incredibly filthy sex because it's our honeymoon and that's what you do. His horns flush again.
6. Rahosh. I do not know how I came to be so lucky in my Hui's choice of mates. When I first saw the humans, I thought they were skinny and pale, and Lise was the loudest and stubbornest of all of them. I knew she was mine the moment I resonated, but I did not realize what that meant until I was exiled and Lise stood up for me. She tried to take on the entire tribe and make them miserable so they knew they were wrong in exiling me. Even now she fills her pack with things we do not need, just so she can silently protest. Lise is loud, yes, and pale, and skinny. But she is strong, and graceful, and lovely. She is free with her kisses, looks at me with lust in her gaze, and is utterly loyal to me and me alone. I never thought I would experience the joy of a mate in my life. I am ugly and scarred and quiet. But every day with Lise is a gift, and every time I look at her, I am filled with such a deep ache of pleasure and longing both. She has captured my withered heart into her slim hands, and I want to spend the rest of my days making her realize how precious she is to me, how much I love her, even though the human word is strange on my tongue. It means a lot to Liz. I knew she wished this honeymoon. She spoke of it yesterday after we arrived in the cave, and spoke of it again last night in our furs. A trip, but one for love and bonding between a newly mated pair. I am good at hunting, I am good at trekking, good with a spear and making weapons. I am passable with nets and fast on my feet, but I do not know how to give a mate romance. I do not know how to do more for her to show her my pleasure. I do not even know where to begin. Lise holds my hand as we walk, chatting about Georgie and the healer and the chief's kit, which Georgie will not be having for many, many moons yet. I should be listening to her, but instead I think of the conversation I had with Zenek this morning, while my mate was asleep. I sat by the fire, stitching thicker soles onto Lisa's boots, so the snows would not make her feet so cold. It was very early, but it was hard for me to sleep. We bedded down with the rest of the hunters, and while Lisa's unbothered by this, I cannot sleep next to all of them and just hold her. Not when she presses her body to mine and makes delicious little sighs as she moves closer. It is too distracting. So I worked on her boots instead, and Zenek came to the fire and crouched by me. He seemed happy, content. His neck is covered in deep blue welts, though, and I cannot help but point that out. Did something bite you? He is confused, and when I gesture at his neck, his smile changes to a slow one of satisfaction. My mate. Ah, yes, the fierce Marlene. Of all the females I have heard, she is the boldest, and she seems quite eager to lead Zenek around by his cock. He would know what to do on a honeymoon, I realize. Zenek is quiet, like me, but where I am quiet because I am awkward and ugly and a loner, Zenek is just silent in nature. That has not changed since he took a mate, I noticed. Marlene is just as content as he is to stand apart from the group. They need no one but each other. I envy that serenity. Even so, Zenek is a good one to ask. My mate wants me to give her romance on our next hunting trip, I say, feeling foolish. I shove my awl through the leather of Lisa's boot, hoping Zenek does not see how awkward I feel. I am open to ideas. His mouth curls with amusement. You are asking me how you should woo your mate? I know how to woo her, I snap. I am asking for new ideas, things to surprise her, things that humans like that I have not thought of. Zenek looks thoughtful, even as I stab the boot in my hands. I see. You ask me because Marlene is not shy about such things. When I nod, he rubs his jaw, thinking hard. The easiest thing to do is pleasure a female, but you know that. I do. I take a calmer stitch. I had no mate before Lise. I want her to be happy. And I am ugly and an outcast, and I do not know if I can keep her satisfied. I keep those terrible thoughts to myself. He considers this. Marlene likes words, he says after a time. Words? Zenek nods. Strong words. Bold words. I tell her what I am going to do to her and how, and I say these as I touch her. It makes her excited. Interesting. Do I speak to my Lise when we mate? I try to picture myself telling her, I am going to put my cock inside you now, and cannot imagine how that will arouse a female. But Zenek's mate looks well pleased. I eye him, curious because of all our tribe, Zenek is the quietest. Yet if his mate wants words, she must be happy to give those welts to him. I think about those welts on his neck as I walk with Lisa's hand in mine. Words. Bold words as I touch her. I might need to practice this. So as we walk, I think about what words I will say to Lise and how. This is harder than it sounds. We walk for most of the afternoon. Lise is stronger than a lot of the females, but her legs are shorter than mine, and I clip my strides to keep pace with her. We do not get as far as I would on my own, but when we near a hunter cave, I steer her toward it. We will stop here for the night. Finally, she says dramatically, I'm exhausted. I cover her face in my hands, noticing that her eyelids are heavy. She smiles up at me, leaning into my touch. You did not tell me you were tired, I say, my voice accusing. I didn't want to slow us down, she yawns. Lise, I say, frustrated, we are in no hurry. We will be exiled for a long time. There is no rush to go anywhere. I do not want you to walk until you are so tired that your eyes cannot stay open. I stroke her soft cheek. All my thoughts of tonight and mating with her as I describe it in great detail are gone. She is tired and needs her feet rubbed and to be tucked into warm furs by the fire. Come, I say, and lean in to press a kiss to the tip of her cold red nose. I will make a fire and warm you up. She just gives me a tired smile, her eyes soft. Idiots think it's some sort of punishment to send us away together. Big dummies. Little do they know, I love being with you like this. My heart squeezes painfully. My perfect mate. I want to clutch her to my chest and fight the world to keep her safe. I caress her cheek again and then go first into the cave to make sure that it is unoccupied. When all is well, Lise enters and then gasps. This cave is so big and warm. She frowns, confused. Why is it warm? I kneel beside the fire pit. There is a hot pool in the back of the cave. If you want to bathe, we can. Oh my God, a hot bath? Can we make this our new home? Her eyes light up with enthusiasm. I snort. The roof of the cave is low, and the floor uneven to walk upon. You would get tired of it after a few days, but it will serve well enough for tonight. Party pooper, she teases, saying human words that make no sense but still carry affection. Fine, we'll enjoy the bath tonight, and then move on in the morning then. I nod and finish making the fire, then put on a pouch of clean snow and sprinkle herbs in for her tea. Liz unrolls the bedding and makes a nest of furs for us while I am busy, but her movements are slow and lethargic, and when the bed is unrolled she flops down onto her back and closes her eyes. I move over to her and begin to take her boots off. You should sleep.
Fuck that, she says sleepily. I want a bath first.
Then come and bathe. I pull her boots off and then help her to her feet, stripping her tunic and leggings off of her slender human body. She is small and lean everywhere except her teats, which are quite large and jiggly for one her size. The sight of them always makes my breathing quick and my cock harden. She has nipples like a Sakui female, but hers are soft even when taut and such a pale pink that they astound me. I want to lick these. The words spring to my mind, but I push them back. Lise wants a bath, and then she needs to sleep. I will not push my mate, my pregnant mate, into mating, even if it is all I thought about all day long. My needs can wait. The ceiling of the cave lowers as we approach the back, and the air thickens with moisture. The pool itself is not much larger than a few handspans across, but steamy and clear, and Lise lets out a moan of sheer pleasure at the sight of it. Her hand squeezes mine.
I got soap in my bag, babe. We can wash our hair and everything.
I grunt and take her hand. You bathe, I will get your soap.
You'll join me when you come back?
She asks hopefully. As if I could stay away. I help her into the water and then go to retrieve her soap. When I return, I slide carefully into the pool next to her and then pull her into my lap. The water is not deep and I have to fold my legs to sink down to my shoulders, but there is just enough room for me to hold my mate against me. She relaxes against my body, closing her eyes and sighing with bliss.
This is now my new favorite cave.
I smile at that. There is a large heated pool for bathing at the main tribal cave, but it is also crowded, and we are exiled anyhow. Then I am glad we are here.
I'm happy to be wherever you are,
Lise says softly, tucking her head against my neck.
So far, not hating exile.
Me either. Having her with me makes this all bearable. When I first heard my fate, I thought I would end up as my father, miserable and alone. But Lise has surprised me. She has fought for me every step of the way and now wishes to be at my side constantly. Truly, I am the luckiest of males to have such a fierce, beautiful mate. I wet the soap and lift her, then rub the cake of it down her soft skin, bathing her.
You must tell me when you grow tired, though. We are in no hurry, and I will not have you wearing yourself out.
I won't slow you down, she promises me with another sleepy yawn, lifting her other arm so I can wash it. Her eyelids are so heavy that it looks as if she struggles to stay awake.
That was part of the deal, you know. I go with you, but I have to keep going up.
I grunt. I made no such deal. I just wanted my mate at my side. And she wanted a honeymoon, but now she is too tired for anything but sleeping. Even so, she makes no effort to bathe herself, letting me take care of her. Not that I mind. I run the soap over her front, gently rubbing her teats and belly, and she makes a soft noise of pleasure in her throat that sends a jolt through my cock. Not tonight, I tell it. No honeymoon this eve. My mate is too tired. Sit up, I say gently, and she leans forward. I run a few handfuls of water over her mane and then soap it, burying my fingers in the soft yellow strands. She moans, and I stiffen but do not stop what I am doing. Tired, I remind myself. She is tired. She always makes noises when she is tired.
Where are we going?
Lise asks, drowsy. I continue to work the soap through her tangled mane, making sure to get all of it clean. I know she likes her mane to smell nice, so I do my best for her. To bed.
No, I mean in general. We're going hunting, yes? Where to? Anywhere in particular?
She turns to look at me over her shoulder. I think for a moment, then rub her scalp. We are going very far into the mountains. We will work on filling some of the farther flung caches, since we must be out and others would rather stay home with their mates.
Lazy bastards.
A tired smile curls her mouth. She does not sound upset, though, just amused. I grunt. Perhaps let us rinse your mane and get you to the furs. You need to rest.
You act like I'm so fragile.
I lean in and rub my mouth against her ear. To me, you are. she shivers. Once my Lise is clean, I help her back out of the water. I would carry her to the firs, but the ceiling is so low in this cave that I cannot stand properly. I keep my hands on her hips, even so, and she shuffles toward the firs, yawning. I hate that I'm so tired for the first night of our honeymoon. I can hear the disappointment in her voice. Why? I don't know. I wanted to make this special. She rubs a drying fur on her wet mane to dry it and then tosses it aside. Once she slides her legs under the blankets, she lies down and then looks up at me. I wanted to make you think hot damn when I touched you. I quickly dry the dripping water off of my body, noticing that she watches me as I do. I slide into the furs next to her and put a hand to her waist, pulling her close. I lie on my side so she is tucked half under me and our gazes meet. Every day is special with you, my Lise. Every day is hot damn. She smiles, her arms going lazily around my neck. Do you even know what hot damn means? It means I have the most beautiful, gorgeous mate in the entire cave. It means that she is insatiable. It means that even though she has an ugly male for a mate, she makes him feel as if he is a chief in the furs. I nip lightly at her chin, her cheek, her nose, her brow, her ear. A chief in the furs, she giggles. What exactly does a chief in the furs do? Whatever he wants, I mock growl, and move lower, pressing my mouth down her smooth skin, past her prominent teats and down the slim length of her belly. A sleepy moan escapes her throat and her hands brush over my mane. I like where this is going. Do you? I lick her navel, then lower, and lower still. I lick the tuft of fur between her thighs, and when she drags her legs apart, I move between them and settle in. This is my favorite place to be, I have decided. I love to bury my mouth between my mate's thighs and lick her until she coats my tongue with her arousal, until her cunt is clenching and needy, and she claws at my mane as if she will come apart. I put my hands on her hips and take a long, slow taste, savoring her. Oh, she moans, and for once, sharp words do not fall from her lips. She is soft and open as her cunt before my tongue. Oh, baby, you're so good at that. I growl with pleasure, teasing the third nipple that peeks out from between her folds. I love when she gets breathless, when her hips buck against my mouth as if she can encourage my tongue even more. I love her whimpers of distress when I lift my mouth, and I love the way my quee hums and sings low in my chest, pleased that I am claiming my mate. Liz is breathless with need, squirming under me and digging her heels into the furs and my back as she gets closer to her climax. Inside me, she pants. Want you inside me, Rohosh. I can refuse her nothing. I move over her, claiming her mouth in a hot kiss. Her legs go around my hips, and I fit my cock at the entrance to her core and then push deep. She moans into my mouth, and I start a slow, steady pace, thrusting into her with languid, teasing movements. I take her slow and gentle, kissing her soft mouth with every thrust, even if it means I must hunch my back to make our bodies line up. She comes quickly, her cunt clenching hard around me, and a little gasp escapes her even as her body tightens, squeezing me. When I release inside her, it is with a growl, and we slowly come down, our bodies twined together. For a long moment we do nothing but breathe, content to lie in a tangle of limbs. So far, I like this honeymoon, I tell my mate in a low voice. Lise snores, already asleep. I bite back a smirk of amusement and press a kiss to my mate's brow. Humans, so fragile and easily tired even when they say they are not. The next day, as we hike through one of the snowy valleys, my thoughts are full of Lise and her honeymoon ideas. Last night she was too tired for play, but tonight I vow that we will make camp early. Perhaps tonight I will tell her about my cock as I put it inside her. I want this honeymoon thing to be good for her. I want her to be pleased she is my mate. I think I see someone up ahead, Lise says, shielding her eyes. Eh? Startled, and a little annoyed I was too distracted to notice first, I look up and spot a familiar shape. It is indeed a hunter, heading back to the main tribal cave. He has heavy packs on his shoulders, and I study the horns, trying to decipher who it is. Then I bite back a groan of dismay as I realize it is Vaza. Vaza is one of the elders in the tribe, a widower whose mate died long ago. Normally, Vaza is easygoing, but since the human females arrived, he has been irritating in his eagerness to show what a good provider he is. He wants a human female for himself, and I know he is lonely. It still irritates me. It irritates me even more because now we are going to have to talk to him, and he is going to stare too hard at my Lise. I eye his distant form, wondering if it is too late for us to hide, when Vaza raises a hand in the air and waves. "Ho!" Lise looks over at me, and there is far too much amusement in her gaze. "Hey, buddy," she calls cheerily, and then pokes my side. "Smile." "Why? It is Vaza." She snorts. "Be nice." "I am always nice," I grit out as he jogs toward us. Vaza beams a smile at us as he approaches, then claps his hands together as if so very pleased to see us. "What a joy to see the two of you out here." "Right?" Liz murmurs. "So surprising. How are you, Vaza?" "Very hearty." He claps a hand on his stomach, then slaps his arms as if to show off his muscles. "I am bringing back much fresh meat for our fragile new females." "Oh, boy," Liz says, and I can hear the slight souring in her tone. "Aren't you just the biggest chauvinist?" "A what?" "A hero," she amends sweetly. "You must not know that word yet." He grins and taps his tongue. "It is because the human language is so ridiculous." "So very." I bite the inside of my cheek because I recognize Liz's accommodating tone. It is a very dangerous tone indeed, and Vaza does not realize it. We head out to the far reaches, I say, and put my arm around Liz's shoulders, squeezing. If I must be polite, she must be too. "Freshly mated and off to the far reaches." Vaza rubs his hands and looks so pleased you would think he was the one who was freshly mated. "You will be very alone out there." "Of course, that might be exactly what you wish." And he gives me a knowing look. "Gosh, you know what? I think I'm going to go see what's up ahead on that rise," Lise says, sliding out of my grasp. "You should stay close," Vaza adds with a frown. "Humans are fragile, and this one's about to puke." She smiles tightly at both of us. "Baby stuff, you know?" She walks away and makes a face behind his back and a throat-cutting motion. I know what that means. End the conversation. Vaza gives me a knowing look. "Fragile." "Yes, well, we cannot stay to talk for too long," I begin lamely. "Because you wish to spend an early evening with your mate?" He grins, utterly pleased. "I understand this. It is a wonderful feeling, a fresh resonance, and an eager mate." He leans in close. "Do you need advice?" "Advice? On how to please a mate? I have much experience in the furs. I can share what I know." He taps his chest. "This elder has seen much in his day." Oh. I hesitate because I am not sure if Vaza is the one I wish to ask for such things. Yet he is here and he is offering, and more than anything, I want to make my Lise wild with need. I want to surprise her, I admit, thinking of the bow lessons she has promised to give me. To do something special, just for her. "Ah," he rubs his hands again and looks thrilled. "I know how to do that." "You do?" "Yes. You surprise them in the furs. Do things they do not expect." He leans in close, grinning. "A finger in the hole, a bit of tail play, that sort of thing." "Finger in the hole?" I echo. "Which hole?" "The last one." I stare at him in surprise. They like that? Vaza shrugs. I do. Is this an entirely different area I have not considered, then? I think of my Lise and how she put her mouth all over my cock in ways that stunned me. Before she did that, it did not occur to me that females would do such things to their males. It stands to reason that perhaps she would like a finger in her back hole. I will think on this. He claps my shoulder. Trust me, your mate will be beside herself with excitement. Perhaps so. I grunt acknowledgement, but even as I mull Vaza's advice, I feel terrible. Are there entire areas of my mate I have not pleasured simply because it did not occur to me? Am I lacking as a partner? The thought is hard to stomach.
7. Liz. The cave we stop at that evening is in a lovely little valley with a sea of sashram trees nearby and a burbling hot stream not too far away. It's perfect. The cave is large and full of supplies, and while it doesn't have the hot tub that the other one did, it's comfortable. We could stay here for a few days, I tell Rahash excitedly. Maybe start your bow lessons? He grunts and picks up a few fallen tree branches to use as firewood, not commenting. He's been like this all afternoon, and at first I just thought it was him and his usual taciturn self. But whenever I ask him questions, I get monosyllabic responses or no response at all, and that's wearing thin. I put my hands on my hips and study him as he picks up another branch and shakes the snow off. Did something crawl up your ass? Rahash looks surprised and turns as if looking at the back of his pants. His tail flicks over his backside. No. I meant that you're in a bad mood. Is something wrong? Nothing. His answer makes me grit my teeth in frustration. Aren't we too early in our relationship for this passive-aggressive bullshit? It's not like Rahash. If he's unhappy with something, he's quick to let me know it. He wouldn't just stew on it to force me to pry it out of him. Therefore, it must be something that's truly bothering him that he doesn't want to share. I can tell it's something. I move forward and lightly stroke his arm. We're mates, aren't we? You need to talk to me. Tell me what's on your mind. Rahash doesn't look me in the eye. He doesn't pull away either, and after a long moment he admits, I am thinking of pleasuring you. The base of his horns flushes a deep blue. He's thinking about sex? Aw, why does that make my insides all gooey and warm? Nothing wrong with that, I tease, leaning forward and lightly nipping at his bare bicep with my teeth. I think about it a lot, too. So when do we stop for the evening so we can turn our thoughts into deeds? The look he gives me is full of a mixture of emotions. Relief that I'm not teasing him, need, and amusement. Whenever you like. I vote the next cave we run across is our evening stop. I don't care how early it is. We need our strength for our honeymoon. And I give him the least subtle wink ever. Rahash snorts, sounding more like himself. He puts a big hand on my shoulder, his thumb rubbing over my layers of clothing as if he can touch the skin underneath. There is a cave not too far from here. Not over the next ridge, but the one after that. So maybe an hour of walking? I can deal with that. I stick my hand out, hoping he'll take it in his, and I'm pleased when he does. Let's just hope Vaza doesn't turn around and decide to hang out with us. If he does, he will find my boot on his backside. Rahash growls. Damn, that is sexy. I love it when he gets all possessive. We're both quiet as we make our way to the cave. I am dying to know exactly what Rahash was thinking about sex-wise, but he still gets incredibly shy and awkward around me. The big virgin, well, no longer, so I have to be careful not to make him feel uncomfortable. It's a rather silent walk, but his cootie hums and purrs low, telling me that he's thinking about sex, which makes me think about sex too, and my cootie revs up. Strangely enough, the lack of conversation between us is almost erotic, as if we're holding everything back so we can explode our hormones all over the cave once we get there. By the time we arrive, I'm practically squirming with need, as if the journey itself was a strange form of foreplay. I wait as Rahash inspects the cave to ensure no visitors have arrived, then he calls my name. When I enter, he's making a fire in the fire pit, crumbling one of the poo cakes that are used for fuel. "I'll take care of making the bed," I tell him. "You finish that, and then wash your hands." He grunts acknowledgement, and then we both get to work. I finish before he does, of course, so I poke around, digging through the baskets of supplies as if they interest me, and trying not to watch him too closely. Of course, that's an impossible task, because I want to follow every one of his movements, right down to the graceful way that he washes his hands with water from one of our skins, and then soaps them up, then rinses them at the front of the cave. I never thought hands were sexy, but the way he slides his fingers over his palms in that briskly efficient way, it's better than porn by a long shot. Rahash turns around, and he must notice the look in my eyes, because he stalks toward me, all predator, and I get to my feet, full of need and yearning. He pulls me against him, his hands going to my hair, and then he tilts my head back and gives me the sexiest, deepest kiss ever. His mouth moves over mine, hot and claiming, and I moan with need even as he tears my outer layers off of me. "Naked," he says between breathless kisses. "Need you naked." Oh, God. I absolutely want to be naked. I let him work the laces on my tunic even as I touch him all over, teasing my hands up and down his hard stomach and flat pectorals. I graze over the plated spots with my fingers, learning them as he tugs at my clothing, and when he grunts, I obediently lift my arms so he can pull my leathers over my head. Then I'm wearing nothing but a breastband, leggings, and boots, and I drop to the floor to take care of the footwear. He groans, still looming over me as his tail skims up my spine, as if he has to touch me now, and I love that light caress. I finally kick my boots off and then reach for his, undoing the cords that crisscross up and down his muscular legs. Even here, he's fine as fuck. Who would have thought that man calves were hot? But I want to lick them as I pull his leathers off. God, I am so horny. "Hurry up so I can make you come," he growls. Like I need any encouragement. I slide my hand up his thigh, heading for his loincloth, and he bats my hand away in the sexiest fucking move, and then moves low, pushing me back onto the furs with a hand on my shoulder. He practically rips my pants off and pushes my thighs apart, as if they needed urging, and then dives between my legs. I make a choked sound of pleasure as his hot, textured tongue finds my clit, and he begins to lap at it, looking for the rhythm that will make me shiver and come. He teases my folds, moving up and down and licking me everywhere before returning to my clit and nuzzling. His hands grip my thighs tight, and I can feel his tail sliding around one of my ankles, tightening, and even that turns me on. "Rahash," I moan, burying my fingers in his thick hair. "Let me—" "No," he growls against my skin and swipes his tongue over my clit almost angrily. "I have waited all day for this. This is mine." I shudder. Like I can argue with that. I squirm as his tongue grows more determined, more invasive, and the heat in my body ramps up. I want him to stop. I want him to keep going forever. I want him to lick me fast, then slow. I want all of him. And when he thrusts a finger deep inside my core, I arch and press against his mouth like I'm dying. Sometimes I think I must be easy to please. That because I've never had a ton of great experiences with oral pre-Rahash, that's the reason why I explode like the 4th of July the moment he gets to work. Or maybe it's the ridged tongue. Maybe it's his eagerness and the clear pleasure he gets out of licking all of my most secret parts. Whatever it is, it never fails to make me spontaneously combust into a climax so hard that my entire body quakes with the response, and I can feel my pussy clenching around his finger, as if desperately trying to trap him inside me. All the while, my amazing mate licks and sucks and teases as if it's his life goal to get me off. He continues to work my clit even after I climax, sweeping his ridged tongue around the sides of the sensitive bud and forcing me toward yet another orgasm. His finger pumps into me again and then teases at the entrance to my core, toying with my juices. "Oh, Rahash," I say, loud and breathless and full of need. I love how he uses his mouth. Another moan builds in my throat. My moan turns into a screech of shock as he takes his finger, that glorious, wonderful finger, and pushes it into my butt. The party train stops and the orgasm I was chasing dies a quick death. I clamp my legs shut with a yelp, accidentally slamming them around his ears. He groans and quickly moves backward, even as I skitter away on the blanket, shocked. "What the fuck was that?" I cry out, shocked. I mean, I'm not totally averse to butt play, but warn a girl first. It's one of those things I have to be coaxed into doing. And I'm sure not a fan of a surprise unlubed finger in my no-no places. You never go backdoor without permission first. He rubs a hand over his ear, scowling. His eyes are so bright they look furious, and he stares at me for a long moment, panting. He's still flushed from going down on me, his horns deep blue at the base, and when he sits up, I can see his cock is hard as a rock, gleaming with wetness on the tip. His shoulders are stiff with anger, though, and his mouth flattens as he stares at me. I stare back because what the fuck? I wait for him to say something, but he remains quiet. Our stare-down continues a moment longer, and then Rahash gets to his feet and storms away to the back of the cave, where all the supplies are kept. He's mad. That much is obvious. I recognize that angry twitch in his tail and the ramrod-straight way he holds his shoulders. Good. I'm mad, too. I know we're still new to being mated, but damn, warn a girl before you go into her butthole. I rub my backside, still shocked at what just happened. That totally isn't like Rahash to try something like that. Man, he is acting so weird lately. I'm actually a little worried. He's acting strange, and it's like something's bothering him, and that concerns me. I get to my feet and head after him when he doesn't come back right away. When I get into the next chamber, it's dark without the fire going, but I can see that Rahash is kneeling on the floor, unrolling several of the furs. "What are you doing?" He doesn't look over at me. "Unrolling furs so I can sleep in here." Sleep in here? Without me? I sputter, "We're not going to talk about this? You're just going to get pissy and retreat in here without bothering to tell me why you thought shoving your knuckle into my ass was a good call?" I didn't think it was possible, but his shoulders get even stiffer. His tail slaps the ground angrily. He doesn't look at me, just continues to unroll the furs with jerky, angry motions. "Well," I prompt, "you might not want to talk, but this isn't like you and it worries me, so I'm going to just guess. Stop me if I hit on the right topic." I cross my arms and study his back. "You stuck a finger up my butt because you got lost, right?" Rahash says nothing, simply ignores me. "You thought if you reached hard enough you could pull a tail out of there and we'd match?" His tail flicks, even though he's doing his damnedest to ignore me. "You're on your hunter version of your period, which means you're hella moody. Or your midichlorian count is low and now you'll never be a Jedi," I add, throwing in a Star Wars joke for good measure. He clenches his jaw and looks over his shoulder at me. "Stop. Just leave it be." I move forward and grab his horn, the one that's not twisted into a stump that lies unevenly against his head. I give it a yank. "I'm not going to stop you, big dummy, because I love you and I want to know what's eating you. We're going to talk about this." I keep tugging on his horn, tilting his head back so he's forced to look at me, and he just closes his eyes. After a long, stubborn moment, he sighs and brushes my hand away.
I wanted to pleasure you.
His voice is gruff, tight. That makes my heart squeeze, and I put a hand on his shoulder. You do pleasure me, every time we're in bed together. Rahash shakes his head, dismissing my words.
It has to be more. I must be more. You need a good mate, a worthy one. I know I am not kind or easy to live with. I know I am not attractive, and now I am in exile. I do not want you to feel as if your queen has chosen poorly. I must do more to please you and keep you satisfied.
Oh, my poor, sweet alien. My heart aches for him. I drop to my knees behind him and wrap my arms around his chest, setting my cheek against his broad back and letting my breasts press against his skin. How can you think that? I ask softly, stroking my hands up and down his skin. He says nothing for a long moment, sagging against my touch. Then finally he admits,
My father.
Say no more, I murmur. I realize what this is about. The cootie makes sure we make a baby together, but not everyone's thrilled at a mating. I remember Rahash's stories of how his mother hated his father and how miserable they both were. He probably thinks he has to be some amazing god in bed, like he's not already, in order to keep me satisfied. I guess that's why he's getting all weird on me. He worries he's not enough. Just that sweetness makes me so happy. No man has ever worked so hard to make sure that I'm content in a relationship. It means so much to him that I'm his mate, that I'm at his side. For the first time, he's envied by others because he has a human mate. He's envied for his relationship, for his future, and even though he's exiled, I know most of the other single men in the tribe would happily trade places with him if it meant getting a woman of their own. But my poor Rahash just thinks he's going to lose me. Maybe I should be frustrated with him, but I'm just filled with so much love for the big alien man. I stroke my hand up and down his chest, loving how he leans into my touch. His head tilts back, and I carefully angle my face so he doesn't stab me with his horn, and then lean in and kiss the side of his neck. I love his groan of response and the way his body shudders. I love you, I whisper to him. I love all of you. I love looking at you. I love your scars and your unique horns. I love your scowl. I love that stiff way you hold yourself. I even love when you thump your tail all angry and pissy.
Lies,
he says, the word thick on his lips. His tail thumps hard again, and I realize I'm straddling it, and it's trapped between my thighs. I don't move, though. I just let him realize I have him, and I continue to kiss and pet his beautiful blue-gray skin. Truth, I say back. Why would I lie? I love your scars. I lift one hand and trace along one of the more prominent ones. They tell a story. Not a bad one, just a story about who you are and what you've overcome. They make you different from the others. And I don't know if you noticed, but I like different. I lean in and lightly bite at his earlobe. His breath catches when my teeth graze over his ear. I let my hand slide lower, playing along his hard abdomen and teasing at the ridges there. I'm so fascinated with petting and stroking him that I almost miss his softly murmured words.
I was not sure if I could keep a human happy. I have never had a mate of any kind, or a family. I asked others how I can please you.
Okay, well, some freak told him that a surprise exploration of my backside must have been the ticket. I suppose it's karma getting me back for me telling Ihako that he needed to make Kira a dildo as a courting present. Even so, I'm still touched that Rahash has been soliciting advice. It explains some of the furtive conversations he's had that he didn't want to tell me about, and why he's been so lost in his thoughts. You've really been asking everyone in the tribe how to please me?
Some offer it without asking,
he admits, caressing my hand as I scratch my nails lightly over his hard pectorals.
You feel good pressed against me. I smile, nibbling his ear again. That's because I love to touch you. I want to make you feel as good as you make me feel. I lock my arm around his neck and lean into his ear. Now, hold still while I stick my finger up your butt. He stiffens. That tail thrashes between my thighs again. I giggle. I'm not going to do that. I'm just teasing you. And for the future, I would be down with butt play as long as I know to expect it and all body parts are properly oiled up. Got it? Rahash nods. And maybe don't listen to whoever told you to do that. I nip at his ear again. If you want to try new things in bed, maybe run them past me first. I'll tell you if they're a good idea or not. Very well. He pauses for a moment, enjoying my touch, then admits, Are you displeased with how I pleasure you? Never. I lick the cords of his throat, and I love how he jerks against me ever so slightly. I was just thinking to myself how amazing you were. I mean it when I say you make me crazy, and I'd never want another, ever. He doesn't smile, but he takes my hand in his larger one and laces his fingers through mine, covering his heart. I can feel the low, satisfied hum of his qui, the song different now that we've fulfilled resonance. So, what else did others recommend you try in bed? I ask, curious. Tail play. I wish I could see his forehead to see if he's blushing or not. Tail play, huh? That could be exciting. I think of the tail already trapped between my thighs. It wouldn't take much for me to sink down on it and let it rub me in all the naughtiest of places. Tell me more. I guess it is using my tail on you. After a moment, he adds, in the furs. I bite back a giggle, as if there were any question why he'd do that. I might be into that, I tell him, and ease down, spreading my thighs wider. It means I'm no longer able to reach his ear to nibble on him from behind. Instead, I slide up against him and press my stomach to his back, and my pussy, already slick with heat, grips his tail as I move against him. Ooh, I definitely like this idea. Rahash groans, the sound low in the cavern, and I feel his tail press up against me. It twitches as if trying to thump, but I just rub up and down against him instead. I slide my hands lower and grip his cock from behind. He's still hard and aching, and when I stroke him, pre-cum soaks my hand. You know what I like? I tell him, pressing a kiss to his back. What? His voice is hoarse. Dirty talk. I let the fingers of one hand skate up and down the length of him as I grip the base of his cock with my other hand. Filthy words. I can feel him panting. Filthy words? Yes. I flick my tongue against his back even as I rock my hips, rubbing up and down on his tail and letting it graze my clit. Ooh, God. I don't know if this is what people had in mind when they said tail play, but I know I'm liking it. He's thick at the base of his tail, and it's like riding his cock and letting it glide through my folds without ever penetrating me. Fuck, it's dirty and hot, and I'm definitely a fan. Like, you tell me how you want to take this big fat cock and stuff it into my mouth. I stroke his length, then squeeze lightly. How you'd want to push it so far into my mouth that you'd hit the back of my throat. How you'd watch as you feed it between my lips, and how it's so big and thick that it makes me have to stretch my mouth open wide just to take it all. His loud groan echoes around us. One big hand covers mine, and then he's using my hand to jerk off, even as I ride the base of his tail, rocking against him. A few seconds later, the breath hisses between his teeth, and then I feel his hot release splash over my fingers. I keep stroking, squeezing lightly to try and wring every ounce of pleasure out of his climax that I can. I love that he just came so hard. I grind down against his tail, and my pussy clenches on nothing.
I didn't come again, but that's okay. I have no doubt that won't be the case for long. Rahash sags against me, his head falling back as he takes a deep breath. He shudders and then lifts his hand from where he's covering mine. I came on your hands. I noticed. I press a kiss to his back again. I liked it. It was dirty and hot, and I liked watching you lose control. I love watching you come. Laughter rumbles in his chest. I love watching you come as well. He moves forward, the motion making his tail slick through my folds, and I suck in a breath. Mama-like. But then Rahash is wiping my fingers free of his release with a soft fur and tending to himself. I remain where I am, drowsy with contentment, my cheek pressed against his broad, rippling back. I love you. I love you as well, my Liz. You know what I love best, though? What is that? I love that I can be me around you. I love you for who you are. I don't want you to be anyone but Rahash, my Rahash. You can be as grumpy as you want, because I know I can be a pain in the ass. I ignore his snort and continue, because I'm having a sappy moment, damn it. I know I can go on far too long about Star Wars, and I've never met a cuss word I didn't like, and I know I can be bossy. But I feel like that's all okay with you, and I love that. I don't have to try to be someone else. I snuggle up against him from behind, pleased. And I'm not alone. You have no idea how alone I felt for so long. He wraps his arms around mine, as if hugging me in that small way. I no longer feel alone either. It is the best feeling. Thank you, my mate. You know you have my heart. You have mine too, I tell him, and then add, but not my butthole. That's off limits without prior discussion. He snorts with amusement.
8. Rahash. Lise sleeps next to me, curled up. Her bottom is pressed against my groin and my tail is between her legs, the tufted end gripped in her hand. Her head is propped up on my upper arm and her mouth is open, which means she is drooling a small river, but I do not wake her. Instead, I pull her closer to me and press my mouth to her pale shoulder. My fierce, determined mate. When I felt foolish, she did not let me retreat. She will not let us walk away from each other in anger, but keeps talking until I must acknowledge why I am angry or upset. When I first met Lise, I thought she would never cease her endless conversations, and it annoyed me. Now I am glad for it. I kiss her skin again, thinking of all the bold things she said to me as she sat and rode my tail and stroked my cock from behind. I worried I would not be interesting enough for her. Now I am starting to think there is no one that can keep up with her wild, creative mind, and that pleases me. She can be the bold one. I will be the rock, the protector, the shield. She can be the arrow, launching itself forward. I will be the bow, the brace, the stability that the arrow needs to speed ahead. In this we are a good pair. Lise smacks her lips and rolls onto her belly, releasing my numb, drool-covered arm and presenting me with her backside. I ease out of bed, though I am reluctant to leave her side. I want to curl up in the furs with her forever, but that will not stoke the fire or make warm tea for my frequently cold, thin-skinned female who needs heat. It will not put food in our bellies, and so I get up and tend to the fire, putting on a pouch of fresh snow to melt and heating cubes of frozen meat on a skewer until they sizzle and blacken at the edges, the way Liz likes them. She does not mind raw, but her favorite is the crispy bits, so I make sure she has the best bites of food. Once it is all ready and prepared, I pour a cup of tea, put the food in a bowl, and approach my mate where she is still curled in the furs of the storage area. She did not leave my side after I retreated last night, and we spent the nighttime hours mating with all the feverish intensity of first resonance. I move quietly into the storage area and then crouch by her side. I flick my tail against her hand to wake her, and she blinks up at me with a sleepy expression. I made you food. I set it down next to her and wait, feeling awkward. She is beaming up at me as if I am all good things in the world, and it is pleasurable. I do not know how to handle that. Breakfast in bed? This honeymoon's just getting better and better, Liz says, sitting up and taking the bowl. Ooh, and you crisped my meat. You are so getting laid again. I snort, amused at her words. There is a thick snowstorm today. You cannot see past your hand. She nibbles on a chunk of meat with her small teeth. So, does that mean no travel for you and me today? I reach over and touch a lock of her soft yellow mane. We stay here this day. Perhaps we will stay in the firs by the fire, and you can tell me all about a star war. Liz giggles. Oh my God, you are so cute. The base of my horns grows hot. I am a hunter. We are not cute. We are strong, brave, fearless. I pause as she lifts her small foot into the air. What are you doing? Can you rub my foot? It's cold, and your hands are warm. I take her foot and begin to rub it, caressing the small, whitish pink toes and kneading the sole. As I was saying, she closes her eyes and shakes her head. This is awesome, just like this. You can rub my feet, I'll eat in bed, and it'll be the best honeymoon ever. It is already the best of honeymoon ever, because I am here with you, I admit to her. I am thankful you are my mate and no one else's. Liz grins at me, wiggling her other foot into the air, and I hold them both, massaging as she pops another piece of meat into her mouth. I was going to give you bow lessons, though. I guess we can't do that while it's a blizzard outside. Are you disappointed? You're not getting much out of this honeymoon, and here I'm getting a massage and breakfast in bed. She props her arm behind her head and looks up at me. Is there something you want to do? Other than drag her into the firs and rut into her like a wild beast? But Liz is always as eager for playing in the firs as I am. She means something else. I think in silence as I rub her feet, considering. Are there certain things that are done while honeymoon? Her lips twitch as if she wants to laugh again. Most people go on a trip and do sightseeing. They look at old places, visit ruins, or just hang out at the beach and swim. I consider this. I guess we can go to the beach, but I do not think you will like it. It is on the far side of the mountains, in the opposite direction of where we are headed, and you cannot swim. These pink toes will freeze. And I nip at one, because I like seeing her eyes light up. I will pass on the frozen beach, thank you. Liz eats another piece of meat and gives me a hot look that tells me she is not thinking about beaches much at all. It's bonding time. What do you want to do? What would make this special for you? Something you wouldn't want to do with anyone else. Immediately, an idea springs to mind. I almost discard it because it feels too open, too vulnerable. But she is looking at me with eager eyes, and I can refuse her nothing. I would, I say carefully, like to go fishing. Fishing? She gives me a look of confusion. We've fished before, Rahash. I shake my head. There is a place my father used to take me back when he was alive. I remember that spot, and I would sit on the banks of the shore with him, and we would wait for the fish to creep close. And we would just talk. It is my best memory I have with my father. Her expression grows soft. Then, of course, we'll do that. I'd love to. Do you know how to get to the place? I do. I have passed it many times since my father's death, but I never approached. I never wanted to, because I wanted to keep those memories as they were. I wanted to see the place in my mind's eye, as a kid holding my father's hand as we headed toward the lake with nets and fishing poles. But I want to share this with Liz. I want to make new memories with her. I am tired of living in the past. I can't wait, she says, and puts her bowl aside, licking her lips. I offer her the cup, but she shakes her head. Not thirsty. Okay, so we'll go fishing once the weather clears up, yes? Not today, I agree. Today is a day for staying in the firs. I'm glad you said that, my mate tells me, breathless, because I'm totally thinking about sex right now. Raw, raunchy sex with you on top of me and my ankles on your shoulders. Now I am thinking of this too. I stop massaging her feet and place them on my shoulders, even as I move into the firs to join her. I think that is a fine idea. It snows for 2 days straight, and I spend those days curled up in the firs with my mate. We mate. We play foolish word games. We discuss names for our kit. We talk of others in the tribe and who we think will resonate next. Sometimes we talk of nothing more than the weather, and even that is enjoyable. I like sharing everything with Liz, and I have never shared so much with another person before. Vectal is as a brother to me, and yet there are things I have never confessed to him that I readily tell my mate, because I feel safe in telling her even the smallest of things. I am almost sad when the snows let up and the suns peek out from the thick cloud cover, because it means we must move on once more. "Fishing day," Liz announces happily as we pack. Her excitement makes me less sad. With her all things are enjoyable, and when we leave the cave behind it is hand in hand, talking of the best kinds of birds to eat and what herbs to use when stuffing the cavity before roasting it. Silly things, but I just like hearing Liz talk. It takes maybe half a day of walking off of the familiar path before I see a familiar mountain peak and a familiar purple-edged rock cliff. We are close. I hold Liz's hand tightly as we head into the valley, and nestled among the cliffs I can see the lake. Warm water bubbles out of the rocky cliffs above and trickles down to the surface, but because it is so cold, it freezes before it makes it into the pond. The result is a glassy cascade of frozen strands that tumble down the rocks in a frozen waterfall to the tepid lake below. The edges of it are crusted with ice, but the interior is warm, and near the frozen waterfall itself, I spy my father's favorite perch. "It's all so pretty," Liz breathes, clapping her gloved hands. "I'm glad we came here." I point to the small overhang of rock. My father and I would sit there. This is not a good lake for spearfishing, because the ice on the edges will not hold weight. So we would use something called a pole and put a bit of meat on a barb to trap the fish into biting. Why are you looking at me like that? I scowl down at her because as I speak, a mischievous grin crosses her face. She reaches up as high as she can and taps my chin. "You are so cute. Humans fish with poles too, silly." "Do they?" I grunt. Perhaps you are not as primitive as I thought." I keep my voice gruff and love when she makes an outraged squawk. "We are not primitive," says the people that burn their perfectly good meat. Liz laughs and gives me a hard nudge. "You suck." I smirk at her. "Come, let us climb up and claim our seat." I remember scaling the steep, icy cliffs as a young kit, and the ease my father climbed with. It is different with my human mate at my side, though. She does not have the size I do, and her hands are covered to protect them from the cold, so she cannot grip as she should. My heart thunders in my chest when she slips once, and I decide that I will carry her down. My hands go to her waist to help her to the top, but she slaps my grip away. "I can do it. I'm not fragile, Rahosh." She thinks she is not fragile. I snort and keep my hands on her anyway. Up at the top of the ridge, Liz puts her hands on her hips and draws a deep breath. "Wow, this is beautiful. I love the view." I keep my hand on her arm and my tail wrapped around her leg. "Do not lean so close to the edge." "You'll catch me," she says, and leans over the lip of the cliff. "Wow, we're right above the water." I pull her backward gently. "Sit. Let us prepare our fishing poles." She sits obediently, and I move closer to her than I probably should, and I keep my tail latched tightly to her leg, just in case. We are higher up than I remember as a kit, or perhaps I am just worrying about Liz and the kit in her belly. Either way, I will not get comfortable this day. Even so, it soothes my spirit to be here with her. She watches as I tie a long length of sinewed cord to one end of my spear and tie a bone hook on the other. Liz takes the hook and baits it with ease, making sure to work the barbs through the meat so it will not fall off once it hits the water, and it shows me she has done this before. "I used to go hunting with my dad," she says, when I glance over at her, "and sometimes fishing, though we mostly just caught turtles or snakes instead of actual fish. Do we need a weight of some kind attached to the line?" I toss the hunk of meat down into the water below, and sure enough, it bobs on the surface and does not go further. We can use a rock. It is not a bad idea, and I am pleased she is so clever. You are smart, Liz. Nah, just something I remember from before. We adjust the lines with weights, tying a small oblong stone near the bait on the line to keep it under the water, and then drop one line into the water. I hand the pole to Liz while I work on my own. I watch her as I work on the line, the easy happiness in her face. I think of the other human females and try to imagine them out here with their mates, and I cannot picture it. They do not like the wild. They would not be thrilled to be exiled with me. Truly, I am the luckiest to have Liz. She is perfect in every way. "You're watching me," she says, gazing down at the water. I am thinking how happy I am, I admit. Liz glances over at me, and a shy smile curves her mouth. "Me too. This place is perfect. And you're awesome. I didn't think I could be so happy on an ice planet like this, but it's amazing, and I can't imagine being anywhere else. I'm looking forward to the rest of our lives together." Her hand brushes over her stomach, and I know she is thinking of our kit. Impulsively, I lean over and kiss the top of her head, then hold her closer to me, pulling her into my lap. I have a sudden vision of one of the large fish biting down and then pulling my mate off the ledge and into the water. "Perhaps we will fish together." She chuckles. "All right, if you want." I do. I settle her on my thighs as she holds the pole. "You can tell me another Star War." "There's only one," Liz says, exasperated, "and I've told it to you already." "But you love it, so tell me again." Her eyes flare with pleasure as she glances back at me. "You want to hear it again? Really?" "I like the things you like," I tell her simply, and hold her tight. "All right," Liz says, leaning back against my chest. Her head fits just under my chin. Perfect, really. A long time ago, there was this guy named Anakin, and he was the chosen one.
Part 3. 9. Kira. I wake up to the sensation of the baby kicking my bladder. With a grimace, I get out of my warm bed next to my sleeping mate and make my way out to the designated bathroom area for the South Cave. The setup here isn't as nice as the main tribal cave, but we make do. It doesn't bother me most times, just when I have to wake up in the middle of the night to pee. Which happens a lot more lately, come to think of it. My toes curl on the cold stone floor, and I get my business done as quickly as possible, then pour a bit of water into a bowl used for washing hands. It's cold this time of night, and the water is turning into icy sludge, so I'm shivering by the time I make it back to the cave I share with Ihako. We had chamber pots in the cave for a while, but the concept makes my stomach turn, and with being pregnant, I can't have one in the living area. I just can't. I'll endure cold feet. And so will my mate, I think impishly, as I slide back under the covers and immediately stick my cold feet on him. Ihako groans and immediately grabs me, tucking me against his bigger body. Cruel female. Don't you want to warm my toes for me? I tease, snuggling up against him. Ihako is massive, bigger than a lot of the other Sakui, who aren't a small people. I have to be the little spoon every time, but he's a sprawler, and sometimes I wake up with him stealing all the blankets in his sleep. So he gets to warm my cold feet. Those are the rules. He tucks me against him, brushing a hand on one of my cold feet as I curl it against his thigh and lie on my side once more. He tucks his arm around my waist, his lips against the top of my head. The baby kicks again, this time doing an impressive kick instead of a slight flutter. I suck in a breath, surprised at the ferocity of it. Ihako loses all of his drowsiness. He immediately stiffens against me, his hand splaying over my belly. "Are you well?" "I'm fine," I promise him. "It was just a kick." "But you drew in breath. Does it hurt?" "It was just surprising. That's all. Go back to sleep." I cover his hand with mine and close my eyes, pretending to go back to sleep myself. All the while, the baby in my stomach has decided that it is most definitely not sleep time. It flips and kicks and moves around, and I can feel the tension brimming in Ihako's big body. He doesn't go back to sleep. I know he doesn't because I know him, and so I wait. It doesn't take long. "Kira." "Hmm?" "Are you asleep, my mate?" His lips brush over my hair, pressing a kiss there. The baby kicks again, and even though I just peed, it feels like I need to get up again. I knew being pregnant wouldn't be a barrel of fun, but sometimes I wish this kid would pick somewhere to sit other than my bladder. I'm awake. "Do you think the kit is well?" His hand caresses my belly, and I can hear the worry in his tone. My heart squeezes. My Ihako is always so laughing and carefree, so easily confident. Yet lately, as my belly grows, so does the worry in his eyes. This isn't the first night he's been unable to go back to sleep, and I suspect it won't be the last. He's not going to sleep well until I have this baby, and that's months and months and months away from now. I'm sure it's fine. Go back to sleep, love. "But it is very active tonight." Sometimes it does that. His hand slides over my belly. "What if it is trying to get our attention? What if something is wrong?" "Nothing's wrong," I reassure him. He doesn't sound convinced. "How is your stomach?" I have the occasional bout of nausea thanks to strong smells, and every time I do, Ihako panics. It's like he can't stand the thought of me sick or hurting, which is kind of sweet. In the middle of the night, though, it's also kind of irksome. I remind myself that he's just worried. This is our first baby together. It's natural for him to be overprotective. It's good. I make my voice sound as sleepy as possible. Go back to bed, love. Ihako just tugs me closer, burying his face in my hair. You would tell me if it was not, yes? I absolutely would. I promise. He grunts and gets quiet, but I notice his hand stays protectively over my belly, and he twitches every time the baby kicks again, as if it's punching his insides and not mine. My poor Ihako. It's strange because normally, out of the two of us, I'm the worrier. I'm the one that stresses over small things and tries to take the weight of the world on my shoulders. He's the lighthearted one, the laughing, teasing one that makes me forget all of my worries. When it comes to this pregnancy, though, our roles are reversed. I'm the one that takes everything in stride, and it's Ihako that has the sleepless nights and the constant fear. It's Ihako that hovers over me as if I'm fragile glass and won't let me do a thing around the cave that might disturb me. He's making himself crazy. At some point, he's going to snap, because I don't think he can take another 6 months of this, which is what it sounds like I'm in for. The baby shifts again, and I fight back a groan of irritation, because now I really do feel like I have to pee. But if I get up again, Ihako's going to panic. There's no winning this. He is stressed. Kemley tells me as she hands me a cup of tea later that morning. Do you think so? I take a sip, trying not to worry. The elder sits across from me with her own cup, her expression wry. All males get touchy when their female is with Kit. It is not just the body that changes, but she gets tired. Her feet hurt. She craves strange foods. Kemley shrugs. My Boren fussed and hovered with each of my kits. You would think a female had never had young before the way he acted. Her mouth quirks, and then she sobers. You must also remember that you are not with the healer here in the South Cave. But I feel fine, I protest. There's no need to bother Malak when I feel fine. I have known Ihako all his life, Kemley says wisely, as she stirs her tea with a fingertip, pushing the leaves around. He is all humor and charm, but he is also very protective. When he worries, he cannot hide his feelings behind a smile. Do you know that I offered to make bone broth with his last kill, and he looked outraged that I even suggested it? I gasp, shocked. What? Why? Because it was one of the fanged hoppers with a long tail, and you know how strong they smell if cut wrong. He worried it would smell in the cavern, and he did not want your stomach upset. Her mouth twitches again. It was just a simple suggestion, but the next thing I knew, he'd decided to take his kill out to the cache. I suspect he hid it so I would not make broth without him knowing. He's been making others cook at the far end of the cave, too, as far away from you as possible. I'm surprised. I had no idea this was going on, though I have noticed that there hasn't been a lot of cooking sense lately. I thought maybe I was just not noticing them. Oh, but... Kemley waves a hand in the air. He is to be a father for the first time. Everyone puts up with it. We are all excited to see your little one be born. Her smile grows warm, and she looks at my belly as if she can see the barely noticeable bump underneath my thick clothing. Her voice lowers, and she leans closer to me. It has been a while since Kit's crawled around these caves. To think that there are 3 to be born. It is like the tribe is waking up from a long sleep. We are all very eager to have more young born. Even so, I protest, everyone has to cook. You can't live your lives tiptoeing around me just because I'm pregnant and will be for a while. I'm just one person. Ah, but you carry hope in your belly. Well, so do Georgie and Liz, but you are here, Kemley points out. They have the healer with them. You do not. And Asha is here in this cave. Oh, I know all about Asha. My mood sours as I think about the annoying woman and how she used to hit on Ihako. It's been months and I still haven't gotten used to her being around. Every time I see her, I want to punch her in the face with jealousy, so we stay apart. Her weathered blue hand covers my smaller one. Be kind to your mate. The last kit to be born was Asha's, and it did not live. You must forgive Ihako if he worries more than he should. God, I immediately feel like the world's biggest jerk. That's why Kemley says Ihako's worried. It doesn't have to do with Asha's flirting, but the death of her baby. Of course, I manage, touching my belly. I really do think everything is fine, though. I imagine it is, Kemley says with a chuckle. You are human, but still strong and healthy. Thanks? She pats my shoulder. It will just take time for him to get used to fatherhood. How much time? Her eyes twinkle. How much longer until the kid is born? I groan. That long, huh? I sip my tea and try not to grimace at the flavor. It's a mixture I always liked before, but now that I'm pregnant, the taste feels a little too strong, a little too bitter. I don't want to turn it down, though, because I'm acutely aware of how much effort goes into every bite of food and every sip of water. Nothing here comes from a spout or a grocery store. Tea leaves have to be gathered and cleaned and stored, and even the smallest cup of tea shouldn't go to waste. But if I drink it, I'll barf, and then Ihako will flip his lid, and then the rest of the day will be shot, and... Kenley drains her cup and smacks her lips. I do love strong tea. Is yours to your liking? It's great, I say, holding it up. Thank you so much. She lifts her chin, indicating my drink. Shall I finish that for you? With a sheepish smile, I hold the cup out to her. I think the baby doesn't like strong flavors. When my belly was full of my youngest, I hated the taste of red meat. She waves a hand in the air and rolls her eyes. That was a very long 3 full turns of the seasons. I'll bet. A lot of the diet here is red meat. I can't imagine living 3 years on fish and roots. I chuckle at her expression. So, what did you... Human! A voice hisses, and an all-too-familiar woman stomps into Kenley's cave without bothering to scratch a greeting. Come and get your mate. Asha, Kenley says in a dry voice. Come in. My cave is always welcome to visitors. Asha tosses her thick dark hair and glares at both of us. I get to my feet, feeling just a little fat and awkward at her presence. The female Sakui is utterly gorgeous, her skin a lovely shade of flawless blue, her eyes bright and snapping fire. Her stomach is lean and hard and reminds me that my belly is starting to distend and my ankles have a tendency to swell lately. She's magnificent and she knows it. She's also kind of an arrogant ass. She looks down her flawless nose at me, her expression imperious. Do you not think we have enough to put up with right now? Can you not make Ihako behave? Make him behave? I don't understand. I rub the slight bulge of my belly as I get to my feet. What's he doing? Her gaze goes to my stomach, and for a moment pain flickers in her eyes, and I feel like the biggest jerk. Then the sneer returns to her pretty face, and Asha looks at me with such disdain. He is harassing Himuro over Dai. He says he will upset you, and Ihako now says such things are not allowed in his cave while his mate is pregnant. I wince. Oh boy. I'm coming. Good, Asha says viciously. Are we all supposed to sit and stare at the fire until your kid is born? Because that is what Ihako will reduce us to. This is his first kid, Asha, Kenley says mildly. All males lose their minds when their female is pregnant. I do not care. I'll talk to him, I say to the women. While it's sweet that Ihako is so protective of me, Asha also has a point. The entire cave can't tiptoe around while they wait for my baby to be born. I don't know if I'm going to be pregnant for 9 months or 20, because the Sakui carry for so much longer than humans. Either way, Ihako needs to learn to cope, and I do too. We're not the only ones that live here. It's an entire cave system full of people, and they can't cater to one pregnant lady. So I follow a huffing Asha out of Kenley's cave and to the back of the south cave, where the storage areas are set up. Sure enough, Himuro is set up in the one cave set aside for hides, cured, uncured, dyed, and undyed. He's in front of a stretched skin, a bowl of pungent junk at his feet, and I can smell the concoction even before he comes into view. I smile brightly, even though the scent of it makes my eyes water and my gag reflex rise. Hi, guys. What's going on? Ihako immediately comes over to my side, all big protective body and flicking tail. He's got a slight frown pulling at the edges of his normally smiling mouth. You should not be in here, Sad Eyes. The smell will make your stomach upset. I'm fine, I tell him, keeping the fakely cheery smile on my face. I heard you and Himuro were fighting? The big male behind Ihako gets to his feet. Of all the people in the tribe, I would think both Himuro and Ihako would be last on the list of fighters, My mate because he doesn't take much in life too seriously, and Himalo because he just seems all soul and art. He's not a warrior or a hunter like the others. He's a creator and loves nothing more than fussing with leathers. Himalo gives me a mild smile, his soulful eyes full of apology. "We are not fighting," Ihako says, his voice surprisingly tight. "I am simply telling him that he cannot dye leather with you so close by." Even now, his big hands, though gentle, are steering me toward the entrance of the cave, as if he doesn't want me anywhere near the tanner. "In fact, you did not sleep well last night. Perhaps you should take another nap." If I take another nap, I'm going to fall asleep out of sheer boredom. "Ihako," I protest, letting him pull me along. "I'm not tired." "You are," he insists. "No, I'm not." "Yes, you are." He takes my hand in his, and when I plant my feet, he just grabs me and carries me away. "Ihako!" I protest. "Stop this." "I know what is best for you, Sad Eyes. Do not be stubborn." I want to grab his shoulders and shake him, but his movements are making my stomach churn a little. Either that, or the smell of the dye really is affecting me. I twist my hands in his warm tunic, holding on as he carries me in his arms back to our cave, as if I'm nothing more than a naughty child. He eventually sets me down oh so gently in the middle of our quarters, and then looks me over. I put my hands on my hips, annoyed at his high-handed actions. "That's it. We need to talk." "Are we not talking right now?" He gives me a ghost of his usual playful smile and touches my cheek. "Or do you want me to do other things with my mouth?" He gives me a roguish grin, as if he didn't just pitch a tantrum at one of his tribe mates. I stare at him aghast. "Don't get flirty on me. What's eating you?" The light-hearted smile on his face fades immediately into a scowl. "Nothing." "You yelled at Himalo." His eyes flare, and suddenly my playful Ihako is gone. In his place is a wild-eyed, teeth-baring, snarling man. He stabs a finger at the ground. "Because he is not doing as he is told. Himalo is not thinking of you and our kit." I stare at him aghast. "He is being selfish." "Will you listen to yourself right now?" I shake my head. "Ihako, love, they live here too. They can't just tiptoe around for the next year because I'm pregnant." He flings his hands wide. "Why not?" I'm worried about him. We were both a little anxious when I got pregnant because we knew that I shouldn't have been able to get pregnant. That the Kui fixed the problems that had led to me being sterile, so we were cautious at first. But as time has gone on, I've become more and more comfortable with being pregnant, and it's clear Ihako has not. "You need to calm down," I tell him in my most level-headed, soothing voice. "You're stressing yourself out, and you're making me worry about you. I love you, Ihako, but I don't love how you're acting right now." My big alien mate drags a hand over his face. My apologies, my mate. I just saw him at work and it made me angry." He drops to his knees in front of me and pulls me into his arms, nestling his head against the slight swell of my belly. "I think only of you and our kit." I put my hands on his head, run my fingers lightly over the short hairs of his scalp. "They live here too," I say gently. If the scent bothered me enough, I'd talk to him. Do you really think Himalo would do anything deliberately to try and spite us? Himalo is so kind and gentle. I can barely imagine him with Asha, much less doing anything to be cruel. He's just working on his leathers because he likes to. It's nothing to do with you or me. Ihako sighs heavily, his cheek pressed to my belly as I massage his scalp. "I just worry." I want to ask if it's because of Asha and Himalo's empty arms, but if their loss isn't on his mind, I don't want to add another worry to the pile. "You're supposed to be the carefree one, remember?" I'm the sad eyes, and you're the happy one. I trace my fingers down his scalp, caressing one ear lovingly. I hate that you're so upset, love. Talk to me about it. Don't take it out on others. His arms tighten around me.
I have had bad dreams.
About?
You and the kit.
His words are thick, reluctant.
That terrible things happened to you both, and I am helpless to do anything about it.
He buries his face against my tunic, as if he can't bear the thought of even remembering those dreams. I chew on my lip. Like Rokan-type dreams? I ask hesitantly. His brother Rokan has a strange connection with his Kui, and always seems to know a bit more than he lets on. If Ihako has the same...
No, nothing like that.
I let out a sigh of relief. So just bad dreams that make you wake up in a terrible mood. I caress his head as he rubs my belly and nods. I understand. They're just dreams, though, love. I promise you, I feel fine, and I'd let you know the moment I didn't.
I know.
His big hand cups my belly even though it's nothing but the slightest of bulges.
I just wished that the healer was here. I would feel better knowing she'd checked you and said everything was fine.
It's a brilliant idea, and one I immediately latch onto. If seeing the healer will make him return to his laughing, carefree self, I'm all for it. Great. Let's go see her then. Ihako looks up at me in surprise.
What?
He shakes his head.
It is the brutal season. You should not leave the caves.
I don't care, I say, smiling. It's a half a day's walk to the main caves, right? I can walk for half a day.
It will take longer with bad weather,
Ihako admits. Then we walk for a full day. Look, if it'll ease your mind, why don't we do it? I think it's a great idea. He frowns, running his hand over my belly again.
I cannot take my mate out in the brutal season.
I let out a frustrated puff of breath. Why not?
It is cold.
I chuckle. It is always cold, love. I'm not going to snap like an icicle the moment I go outside. He looks alarmed at my choice of words and tugs me a bit closer. Besides, I'd like to see the healer too.
You said nothing was wrong.
Ihako blurts immediately. Nothing is wrong, I quickly reassure him. I just would like to see Malak. I'd like to see Georgie and Liz too. We can compare notes about human Sakwi pregnancies. I touch his cheek gently, running my thumb over his high cheekbones. I want to visit with my friends. I want to relax in the heated pool in the center of the cave and not come out for days. And we can visit your mother and father. That'd be lovely, wouldn't it? The more I think about the idea, the more I love it. Maybe we need a vacation, just to get away from everyone else in the South Cave for a few days. Because it's the brutal season, everyone's underfoot and getting on each other's nerves, and Ihako is more stressed than I've ever seen him. Being the leader is an extra burden, and he'd probably do well talking to Vektal too. It'll be wonderful for both of us, and I'm willing to put up with a little snow and a terrible day's walk there to do it. But my stubborn mate shakes his head.
It is too dangerous.
I'm not deterred by his refusal. Is it really? You and the other hunters go out in the brutal season when the weather is decent. It can be done, but it's just unpleasant, right? I can live with a little unpleasant. Ihako traces his fingers over my belly.
It is also far, far colder.
Then we bundle up.
The weather might blow up and catch us by surprise.
Then we bring extra supplies and stick close to the hunter caves. If it takes us 3 days to get there because we have to keep pausing at hunter caves, I'm fine with that too. He gets to his feet and gazes down at me, his face so full of frustration. He smooths my hair back from my face, troubled.
It is a lot of walking, and you are carrying my kit.
I don't mind walking. A thoughtful look crosses his face.
though we could make a sled.
To carry our stuff? I ask eagerly.
For you to ride on.
Oh. It's not my ideal situation. I'd much rather walk. But he's the expert. If he says it's too nasty in the brutal season for me to walk to the main cave, then it's too nasty. It doesn't matter. I'll ride in a sled if it means we get a chance to visit the healer and just take a break from things. We can do all of that, I tell him. If we have a sled, we can pack it cram full of extra supplies so we know we're totally prepared for anything that comes up. Ihako still looks doubtful.
I will need a few days to prepare everything, and we must wait for good weather.
I'm fine with both, I say, grabbing his hands. This will be wonderful. He squeezes my hands.
Are you sure you wish to do this, my mate? It might be best for you to stay here, curled up by the fire. I do not want you to push yourself just for me.
His gaze is a mixture of worry and relief both. It's not just for you, I reassure him. It's for me too. And for the rest of the cave, because I'm pretty sure Ihako will snap before the brutal season is over. As long as we go in totally prepared and take our time, I'm not worried about anything. You know this land. You know the paths, snow-covered or not. I trust you. Ihako smiles at me and then drops to his knees to press another kiss to my belly.
Then it looks like we will be taking a journey. I will let the others know.
I beam at him. I hope this is enough to take his mind off of all the stresses. Right now, my poor love is driving everyone crazy with his good intentions. And if this doesn't help, we'll figure something else out.
10. Ihako. For the next several days, I barely sleep. My mind is too full of preparations. I must ensure that everything is perfect and that we are ready when we finally step out into the brutal season snows. I will not risk my mate in the slightest. So I work. I build a sled out of Sokotsk bones and thick hide, and some of the other males, bored with their confinement in the caves as the snow and wind roar outside, assist me. Eventually it is big and sturdy enough that it will glide over the snow with ease, and has plenty of room for my delicate mate, her growing belly, and the mountain of supplies we are going to take with us to ensure that we are prepared for any and all situations. I strap extra bone runners and leather to the sled just in case it breaks. I pack bags of trail rations, even though there are caches scattered throughout these valleys, and I am familiar with all of them. I prepare additional water skins, tea, medicinal roots for my mate's belly in case she wakes up ill, extra clothing, extra boots, extra furs, blankets, tools, knives, spears. Gimli's mate Boran takes one look at the growing pile atop the sled and laughs until his entire body shakes. I do not care. I will be prepared for every situation. My Kira says nothing about my enthusiastic packing. She just smiles at me and rubs a hand over her small belly, a sweet expression on her face. It takes me 2 handfuls of days before I feel we are ready to go. I can think of nothing else to add to the sled, now bulging with its contents. I head out into the driving snow and practice pulling it, rebalancing things to ensure that the sled will not tip with my precious mate sitting atop it. And then, finally, a day comes when the skies dawn clear and snow is not angrily flooding from the skies. It is time to begin our journey. "Today?" my Kira asks as she wakes up. "Today," I agree, and my belly is filled with dread and determination both. More than anything, I want to take my Kira to see the healer to reassure us that all is well. But I hope this is not foolish. I hope this is not a mistake. I frown, thinking of the bags I have packed. Perhaps I should get 1 more pouch of trail rations before we go. "How many do you have?" Kira asks, yawning as she crawls from the furs and begins to straighten things. I think for a moment. 8. She sputters, turning to look at me with wide eyes. We can eat off of just one bag for a week. 8 seems excessive. I want to be prepared, I tell her with a grin, and decide to quietly add one more bag, just in case. Now come, I have extra furs for you to wear while we travel. Oh, no. Oh, yes. I cup her cheek and smile down at her skeptical little face. I will take good care of you. Never fear. Oh, boy. Should I put my boots on? I have boots for you. Oh, boy, she says again, but Kira puts her hand in mine and lets me lead her out of the cave. I have our sled and supplies waiting at the entrance to the cave, so I begin bundling my mate after she says a quick goodbye to the tribe, most of whom are watching us prepare to leave. I layer one set of leathers on my mate and then another and another, belting them to keep the clothing tight against her body so no wind can cut through and chill her. After a few more layers, someone snickers quietly nearby. I study my mate and then add another heavy fur vest, one of mine, that hangs to her knees on her and nearly wraps around her twice. I belt it tight and then start to add another layer just in case. Kira sputters. Ahako, how many layers do I need? All of them, I tell her cheerfully. She giggles, and when I pick up a cloak, she touches my hand. Enough, love. I can barely walk in this. You do not need to walk at all. You are going to be on a sled. She shakes her head, bouncing her arms against her well-padded sides. I look like a snowman. I have seen the rounded figures the humans sometimes make out of snow at the cave entrance, and she is not wrong. It is adorable, though. I lean in and give her small nose a kiss on the tip. I bundle you because you will be sitting instead of walking. Trust me when I say you will be cold enough to be grateful for all these layers. Kira gives me a skeptical look, but nods. All right, then. You're the expert. I get her seated on the packed sled, then pile furs atop her and swaddle her like a kit until she's laughing at my protectiveness. Perhaps I am overdoing it a little, but I do not care. She is more than precious to me, my mate, and I do not mind looking foolish if it saves her a moment of discomfort. When I am convinced she will be warm enough, I toss on my own wraps and loop the strap for the sled around my waist, harnessing it to my body. Even if I should drop the leather ropes, she will not slide away from me. With a cheerful wave goodbye, I haul the sled out into the cold. The day is mostly clear, a thick cloud cover hiding the suns from sight and keeping the temperature icy. The wind is high, biting at my exposed skin, so I tug a wrap higher around my nose and make sure that Kira's covers most of her face, and then set off. We set a good pace, the snow thick on the ground, and I choose a path that will stay close to the cliffs but will not entail dragging the sled up the steep slopes of the nearby rocky surfaces. The farther we get away from the south cave, the more concerned I am that it is perhaps far too cold for Kira. Her human skin cannot take the cold like mine can. She is sitting, which is bound to make her colder, and the clouds look as if they are growing thicker by the moment. A short time later, I spot the trail to a hunter cave. I immediately head in that direction, moving toward it. The privacy screen is up to protect the cave's contents, but no one is inside. I pause, considering the skies once more, and then turn to my mate. We are stopping here for the day, I announce, unstrapping myself from the sled. Kira pulls off the thick fur covering the lower half of her face like a mask and gives me an odd look. We haven't gone very far, have we? It's not even been a few hours. I will not chance getting caught in a snowstorm with you and our kit, I tell her, moving to her side and taking her hands to help her to her feet. You said you did not care if this took many, many days, right? Her mouth quirks in a hint of a smile, but she nods at me. I did say that. I help my mate waddle into the cave. Perhaps I did wrap a few too many layers of furs around her, and start a fire so she can warm herself while I unpack. As if the skies have decided to agree with me, large flakes of snow ride the wind and the day grows dark, despite that it is midday. You see? I tell Kira as I haul our packs inside. Your mate is always right. I'm gonna ignore that, she teases, holding her pink hands toward the fire to warm them. Do you need help? If you go near the front of that cave, I will spank you like a naughty kid, I promise her. Sit and warm up. I work on unpacking this sled that I just packed not too long ago, and by the time I am done, the snow is easing up. I wait for Kira to point this out, but she says nothing, feeding bits of fuel to the fire and setting up a tripod and pouch so we can make tea. She has stripped most of her extra layers off and created a nest of furs in the back of the cave, and when I put the privacy screen over the entrance to block the wind, she straightens and smiles at me. "All done?" she asks, a smile on her face. I nod, taking the food satchel out of her hands. I know you think I am overprotective, but I would rather be cautious than caught out in the cold with you and the kit. Did I say anything? I could hear you thinking it, I tease her. You think very loudly. Not loudly enough, it seems, Kira says, moving to my side. She unties the belt holding my clothing to my body, letting it slide to the ground. She pulls at my clothing, peeling one layer off and then another. I was just thinking that there's nothing wrong with us taking our time, spending a little quiet time together, just you and me. I think you could use a vacation. A vacation? She nods. It's where humans take a little trip to get away from their worries. You think I have worries? She tugs on another thick layer of furs over my chest, smiling up at me as she leans close. Or maybe you just need to get away for a little bit. She lets the fur slide to the ground, and then I am in nothing but a vest and my leggings. Kira moves behind me, her hand sliding across my backside. Are you seducing me? I ask her. Should I expect a courting gift? No courting gift, but would it be so bad if I was seducing you? Should I stop? She presses her cheek to my arm and hugs me from behind, her hands on my stomach. Is it so bad if I like touching my mate? It is not bad at all. My breath quickens and the press of her smaller body against mine makes me hungry for more. I ache to touch her, to fling her down onto the furs and just rut into her welcoming body. But she is carrying my kit. We must be careful. Are you tired? I ask instead. Should you lie down and rest? Rest? From sitting in a sled all morning? She lets out a derisive little snort, and one of her hands slides to my cock. I'm feeling pretty good, actually. Her fingers graze up and down the front of my leathers. It seems you feel pretty good, too. I groan at her feather-light touch. Just that small caress is enough for my cock to harden, and I pull my mate tighter against me. I tilt my head back, giving my body over to her touch. It is because I have the finest mate in both caves, I tell her. Just knowing that she is mine makes me impossibly hard. It's a wonder you're not hard all day, she teases, rubbing her mouth against my bare arm, and then biting me lightly. Just wandering around the hills of snow, your dick standing up for all the world to see. How do you know I do not? I tease back, because I like her silly mood. How do you know I do not stop every few feet and just stroke my fine cock while I think about my mate? She chuckles, coming out from behind me. Because every time you come back to the cave, you're so excited to see me. If you'd been playing with your cock all day long, you wouldn't be able to last for nearly as long as you do. Her cheeks flush with a hint of color. Even after many turns of the moon as mates, my Kira still gets shy when she says bold things, as if she expects to be rebuffed. Impossible. I will never rebuff her, especially not when she is eager for my touch. It is the greatest of gifts. You are saying I have great stamina, then? I am pleased, my pretty mate. Sometimes I wish to last longer just to please you. I pull her mane free from its braid and let my fingers glide through her soft locks. If you lasted any longer, I might fall apart, she teases me. Such flattery. You love it. I do indeed. Kira smiles at me, and then she tugs on my vest, pulling it off. Her hands go to my leggings next, and I let her undress me, though I draw the line at my boots because I do not want her bending over more than she has to. She rolls her eyes at my insistence and strips off her own clothing. I will never get over the joy of having a mate, I think. of watching her eyes brighten with anticipation as I stand naked before her, of seeing the familiar curves of her body reveal themselves as she pulls off her clothing. I help her along, letting her lean on my shoulder as she kicks off boots and leggings, and then we are both undressed before each other. I have mated with Kira more times than I can count, but each one is as fresh and as joyous as the first. I will never tire of her smile, of the sight of her hips or the flush on her cheeks when she comes. I will never tire of her, ever. My Kui has chosen so very well for me. As I stand there, smiling at my mate like a lovesick fool, my poor female shivers, her full teats pricking in response to the cold air. "Let's get under the furs. I thought you would never ask," I tease. We go to the bed of furs, and instead of lying down first, Kira puts her hands on my chest and mock pushes me toward the nest. "You first. I want to play with you for a bit." "You do?" Truly, I am the luckiest of males. I eagerly lie on my back, adjusting a roll of fur under my neck so my horn tips do not press uncomfortably against the cave floor. My beautiful, nude mate slides her leg over my body and then descends, settling her bottom against my hips. My cock brushes up against her backside, my spur teasingly close to her soft folds, but she does not sit fully against me. Instead, she leans forward and runs a hand over my chest. "God, I love looking at you," Kira sighs, her fingers brushing over my flat teats and dancing across the plating of my chest. "Just seeing you like this makes me want to bite you all over." I shift underneath her, because my cock likes the thought of her biting me very much. "What is stopping you?" She lifts her head and gives me a surprisingly mischievous look. My Kira is normally the somber one, the one that needs encouragement to laugh. She is the serious one, and I am the tease, the light-hearted one. Seeing her like this, though, it makes my heart pound. I love it when she takes control. Kira sweeps her long hair over her shoulder, then leans down and nips at one of my teats. Her small teeth are nothing but a graze against my much harder skin, but I shudder anyhow. The sight of her actions alone is enough to make my cock harden painfully. She nips at me again, tiny bites up and down my pectorals, and then lifts one of my arms and nibbles up the soft inside, sending shivers of longing up and down my spine. "Lean back," I rasp. "Seat yourself on my cock." "Soon?" "At least rub yourself on my spur," I cajole. "Wet it with your cunt. Slide over it. Take me in your body." "Soon," she promises again, and nips at a vein on my arm. I groan again. Kira flexes her hips, teasing her bottom against my cock as she brushes her lips over my skin. I want to put my hands all over her, force her down onto my length, but she is fragile and carrying my kit. I fist my hands at my side instead, determined not to touch her and interrupt. I flick my tail up and down her creamy thigh, though, unable to stop from touching her in some way as she nibbles and bites her way over to my opposite arm. "You're so big," she says with a happy sigh. "Big and strong, and just looking at you turns me on." "Does it?" I manage. "Show me how much." She gives me a playful look and then takes my cock in her hand. She lifts her hips and rubs my length up and down her folds. "Do you feel how wet I am? That's all because of you." I groan, fascinated at my mate's aggressiveness. I love how Kira can be both shy and yet hungry for my touch at the same time. Truly, I am the luckiest of males to have her as my mate. My Kui has chosen so very well. "Come and sit on my face," I entreat her. "Let me lick you until you come." "Not today," she promises, breathless as she rubs my cock through her folds again. This time, she fits the tip of my cock at her entrance and lets out a little gasp of sheer delight when I buck my hips, thrusting lightly into her. "You're not playing fair." "Does it matter?" I ask. "Come, ride me." I give up on holding my hands at my sides and cradle her waist instead, dragging her down farther onto my cock. Her sheath is slick with her arousal, and we both groan as she takes me to the hilt. When her hips are flush to mine, she wiggles against me, rubbing herself against my spur, and I love the way she gasps. Her nipples are taut with her excitement, and I let my tail slide over to one, teasing it as she begins to ride me. I love watching her as she presses her hands to my chest, her eyes closed as she bounces atop me, using my cock to pleasure herself. She sets the pace, and it is clear to me that she will not last long. It seems like no time at all before her movements become jerky, her cunt clenching tighter with every rocking motion atop me, and Kira becomes more frantic, bouncing quicker atop me. I encourage her with teasing words, grinding her hips down upon me even as I thrust upward, and love the squeal of pleasure she makes when my spur hits her just right. Then she is clenching and coming atop me, and I gently roll our bodies over until she is beneath me, and I can claim her for my own release. When we are both spent, I slide free from her body and press a kiss to her soft mouth, then rest my head atop her belly. "Did we wake my kit?" I ask, rubbing a hand over her naked belly. I cannot be more content than this moment, I think. Not ever. I have everything I have ever wanted, right here in my arms. "Sleeping, I imagine," Kira yawns. "You know—" I lift my head, giving her a curious look. "What is it?" She gets an innocent look on her face and shrugs. "I was just thinking we could always go looking for Harlow while we're out." Not this. As gently as I can, I pull my mate into my arms and stroke her hair. "I love you, my Kira, and I love that you have never given up. But look at the weather outside, my mate. If your Harlow managed to live when she wandered off, do you think she could live through this?" "I don't know." She sniffs, and I hold her tighter. I hate that she still thinks of her lost tribe mate. I feel like we should have looked harder, that maybe if we'd turned the right corner, we'd have found her. "There are always those that walk into the snow and never come back," I say, stroking her mane. "It is hard to accept, but it is part of life. Risking your life and that of our kit to find her body will not do anyone any good." "I guess," Kira says with a small sigh. I hate that we lost her. I feel responsible." "You are not. You did not force her out into the snow. You could not have known what was to happen." I press another kiss to her brow. "Is this why you wish to go on this journey? To look for her?" "Actually, no," she admits, her hand sliding up and down my side. "I'm selfish, I guess. I thought it might be nice if we got away from the others for a while. Had a little you and me time." "We have you and me time in our cave every night," I reassure her. "No, I mean time alone. Together. Just the two of us. Like Georgie's honeymoon. It's time for us to just spend together, bonding, reconnecting." "Do we need to reconnect?" I gently thrust my hips at her. "I am ready." "Not like that." She ducks her head against my shoulder. "Pervert." I just grin. I like her smiles more than anything in this world. "So what you are telling me is that you do not mind if our trip to the other cave takes a great many days because we can spend them alone together?" "Yes." Her voice is muffled against my skin. "This is a good thing," I promise her, "because I intend on stopping at every hunter cave along the way to ensure we are not caught in a storm." She chuckles, pressing a lazy kiss to my skin, her fingers tracing patterns on my hip. "Exactly how many are there between here and there?" I consider the path in my head, one I have traveled a great many times before. 6. "6?" she sputters. "What, are we going just across the hill and stopping for the day?" "Possibly." "Is that a problem?" I reach up and cup one of her teats, toying with the sensitive nipple. Her teats have grown larger, I think, the nipples darker. I decide I like the change, just like I like the way her hips and bottom are spreading larger. It is just more of her to enjoy. "I thought you wished for us to reconnect. I have lots of parts that need connection to my mate. Very, very frequent connections." She just rolls her eyes at me and settles in against my side. "Your hand feels good," she admits after a moment when I keep rolling her nipple. "Another connection," I promise. "Shall I connect my mouth to your nipple and feast?" Kira lets out a dreamy sigh, rolling onto her back. "God, yes." 6 days of connecting with my mate. I like this idea a lot. Even as I nuzzle my way down her soft skin toward her teat, I wonder if I can find more caves along the way to extend our trip. As long as we are safe from the weather, after all, what is the harm?
11. Kira. It's so odd to me how our roles have reversed, Ihako and I. In my pregnancy, I'm the easygoing one, the one that never worries about anything. Ihako is the one that stresses over the smallest of things. When we get ready to leave the hunter cave the next morning, a thick snow starts to fall, so we unpack our things and stay for another day. And then another. It takes 3 days before the weather lets up enough for us to travel some, and it takes another 4 days before we approach the valley that holds the main cave of the Sakui. Well, I tease Ihako as he hauls the sled through the snow, the smoke from the main cave on the horizon. You did say it would take several days. It might take one more, he admits to me, pausing and looking up at the gray skies. I do not like the sight of those clouds. If we stop right at the finish line, that just seems silly. I bet we can make it, I tell him cheerfully. I can get off and walk. Before I finish the thought, he tugs the sled along, hustling through the snow at a breakneck pace. I smother a giggle behind my thick glove. Really, even if we stopped for another day, it'd be all right. The vacation away from the South Cave has been good for us. I didn't realize how much stress that being leader was putting on Ihako, in addition to my pregnancy. He worries all the time if his decisions are correct ones, or if the tribe would not be happier back at the main cave. He worries some, like Himalo and Asha, are displeased with his leadership. He worries he is not as authoritative as Vektal, because he is usually a more laughing sort. And me. I had no idea my mate was holding all this in. I thought he'd taken to leadership the way he takes to everything, with enthusiasm and a big smile. Turns out, he's been hiding his fears because he didn't want to burden me. The guy thinks I'm more fragile than glass, apparently. So we talk, a lot. We organize supplies in each cave we stop in and refresh what we need. I start sewing a blanket out of fur scraps just to give my hands something to do, and we talk more. Ihako laughs so much in this vacation that I realize he hasn't been laughing much in the last few weeks, and I've been too preoccupied to notice it. I vow to make him laugh more often. So I start sewing something else with the scraps. I tell him that it's just another blanket, but I make a small fuzzy loincloth instead, and I stuff the backside full of more scraps so it'll make the wearer have a massive bubble butt. Another idea occurs to me, and for a moment, I shake my head. That's not who I am, making obscene things out of leather. But it'll make Ihako laugh. So after smothering a few giggles, I go ahead and make an attachment for the front of the loincloth too. All of this happens under Ihako's nose as we laze about in the hunter caves. He takes naps, so many of them I worry he's been losing sleep, and he puts his hands on my belly and talks to our kit for hours on end. It's so nice to be away, just the two of us, that I secretly hope for bad weather on our return trip too. After all, we're in no hurry to get back, are we? Everyone's an adult. The South Cave can manage itself for a few weeks. The sled jerks ahead, making me yelp as Ihako picks up the pace. Sure enough, a thicker snowfall is starting to pour from the skies, but Ihako has apparently decided to sprint the rest of the way instead of pausing at another hunter cave. I cling to the packs as we zoom over the snow, and the distant cave comes closer and closer to view. The sight of the large triangular opening of the main cave fills me with a curious sense of not exactly homesickness, but a wistful sort of pleasure. This was my first home here on Knot Hoth. It'll always hold a special place in my heart. "Oh!" someone cries, and a fur-covered figure jogs toward our sled. "Oh!" Ihako pants, not stopping even as the other hunter pulls up alongside us.
We are heading in before the weather hits." "I see that. And you brought your pretty mate."
The hunter lowers his hood, and it is Zolaya who grins at me.
"My mate will be glad to see the both of you. I suppose I can put off checking my traps for a day or so." "Go check them,"
Ihako tells him with a friendly shout.
"We will be staying for several days yet. Feed your mate's growing belly."
Zolaya claps a big hand on Ihako's shoulder and then nods at me.
"Perhaps I shall."
He jogs off again, passing us by, and then we are almost at the cave.
"Oh!"
cries another voice.
"Visitors!"
My eyes brim with happy tears as more people crowd at the entrance of the cave, and I see humans mixed with friendly blue faces. I didn't realize how much I'd missed everyone until just now, and I'm filled with a wild, impatient sort of joy as we approach. I can't wait to hug all my friends again. Ihako finally stops his endless jog and pulls the sled directly in front of the cave entrance. His shoulders heaving, panting, he moves to my side and helps me climb out of the massive pile of supplies. Immediately, I'm met with happy squeals. Marlene, ever exuberant, flings her arms around me, and Ariana bursts into tears and hugs me too. I see Georgie standing next to her mate, and Nora, and it's all too much. I get weepy too, and then Georgie and I collapse on top of each other and sob, much to Vektal and Ihako's chagrin. "Pregnancy tears," I explain to my mate as I wipe my cheeks. "I'm happy. I really am." My mate looks uncertain, but he's quickly distracted away as his mother and father arrive. Seva and Ocean are enveloped in bear hugs, and then his brother Rokan is there, a faint smile on his face. Sessa, a much tinier, younger version of my mate, is there too, and he beams up at his grown brother, so small and adorable that I realize that our child might look just like him. And I start crying again. Before Ihako can ask, I blubber, "I swear I'm happy." Seva just clucks at me, tugging me into her arms. She's so regal, his mother, with her looping gray braid and the only hint of her age, the lines around her eyes. "Of course you are happy, dear heart. You are carrying a kit. If he has not seen you weep at least once a day over nothing at all, then he should count himself very lucky." She smooths her fingers over my face and then beams down at me. "Come, I will make you something to eat." "Now I'm hungry," Georgie mutters at my side. "Then I will feed you too," Seva says easily. "Come, sit by the fire while my Ihako greets his friends." Seva fusses over me for a while as Ihako meets with Vektal and then is pulled away for one thing after another. I get it, though. He's leading the South Cave, and everyone's going to want to know what's going on there. He's going to be busy all day, even though he casts several worried looks toward his mother's cave as if he wants to come and hover all over me. "His father was like that the first time I carried," Seva says with a rueful smile. "He was at my side so much that I wanted to shove his head into the snow if he did not give me space to breathe." I smile at her. When does it wear off? When does he relax? He does not. Seva chuckles at her own joke. If he is anything like his father, he will be the most attentive of fathers, sometimes annoyingly so. That's all right with me. Georgie shows up at Seva's cave entrance just then and peeks inside. "Knock, knock." "Come in," Seva tells her. "I was just about to prepare this evening's meal." My friend looks at me, then holds up a soft wrap. "I was actually going to take a dip in the bathing pool and wondered if Kira wanted to join me." It sounds like a gossip session, and it's been so long since I've had a long chat with Georgie and Liz and the others that I immediately get to my feet. Then I hesitate, looking over at Seva. "Go on," the older woman says, squeezing my shoulder. "Food will not be ready for a while yet, and if you are out in the open, Ihako can quit casting worried looks in this direction." She rolls her eyes. All right. I head towards Georgie. As we approach the main part of the cave, I see Ihako glance over. He's talking with Rokan, his expression grave. A twinge of worry hits me, and I squeeze Georgie's arm, letting her know that I'll join her shortly. I head toward Ihako, and when I move to his side, he and Rokan immediately stop talking. Well, if that's not alarming, I don't know what is. Hello, Rokan, I say easily. How are you? Very well. He smiles at me. It is good to see you and my brother again. I like how happy you have made him. We're both very happy, I agree, and Ihako runs his hand down my hair affectionately. I glance up at my mate. What were you two talking about? Nothing important, Ihako says, perhaps a bit too brightly. Malak is napping, so you will not be able to see her until later tonight. Kashram says her kid is big in her belly and makes her very tired. I know what that's like, I murmur, caressing my belly. It already feels enormous, and I'm tired all the time at the halfway point. Just more to look forward to, I suppose. Ihako puts a protective hand on my shoulder and bends down, peering into my face. Are you tired? Do you need to rest? Perhaps you should rest. I'm fine, I tell him firmly. I lean in and give him a quick peck on the nose. And I'm going to go relax in the pool with Georgie and the others. I promise I'll take it easy. He hesitates and then nods, rubbing his knuckles along my jaw. Speak if you need anything. I will. I smile at Rokan and then head over to the center of the cave where the large bathing pool steams and calls invitingly. Megan and Nora are already in it, both of them naked. Georgie joins them, sliding into the pool, and I loosen my wrap and outer layers, folding them neatly before I set them on a nearby rock seat. I ease myself to the edge, wearing nothing but a leather loincloth and a breastband. No one will think twice if I get completely naked, but I'm still a little awkward about nudity, and my changing body isn't helping things. I slide into the water, and then the delicious warmth of it hits me like a freight train. I bite back a moan of pleasure as the comforting heat soaks into my tired body. Oh boy, I missed this. I can imagine, Georgie says. No pool at the South Cave? You heathens, you. We have a Sakotsk skull in our cave that I can put water in, but it never gets very hot or very deep because getting rid of the water is such a chore. This is different. I close my eyes, leaning against the ledge. This is bliss. I'm in here almost every day. Megan agrees. It helps with my fat ankles, or at least I tell myself that it does. You just missed Liz, by the way, Nora says. She and Rahash set off yesterday. She'll be so bummed she missed you. I'm bummed I missed her, too. I love her brash mouth and wish I could see how she's handling her pregnancy. If Rahash is letting her go hunting with them, I'm guessing he's not as hovery as Ihako is. We're staying for a few days. Maybe they'll return before we leave. I hope so. Megan rubs her belly, which looks twice the size of mine, complete with stretch marks. For all that we're only a few weeks apart, she looks way more pregnant than me, and I'm briefly envious. Does that mean she'll have her baby sooner than me? Or is she just naturally carrying larger? I wish we had more answers, but we're all going to be the first ones to have hybrid babies. This is uncharted territory for all of us. I glance over at my mate again, but he's deep in discussion with his brother, neither one of them looking over here. I wonder if anything's amiss. Wouldn't he tell me if it was? So, Megan continues, give us all the gossip at the South Cave. How's Josie, Tiffany, Claire? I settle in and talk about my tribesmates for what feels like hours. Who is up to what, Tiffany's latest craft projects, Farley and her new pet Chompy, who poops literally everywhere in the cave, much to Kemley's chagrin, and the latest hunting mishaps. I don't think of myself as a chatty sort, but I find that I'm talking for hours about the smallest details of our life at the South Cave, and Megan and Nora and Georgie all share their own stories with me. There's a tale of a hopper that got into the storage rooms and destroyed a ton of roots before anyone realized what was happening, and Megan talks about her latest macrame projects. Nora talks about sex, being Nora, and how she and Marlene are trying to design better underwear. "Where is Marlene?" I ask, curious. "Probably having sex with Zenik again," Georgie comments, dragging her hand through the steamy water. "She's been insatiable lately thanks to the pregnancy. Me, I get swollen ankles," Megan complains. "She gets a kicked-up libido." "I'm pretty sure Marlene was born with a kicked-up libido," Nora giggles. "Like you're one to talk. We hear you guys going at it every night." Georgie rolls her eyes. "Your voice in particular echoes really loudly." Nora just giggles again. "Can I help it if Dagesh has incredible stamina? Or that he's turned on by my big pregnant boobs?" "Ew," Megan teases. "Did I want to know that?" "About as much as I wanted to know about your foot thing," Nora replies sweetly. Megan groans. "Foot thing?" I ask, my face scrunching in confusion. "You mean like Cashal has a foot thing?" "No, like Megan does." Nora wiggles her brows. "You should see her go on and on about how veiny Cashal's strong feet are." Georgie makes a mock gagging noise. Megan just groans again and lowers herself under the water's surface, as if that can hide her from the good-natured laughter in the cave. I try not to giggle too much, but the happiness in the cave is infectious. It's so nice to see my friends again. I love everyone in the South Cave, but half of our family is here. It's nice to come home, even for a little while. I towel off and sit near the pool, chatting with Georgie while I wait for my hair to dry. It's been the laziest of afternoons, but I've enjoyed every moment of it. Tomorrow, I'll pitch in and help Seva around the cave, or Malak, or sew with Georgie, whatever is needed. Today, though, I'm being a lazy, indolent slug and loving it. Sessa trots over to where we sit. He's Ihako's younger brother, just a small scrap of a boy, but I could swear he's shot up by several inches in the last few months. He's got a serious look on his face that reminds me a bit of Rokan, but when he approaches me, his grin is all Ihako. "Mother told me to come and get you," Sessa says. "She made a meal just for you." "I'll be there soon," I promise him, glancing at Georgie. "Where's Ihako?" "He's talking with Rokan." Sessa gives me a toothy grin. "Did you bring me a present?" I reach out and tweak the long braid over his shoulder. "Your brother might have been making something for you," I say, knowing full well that there's a carved slingshot for him in Ihako's packs. "What are they talking about, your brothers?" "Dreams." Sessa's answer is cheerful. My blood runs cold. I think of Ihako's worried confession from a few days ago. Dreams? What kind of dreams? Sessa shrugs, already bored. "I'll tell Mother you're coming." "Be right there," I whisper, my gut churning as he races away. The baby in my belly flips, and I absently caress it, fighting the panic rising inside me. I think of how serious Rokan and Ihako looked, how they quickly changed topics when I approached, guilty looks on their faces. Ihako assured me that he didn't have the knowing dreams like his brother does. But what if Rokan is having bad dreams about us too? What if something's wrong with the baby? What if I'm not meant to have one after all? I feel cold all over. "Kira?" Georgie asks as I get to my feet. "Are you okay? You just got really pale." I nod absently. Just gas." I pat the small swell of my belly. "You know how it is." "Boy, do I ever." She gets to her feet, slightly awkward. "Come hang out after dinner if you're not too tired. I've missed talking to you." She squeezes my hand and gives me a warm look. "Will do." I turn towards Seva's cave, but I can't concentrate on anything. I can't concentrate on Sessa coming back out to retrieve me, holding my hand in his smaller one. I pick at the delicious root chowder with chunks of fresh fish in it. Normally, I'd devour 2 bowlfuls, but I have to force myself to eat tonight. My stomach is too upset. and after dinner, I claim fatigue and that I want to lie down. Seva helps me set up a bed and a fire in one of the storage caves so Ihako and I can have privacy, and I curl up in the blankets, watching the fire crackle as my thoughts churn and churn. I keep thinking of Ihako's guilty expression, of how he and Rokan both looked uncomfortable when I showed up, how quickly they stopped speaking. Dreams, Sessa said. I touched the rounded bulge of my belly. Here I thought all of my dreams were coming true. What if I'm wrong, though? What if this is just another one of life's cruel jokes? Do I need to prepare myself for the worst? Just the thought makes my breath catch. I can't. I just can't. If something happens to my baby or to Ihako, it'll break me. I've been strong through so much, but I can also only take so much. I need to see Malak and have her tell me what's wrong, but the thought of finding out those answers frightens me even more. I don't want to know. If avoiding her means I can prolong the inevitable, I'm going to hide in this stupid cave for the next few days and beg Ihako to take me home early. I can't handle bad news about my baby. I can't. I put my hands on my stomach and cradle it gently, too terrified to even cry. Under my hands, the little one kicks my bladder and spins, and I've never been so glad to have to pee in my life. I must drift off to sleep at some point because I wake up when Ihako slides into the blankets beside me and the fire is out. The cave is chilly, and he puts his hands on my warm body, rubbing them up and down against my bare arms. I thought you were going to come and get me when you went to see the healer. Ihako murmurs against my ear, spooning my body with his bigger one. What did she say? I can hear the hurt in his tone. Does he think I would go without him? He doesn't realize that I'm in here hiding from the world. I haven't seen her yet. I'll go in the morning. He leans over and kisses my cheek, holding me tight against his chest. Are you feeling well? Is everything all right? You tell me, I want to scream, but I don't. I can't be mad at him. If he's talking to Rokan behind my back, it's because he's afraid of upsetting me. He wants to try and fix whatever he can without alarming me. It's sweet, and it makes me love him all the more. I'm everything to him, just like he's everything to me. Him and the baby. I roll over and face him, studying his handsome, broad features. He doesn't look devastated or stressed, at least no more so than usual. Is he trying to hide it from me in all ways? My heart aches with such love for him. I don't know how I managed to end up here, planets and planets away from my own, to land in the arms of this man, but I'll be forever thankful for it. Whatever happens in the future, we face it together. I cup his face and kiss his mouth fiercely. Ihako groans in surprise at my initiative. He licks at the inside of my mouth, the ridges of his tongue sending hot flutters through my body. His tail wraps around my ankle, and he slides his big hands over my ass, kneading my muscles. On your knees, my pretty mate, he murmurs between kisses. Let your male take care of you. Yes, I whisper. I want that. I want him to take care of me. I need it. His touch is like a drug, and I want it to send me spiraling. I bite his lower lip hungrily, and then turn, getting on all fours. With my belly growing, this is becoming our position of choice, and just putting my palms on the blankets makes me get all hot and bothered. Maybe Marlene isn't the only insatiable one lately. Love how needy you are, he murmurs, tugging my leather leggings down and pushing my tunic up to expose me. Am I needy? Maybe I am. I need to connect with my mate. I need to feel his touch. I need him to make me forget all my worries. A little gasp escapes me as he glides his hot, aching length through my folds from behind. I'm wet already, but that erotic touch makes me even wetter. I love the drag of his ridges through my pussy, love how big he feels, how invasive against my spread folds. I lean forward a bit more, pressing my cheek to the furs and arching my back. So beautiful. Ihako murmurs, lightly raking his fingers up and down the backs of my thighs, my buttocks. The touch sends little frissions of shock through me, my nipples tightening. So good. How does he always know how to make it so good? Then he's pushing inside me, so big and thick that I can't stifle my moan of pleasure. He grunts as he sinks deeper, his hands tight on my hips, and I know what's coming next. But I'm still not entirely prepared for when his spur pushes into my back entrance, pressing in the most exquisite and deliciously unnatural sort of way. It shouldn't be nearly as amazing as it is, but making love like this makes me completely and utterly crazed with need. Move, I whisper, my fingers curling in the furs. Please, please move. He does as I ask, retreating slowly, and then in the next moment his hips slam into mine. His spur invades me again, and it just makes everything ratchet up to 11. I gasp with every thrust, whimper every time he pulls back, and within minutes, my toes are curling and my calves feel tight with the onset of an orgasm. Please, I choke out again, and the way he breathes my name on his lips does something to me. The shudder of it starts low in my belly, and the next thing I know, I'm coming, my entire being tightening in a wild, impossible release that feels exquisite and is somehow exactly what I needed. Ihako thrusts into me, his movements careful and precise until I clench tight around him, and then the breath heaves from his lungs, and he's coming too, his release making our bodies slide wetly together even as he thrusts deeper. I moan one last time as he covers me, his heated skin pressed to mine, and then he collapses in the furs, his arms tight as he drags me with him. I squirm on the blankets with him because his spur is still buried in me from behind, and it's not the most easy to ignore sensation. Now that he's sated and relaxed, maybe I can get him to tell me what's going on. So, I begin quietly, is there anything you want to tell me?
12. Ihako. I flex my hips against my mate's backside, loving the feel of my cock and the tip of my spur seated in her body. Even after several turns of the moon, the eagerness for mating that resonance brought to us feels unabated. I can see her flick her mane, and I get hard. She looks at me through her lashes, and I get hard. She snores and puts her cold feet on me. I get hard. Truly, I am the luckiest of males. So when she pats the arm I wrap around her waist, I get hard. I lean in close and brush my lips against the curve of her small ear. So, is there anything you want to tell me? Kira asks. I try to think, but it is near impossible with the hot clasp of her body holding my cock. I love you? Humans like to hear the love word often, so I try to tell it to Kira many times a day. Sometimes she is moody because of the kit, though, and needs to hear it more often. I think for a moment and then add, You look very beautiful today. She slaps my arm and then wriggles out of my grasp. My cock leaves the warmth of her body, and then she moves away from me on the blankets, grabbing new furs as if she is going to make a nest for herself. You are impossible. Just tell me already. I sit up, confused. Tell you what? Kira meets my eyes, and to my surprise, she looks as if she's about to weep. Don't do this to me, Ihako. Tell me what's wrong with the baby. My heart seizes in my chest. It is my worst nightmare coming true. What is wrong with our kit? You tell me, she bursts into tears. No more secrets. You can't withhold secrets from a pregnant woman. I do not know what you mean, Sad Eyes. I slide across the blankets, moving toward her and trying to take her in my arms, ignoring her feeble slaps. Tell me what is wrong with our kit. Did you feel something bad? Did something move that is not supposed to move? A new worry hits me. Did I hit it with the head of my cock? Sometimes when I tilt her hips just right, I get so deep that I worry about such things, even if it cannot be true. Unless... She makes a noise that is half snort, half sobbing. Don't make me laugh. I'm mad at you. Her small fist smacks my chest. I want to be relieved, so I did not jab my son or daughter with my cock, but she keeps crying, and my heart will not slow down in its fevered, frightened pounding. Kira, I am very confused right now. You said you would tell me if there was a problem with the baby, but I caught you talking to Rokan and you changed subjects and had this look on your face. What look? I sputter. The guilty look. I have a guilty look? Wait, what does this have to do with my brother? Is there something wrong with our kit? I ask again, trying to stay patient. You were talking to Rokan about dreams, she cries, swiping at her cheeks. You tell me. What do the dreams mean? I stare blankly. I still have no idea what she is talking about. At my expression, she continues. Sessa said you were talking to Rokan about dreams. You told me your dreams weren't like his, that you didn't have the knowing sense. Dreams. I think hard, trying to remember what it is I talked to Rokan about that would have had me look guilty and dreams and... Oh. I told Rokan that you and the kit were all of my dreams coming true. Her tears ease a little. You... What? You did? Yes. And Sessa heard that, I assume. I am going to throttle my little brother for scaring my mate. But then why did you look guilty when I came up to you? She stabs a finger at my chest. I know you. That was a guilty look. You wear it every time I say I'm tired and then you pretend you just want to cuddle. It's never just cuddling. I am caught. She is right. It is never just cuddling. I try to think of what else I spoke to Rokan about. And then I know what it must be. We talked about moving back to the main cave, me and you. I spoke with Rokan about it. I hesitate. I did not want to say anything to you because you are very stubborn about making the South Cave our home, but I do not want to be half a day's walk from the healer if you need her. I reach out to touch the small swell of her belly. And now I am convinced that we should if there is something wrong with the kit. Wait, I thought you said you didn't talk about the kit. I did not. You are the one saying something is wrong, but you just said, I do not know what I am saying, I exclaim. All the blood is in my cock still, and you are trying to talk serious things when my mind is soft. All I know is that I am taking you to the healer right now, and we are going to get answers. When I reach for her, though, she grabs my wrists, a puzzled look on her face. So you didn't talk to Rokan about the baby? I told him I was excited and scared. I think I might have used the words pissing myself with fear, but he said every new father feels like that. Now I am even more terrified, though. I place my palm against her belly and I cannot feel anything moving. Now I am starting to panic. When was the last time you felt the kit move? Do you really want to move back? She looks startled. I want to know how the kid is doing. I can think of nothing else right now. I touch her stomach for a moment longer, but nothing moves, and a sliver of fear pierces me. I jump to my feet and wrap a blanket around Kira's shoulders. We are going to see the healer right now. You're naked. I scoop her up into my arms and carry her out of the cave. We just had sex, Ayako, Kira hisses at me, struggling to get out of my grip. At least let us clean up before we go visiting. I hesitate, but only because she struggles in my arms, so. I set her down gently. Hurry, then. A few breaths later, Kira and I are clean enough, and she throws one of my tunics over her body, grumbling when I pick her up again. It is the middle of the night, she protests again. If there's really not a problem, we should wait until morning. At this point, I do not know if there is a problem or not. I only know I am terrified for my mate and my kit. I do not care if I wake up Melak. She will understand. All I care about is making sure my Kira and my child are all right. Kira makes another protest as I cross through the cave. If you didn't talk to Rokan about the baby, I think we've just freaked each other out. It does not matter, I say stubbornly. We are going to the healer now. We are getting answers. She sighs, but does not struggle. I have no doubt she wants to see the healer too, but she worries she will be too much trouble. There is no such thing as too much trouble when it comes to my mate and my kit, though. It does not matter how much trouble we are, only that all is well. The privacy screen is to the side, but Kashram sits up as I storm into their cave, rubbing his eyes. Hako? He asks, his voice low. Is all well? Melak is curled up at his side, her pregnant belly enormous. On her other side, her young daughter Esha is curled up against her. I need Melak to check my mate and my kit, I say. Please, Kira adds in a sweet voice. We're very sorry to wake you up in the middle of the night. No, we are not, I say equally sweetly. We are just worrying ourselves stupid. Melak rubs her eyes, waking up as we talk to Kashram. She yawns at my words, hiding her face behind her hand. Or perhaps she is hiding a smile. Come, sit, she says, patting the blankets. Her belly seems enormously swollen, but her smile is easy. Kashram takes Esha into his arms and hugs her, heading out of the cave with the sleepy little girl. I feel a little guilty at waking the kit. Only a little, though. Sit, Kira, I say to my mate, and when she shoots me a fierce look, I kiss the top of her head. Please? She makes that little sound she always does when she is irritated with me, but I ignore it. All I need are answers. She can be mad at me later, and then I will kiss her frowns away. Do you need a blanket, Ahako? Melak asks calmly, as she puts a hand on Kira's belly. Comparing their pregnant bodies makes me realize just how much more Kira has to go before our kid is born, and I begin to sweat. Our kid must be so very small inside my mate, and I do not know how I will handle it if the child comes early. Ahako? Kira asks, her brows scrunched as she looks up at me. Eh? You're naked, love, and you're eye level with poor Melak. And hovering, the healer adds. I have seen everything before, but that does not mean I want it in my face. I find a fur on the floor, wrap it around my hips, and discreetly adjust myself. Do you feel the kit? Is all well? I drop down next to Kira and take her hand in mine, nervous. If something is wrong, can you tell what it is? Should we stop mating? Does my mate need to eat more red meat? What? Kira pulls her hand out of mine and covers my mouth. Hush, love. Melak closes her eyes, putting both her hands on Kira's stomach, and concentrates. I can hear the gentle thrum of her queen. It purrs, but not like it does when there is resonance. It is a different sort of reaction, one that happens when she uses her healing senses. I hold my breath. Melak eventually opens her eyes. From what I can tell, the kid is fine and healthy, and growing much faster than mine. She pats her distended belly. Humans must breed so fast. Nothing's wrong, I echo. You did not sense any pain? Any problems? No pain, the healer reassures us. No problems. How do you feel, Kira? My mate lets out a long, shuddering sigh. I've felt great, but I think my imagination's running away with me. Ayahako was worried, and his worry made me worry. I freaked out, and then he freaked out, and that's why we're here. I'm so sorry, Melak. I touch my mate's belly, wanting to shove my ear against her skin so I can listen for the kid. But you are certain there is nothing wrong? Nothing, Melak reassures us. I would feel it if there were. Small things would sing wrong. They would be evident when I touched you, like a snarl in a mane that catches the fingers. She strokes Kira's belly again, but all is well. Why are you so worried? Because she is small and human, I say. Kira snorts, and she is everything to me. Her and the kid both. I would give anything for them. I hesitantly touch my mate's belly, and sure enough, there is a flutter of response. They are my everything, and I am the luckiest. Shit, Kira mutters, and starts to swipe at her eyes. She is crying again. I cannot help worrying, I admit. Sometimes I worry I am too lucky, and it is all a dream. Never say the word dream again, Kira sniffles. And I love you too, Ayahako, but we can't keep freaking out.
Either one of us. I swear I aged 10 years tonight. My pulse hammers. You did? Kira groans. I swear Malak does too. You know what I mean, Kira says. We've got to calm down. I will never calm down. This is my first kit. I smile with relief when the child kicks against my hand once more. The little one just moved. Malak just chuckles. She gives Kira a knowing look and yawns. I can check you again in the morning. When you leave, will you send Kashram and Esha in? Of course, my sweet mate says, and offers her hands to me. Help me up, Ihako? I do, and when Kashram enters with Esha asleep in his arms, her skinny legs dangling, I think that might be a good way to carry my mate, too. But before I can suggest such a thing, Kira drags me away from the healer's cave and then taps the top of my chest, her signal that she wants to kiss me and I need to bend down. I do so, gladly. She cups my face, shaking her head at me. You're an idiot sometimes. I am too. We have to promise to stop freaking each other out, all right? I cannot make such promises, I tell her sheepishly. I will always worry about you and our child. I know. I worry too, but we really can't make ourselves crazy like this. Her soft fingers skate over my face, and she studies me, all serious expression and sad eyes. Do you truly want to move back? Will it make you feel safer? No. I am surprised at her answer. No? I already feel safe, Ihako. She shakes her head at me. I've felt fine. Better than fine. If I get sick every now and then, that's just part of being pregnant. Kimley's at the cave, and she's had lots of children. And we truly are only a sled ride away from this cave and the healer. I'm not worried about anything. But when you worry, apparently I pick up on it. Are you telling me to calm down? Do you think you can? A hint of a smile plays at her lips. I know one thing that helps me relax, I drawl, and she rolls her eyes. I love making her chuckle, and it feels like a gift when she does so right now. I can only guess that it involves your cock and my body. I give her a sly look. Perhaps Rokan is not the only one with a knowing sense. You're impossible. But you love me anyhow? She leans in and kisses me. I do. But let's relax for the rest of our vacation, all right? You know what relaxes me? Kira mock groans. Oh, you really are the most impossible mate. But she is smiling as she says it, and I know if I suggest cuddling, it will turn into touching and mating, because it is never just about cuddling. Never. And Kira loves that it is never just about cuddling, too. My mate reaches up and caresses my cheek. A wicked smile curves her mouth. Remind me to show you the new loincloth I made you in the morning. I can tell from the look on her face that it is going to make me laugh long and hard, and then we will probably end up mating afterward. In the morning, then. She wiggles her...
Let the music unwind the tension of the day, making space for the next chapter to arrive with clarity.
Let me get away. Yeah, I'm running. So love me or leave me, I'm standing alone. Can't shake a feeling that lives in my bones. Lie to me, tell me you wish you could, but nothing you gave me is worth what you took. 'Cause I'm all up. Cause I'm my time. Yeah, I'm running. Yeah, I'm running. So love me or leave me, I'm standing alone. Can't shake the feeling that lives in my bones. Lie to me, tell me you wish you could, but nothing you gave me is worth what you took. 'Cause I want love, I want love, I want love, I want love. 'Cause I want love, I want love, I want love, I want love.
Growls at me. Truly, I am the luckiest.
Part 4. 13. Harlow. One of the first mornings at the beach, I wake up to something scuttling over my foot. It hasn't been the most comfortable night's sleep already. Sand is everywhere, and the cave we're bunking in is tiny and cold. Those things don't matter the moment I look up at the sunlight streaming in from the cave and see one of the scorpion things perched on my boot. I kick it off, sliding backward in the cave in horror. Everywhere I look, there's more of the damn things. They're on the furs, at the mouth of the cave, and I swear there's one on the wall. I make a noise of distress at the sight. My mate Rook is instantly awake at my terrified sound. He sits up, growling and ready to protect me, a question in his eyes. I point at one of the things. They're horrid-looking, a cross between a crab and a scorpion with lots of legs and a segmented tail. Rook plucks the nearest one off the wall and promptly bites the head off. I squeal in horror again. He holds the limp thing out to me, an offering. Harlow? I'm not eating that, I cry. Not on your life. The defunct vegetarian in me is appalled at the thought. I've had to make a lot of changes since coming to this icy planet, not the least of them being a change in my dietary habits. And so far, eating meat hasn't been too bad. Even if I do randomly get cravings for a hamburger, of all things. But seeing Rook holding that awful-looking thing out to me to eat? I can't do it. My throat clenched tight, I shake my head. He stares at it, and the look in his eyes is uneasy. Harlow, no. No, I manage. My seafood has to be cooked. Cooked, he echoes, shaking the floppy thing at me. Rook cooked? Rook doesn't know a lot of language, any at all, because he's been feral for so long. He's picking up some of my words, though, desperate to talk to me. And cook is one of them he knows. I stare at the thing, trying to get over my initial disgust. It's food, I remind myself. It's food, it's food, it's food. Cook it, sure, I manage. Thank you. Rook grunts, the sound full of pleasure, and tosses the dead thing down on the ground. Then he grabs another one of the things. He lifts it to his mouth, ready to bite the head off, and then glances over at me. As if recalling the horror on my face, he changes tactics at the last moment and snaps the head off instead. It makes an awful crunching sound, followed by a splat of liquid, and then tosses it down onto the other. Within moments, we have a neat, tidy little pile. He doesn't care that they pinch at him with their stinger pincher things, or that they scuttle away fast when they see his hand descending. Rook is faster than them, and something tells me he's done this plenty of times before. I can't begrudge the man for surviving, even if it is a little rough on my sensibilities. I curl up in the back of the small cave and watch Rook as he chases the smaller ones out of the cave with a flick of his hand and beheads the larger ones. It hasn't been very long at all since Rook and I resonated. Not very long since he hit me over the head and stole me, and I'm still adjusting. It's a lot to take in all at once, leaving behind the Saqui tribe that's welcomed me since I got to this planet to go out into the wild alone with Rook. But he's made it clear that to him, they're the enemy. Since he's my person, I'm not leaving his side. We'll just have to figure out how to manage with just the two of us. It's one reason we're at this beach, I think. From what I can tell from our admittedly short and mostly inferred conversations, the weather will be warmer here throughout the wintry brutal season, and we're much farther away from the tribe that he wants so desperately to avoid. His father's grave is here too, and I suspect he just likes the beach. It's pretty, even if it's nothing like the beaches back home. It's cold and rocky and a little violent, but the tide still rolls in to hit the sands, and there's a comforting familiarity with that, even if the sands are greenish and the tide is slushy with ice. Rook piles up all the dead scorpion crabs and then begins to make a fire near the entrance to the cave. It's a small one, and I inwardly wince when he tosses the dead things directly onto the flames. I have to remind myself that Rook's used to eating his food cold and raw, and the fire's for me. I can't really complain that he's not skilled at grilling his food if he's never grilled before, can I? He's trying to please me, and really, that's all a girl can ask for. Once they're all on the fire, he looks over at me with expectation. I beam approval at him and love that a slow smile curves his mouth. "Thank you," I say softly. "Cook," Rook says as he moves around the fire and back to my side. "Rook cook Harlow." I giggle. I know what he means, but it just sounds a little funny to hear. "You're doing lovely, Rook. I appreciate it." He sits extremely close to me, pushing aside some of the loose furs I piled atop us when we slept. He's naked. He's pretty much always naked, and Rook leans in close, touching my jaw. "Rook kiss, Harlow," he murmurs. "Yes?" He's definitely learned all the important words, my wild, ferocious mate. He's got kiss down pat, that's for sure. "Kiss," I whisper, and lean in to brush my lips over his. I won't think about him biting off the head of one of those scorpion crab things, because I might think it's gross. But to him, it's just food. I don't want him to ever feel ashamed around me. There's nothing wrong with him. It's me that has to adjust to life here. So I touch his face gently and kiss him. Kissing Rook is never a chore. If anything, it feels a bit like Christmas every time, which is an odd way to think about it, but it fits. He acts as if every time I kiss him, it's a gift, and I feel like every time that I kiss him, I'm being given something special as well. So, Christmas. It makes me happy to touch him, to kiss his firm mouth, to give him pleasure. I think about all the years he grew up in the wild without anyone to talk to, much less anyone to kiss, and I'm happy that resonance paired us together. It doesn't matter that he scared me in the beginning. I saw the lonely, aching man beneath all the dirt and fell in love. Rook groans softly against my mouth, tugging me to the furs. He's ravenous for attention, my mate. Doesn't matter how insignificant the touch is, he wants more. I keep that in mind as I kiss him, making sure to touch him all over, brushing my fingers over his skin and down his neck. I murmur his name between little presses of our lips, letting him know how pleased I am with him and how happy I am to be here with him. He can't understand my words yet, so I'll give it to him in actions. Harlow, he rumbles, his quee purring despite the fact that we've already resonated. Just being around one another is enough to make our quees respond, and I place my hand over his heart, where his quee sings to me. Rook brushes his nose against mine, then nips at my lower lip. His hand slides to the loose waist of my leggings, and then he pushes inside. He's ravenous, my mate, and it's an eagerness that I share. I thought things were supposed to slow down with resonance, but it's been a few days now, and I still feel as insanely hungry for him as ever. I still wake up with him touching me in the middle of the night, and it excites me. It's not a chore to be touched by him, not in the slightest. I'm still getting used to this planet, to resonance, and to the thought that we've made a baby. But adjusting to him? No hardship at all. Touch me, I whisper. I don't mind. Touch, he rumbles, and his hand steals between my thighs. He's a quick learner, and all it took was for me to show him once what I liked, and now he's determined to do it right every damn time. I moan, clinging to his shoulders as he rubs lightly at my clit. Harlow, mine. His voice is so possessive as he leans in and nips at my ear, repeating the words. Harlow, mine. Fuck. When did he learn mine, and do I even care? I rock against his hand as he works my pussy, his finger lightly dancing over my clit. I bury my hands in his hair and clench my body against him as he nibbles on my ear and seems determined to give me a hard and fast orgasm even before breakfast. Need ratchets up in my body, and before I can even process things, I'm coming hard and fast, my pussy flooding with my release. I let out a little cry as I come, dazed at how he can make me get off so darn quickly. He kisses me again, his movements gentle and tender. Harlow. Rook, mine, I tell him softly. I smile up at him all dopey-eyed pleasure and run my hand along his chest. This makes him happy, too. He gives me a fierce look, as if he likes the idea of me calling him mine. In that moment, though, the sand scorpions start to pop and sizzle on the fire. Reluctantly, he pulls away and moves to the food. Rook food, Harlow, he says instead. If we must, I say, fighting back a little disappointment. I wouldn't mind rolling around in the furs for a while, but I guess that's not how you survive out here. It's a lot of work, and I need to start thinking like my barbarian does. Food. And then we start to make a home, right? Right. Rook only grunts an answer.
14. Rook. I will never grow tired of watching my female eat the food I have brought for her. I know she does not like the look of the crawlers, but she enjoys the flavor when they are sizzled atop the fire. I must remember to do that every time. Harlow likes all her food warm. Harlow likes everything warm, I realize, as she piles a few of the furs over her body before coming to join me by the fire. She does not walk about in nothing but her speckled skin. Instead, she piles the skins of others atop her and shivers when she does not have enough of them. This is another thing I must learn when it comes to my mate. Harlow is fragile and weak compared to me. I must take care of her. I must handle all the things that are too difficult or that she does not like to do because I am her mate. I hand her one of the hard-shelled things, and she immediately drops it into the sand, hissing and licking her fingers. "What?" she fusses, sucking on her thumb. "Give me a moment." I touch the hard-shelled creature, but it does not seem too warm to me. She has gotten sand on hers, though, so I crack mine open, revealing all the tasty white flesh inside, and set it down on a corner of the animal skin in front of her. Harlow's expression grows soft. "Thank you, baby," she tells me, and my cock surges in response to her soft words. I love hearing her speak. I nod and take the one she dropped, brushing off the grains of sand before cracking it open and eating it. I watch as she picks at hers with dainty fingertips, nibbling on the tiny bits of flesh she pulls free. She is so soft and pink. I worry that I will not be a good mate to her, that I will not be able to take care of her like I should. I am fine with sleeping in the sand. I am fine when the weather turns brisk and the clouds come and do not leave for days and days. But these things will be hard on my little mate, and the thought of that makes my gut clench with fear. I cannot lose Harlow like I lost my father. I cannot go back to having no one at all. Harlow is everything to me. She showed me how to kiss and how to put a kit inside her. She showed me how to wash. She smiles at me and she is teaching me words. I have never been so happy as I am now, with Harlow at my side. It scares me a little. I know of too many nights when I woke up and there was no one to talk to, no one to give me food when I was hungry. Too many times I was sad and alone, missing my father. I will not let my Harlow be sad and alone. With that thought racing through my mind, I pick up another crawler, crack the hard shell open, and offer it to my mate. Eat. After we eat our fill, Harlow makes noises that she wishes to leave the cave. It is safest for her inside, but if she wishes to see the great salt water, I will not deny her. It is a fascinating thing to look at, and I find the constant roar of the waves soothing. I watch as my mate puts on all the furs, covering her speckled skin, and then smiles at me. Ready to go. I grunt and wait for her to leave the cave. I plan on staying at her side for as long as possible. Harlow is clever about a great many things, but she is not as hardy as she should be. She is delicate and fragile, and I will not have her hurt. When she emerges from the cave, she reaches for my hand. I wait, wondering if she has something to show me, but all she does is hold my hand. At my baffled look, she just chuckles and reaches up to touch my face with her other hand. "It's new to you, is it?" But she gives my hand a squeeze and does not let go, then tugs me along, indicating I should follow her. I do. I would follow her anywhere. Harlow talks in her happy voice as we walk on the beach, but I do not know the things she says. I am content to listen to her babble and to walk at her side, drinking in her scent and watching her movements. Her bright mane tangles in the breeze, and she pushes it behind her small ears constantly, but she never stops talking. She does not let go of me either, and I decide I like the warm press of her hand clutching at mine. Does she hold on to me so I will not leave her side? As if I would ever leave her behind. My mate crouches and picks up something from the sand. It is a hard shell, one that comes from a creature with many legs. "Take this with us," she says to me, holding it out. She wants me to look at it? I lift it to my nose and sniff it, but the creature inside is long gone. I examine it for a moment, and then toss it back to the ground. "No," Harlow cries, letting go of my hand. She picks the thing up, and the look on her face is sad when she picks up the two broken pieces of it. "Rook, no." "No?" I do not understand. I make the gesture for food, confused. Is she hungry? "Eat? Harlow, eat?" "No," she says again, a little more calmly. There is frustration on her face as she pushes the two pieces together again. "Could have been plate." She looks up at me. "Need to make a home." I stare at her, trying to understand. I hate that I do not have the mouth sounds like she does. I want to tell her how lovely she is, how looking at her makes me happier than a full belly, how when I wake up in the morning and she is at my side, there is such joy in my heart that it makes me ache all over. that I love the speckles on her face as much as I love the little sounds she makes when I am putting my cock inside her. I want to say so many things to her, but the words I have are very small. Harlow, repeat? The look on her face turns soft, and she moves forward, pressing her teeth to my chest. She tilts her head back and lifts her face to mine, like she does when she wants to push her mouth against mine, in a kiss. I lean down and give her one, and she smiles up at me. Home, she tells me. Harlow, Ruch, make home. Home, I echo, then point at the broken shell. Home? She chuckles and shakes her head, tugging on my hand again. Home, she repeats, leading me away from the water's edge. She pulls me along after her, returning to the cave we slept in last night. Then she turns and gestures at me. Ruch, Harlow, home. She's tired? I try to grasp what she is saying. Does she wish to sleep? I motion to go inside, but she shakes her head again. Frustration flashes through her gaze, and she gestures at the entirety of the small cave. Home! So we can have home for baby. She pats her flat stomach. Kit! I touch her stomach, trying to understand. Is her kit coming now? Harlow shakes her head again. She purses her lips, thinking. Ruch, Harlow, Kit. She pauses and gestures at the fire pit. Fire, furs, cave. She makes a big circling gesture with her hand and looks at me again. Home. I frown, trying to follow. All these things are this word? Both of us, our kit, the furs, the shells she wished to keep? And then realization strikes me. I have seen animals make a nest for their young. Does Harlow wish to make a nest? I put a hand to her belly. Home. Harlow, Ruch, Kit, home? She nods excitedly. Think you got it, baby. Home, I repeat to myself. A nest. A safe place for my mate and I to have our kit. It should be comfortable and safe. I think of the distressed sounds she made this morning when the crawlers were on her boots. I look at the small cave, tinier than the one I left behind in the mountains and not nearly as comfortable. This will not do. My Harlow and my kit deserve a better nest than this. I take my mate's hand. Home, I say again, and tug her along with me. This beach is full of small caves of varying sizes. We will find a better one for our nest, and then Harlow will be happy. I will make a home for my family, and we will be together, always.
15. Harlow. We need so many things. As we go up and down the beach, I gather everything that might be useful. Shells big enough to work as utensils or plates, reeds that can be dried and woven into baskets, stones that work well for cooking. Everything can be repurposed. It doesn't take long to fill my bag, and as we drop off our findings, I realize just how much we need. We need stones to surround the fire pit. We need utensils and cooking tools. We need furs for clothing and boots and warm blankets. We need a bigger cave. I chew on my lip, trying not to fret over everything. I'm a worrier. It's just who I am. I'm sure being diagnosed with cancer influenced that. My cancer's in remission now, though, thanks to my Qui. I can afford to look on the bright side of things. And I've got Rook at my side. Whatever it is I need, he'll help me get because he adores me as much as I adore him. So I eye our small cave and then turn to my mate. We need a bigger place. He frowns. Repeat, Harlow. Small, I say, gesturing at the cave. It's too small. I tap on the low ceiling, which he has to crouch under. Small. We want big. I spread my hands. Big cave. Recognition dawns across his face. He takes my hand, gesturing farther down the beach. I get excited. Is there another cave? You know of one? I shouldn't be surprised. The mountains here are positively honeycombed with caves and fissures everywhere. I'm no scientist, but I can't help but think it has something to do with all the hot springs everywhere. Whatever the reason, I'm glad for it. We can make the tiny cave work, but I'd much rather have some place where we can stretch out and enjoy ourselves if this is going to be our new home. We hike across the beach, Rook holding my hand tightly even when it's inconvenient. It's like he doesn't want to let me go. I don't mind. I'm happy to be held on to. We scramble across rocks and move to the far end of the cove. We're a short distance from the tall cliffs, but not so far that it'll be an all-day hike to get into the snowy hills where the animals with fur tend to hang out. I haven't seen anything furry wander across the beach. I don't know if we're scaring them off or if they just don't come down here. There's been a few big, fearsome-looking birds, ostriches with anger issues, I like to think of them, that we avoid. Mostly, though, it's just crabs and things like that. Feels weird to be on a beach and not hear the constant cries of seagulls. Just when I'm ready to take a break because it feels as if we've crossed the entire beach, Rook heads toward a rocky outcrop. Farther back, I can see a few blind canyons framed by rock, but he doesn't head toward them. He heads to the outcrop, and it takes a moment, but then I see the entrance to the cave. It's a large one, all right. Even from here, I can tell that the ceiling is tall enough for Rook to stand fully, without his horns scraping against the ceiling. I glance around. We're in the most protected part of the cove here, with the waves a short distance away, but not so close that we have to worry about tides. The interior isn't extremely deep, but it's spacious, with a shallow front chamber studded with stalactites, and then a deeper inner chamber that's large and roomy. It's a little messy. There's a layer of grit all over the floor, and what look like dead crab shells along the walls, but cleaning is easy enough. Best of all, there's a trickle of water gliding into a tiny pool near the front. It looks like it's coming straight from the stone, which means it's fresh water, not salt water. I catch a few drops on my fingers and taste it. Yup, fresh and cold. I turn to look at Rook. He's watching me with a guarded expression, as if he's worried I won't like the place. I suspect that if I told him it was terrible, he'd keep on searching until he found me something better, even if it took years. That's just who he is. He wants the best for me, even if it means far more work. I move to him and take his hands. It's perfect. I beam at him. This is a very good cave. We can make our family here. Yes? He asks. Yes, I agree, squeezing his hands. A very big yes.
Rook. My mate never stops working, even in the new cave. We bring our small pile of possessions over to our new spot, and Harlow works on sweeping out all of the dead things and the sand on the floor. It is not an easy task, but when everything is finally clean and all the debris gone, we gather rocks and make a fire pit near the entrance, so the smoke has a place to leave. Harlow makes a nest with the furs she wears, but I notice that she shivers when she peels them off. We need more furs, I realize, some for wearing and some for sleeping. We will have to hunt together, and that worries me. Harlow is a soft creature, and hunting is hard work. The mountains are not too far of a walk, but I would rather her be safe and comfortable here in the cave. Perhaps I can go out and hunt while she stays here. I do not like the idea, but I also do not like the idea of taking my mate with me on a dangerous hunt. Many of the animals in the snows have long claws and sharp fangs, and Harlow's spotted flesh would tear easily. It will gut me to be apart from her for a day, but it will be necessary. Harlow must be kept warm, and this beach does not have fur. It is a worry for another day, though. Harlow looks tired, her pale face drawn as we sit near the fire. I tug her closer to me, and she leans on my shoulder. I like this, my mate pressed against my side. She wraps her arms around me, shivering, and I worry she is too cold. I am a bad mate, letting my female shiver inside a cave when we could be wearing furs. Tomorrow, then, I decide. In the morning, when the sun is up, we will go hunting for furs. I finger one of the ones she wears and nudge her. Harlow, repeat? She sits up, giving me a curious look. And when I say the words again, she understands. Fur? Fur, I echo, trying to memorize the word. Harlow fur, yes? Harlow's fur? She says the words, a question on her face. Harlow fur. I wish I had the words to tell her I will hunt her many animals tomorrow, that I will not rest until she has warm skins to drape her body in. She is mine to protect, and I will not have her shivering. Fur? My mate repeats again, and then takes my hand in hers. She guides it between her thighs, over the patch of fur she has on her mound. Yes? There is a sultry note in her voice that I missed hearing before. She thinks I am asking to touch her, that I want to claim her. My frustration at not being able to communicate fades because I do want to touch her. Touching my mate and making her feel good is still new and exciting. I lean toward her, brushing my mouth over hers in a kiss because I know she likes those. Harlow sighs and nudges her mouth against mine even as her thighs slide apart. I groan low in my throat. How did I get so lucky as to have this mate? After so many seasons alone, it is astonishing to me that I have a mate to touch and to care for, that we will have a kid of our own, that we will be a family, that she is mine and I am not alone. Harlow, I breathe against her soft lips, even as I seek out the nub nestled in the folds of her cunt. She has shown me how she likes to be touched, and every time I get a little better at such things. I am learning what pleases her most, what caresses make her body tighten, and which ones make her cry out. Our mouths meet, my tongue lightly flicking against hers as I slide my fingers up and down her wet channel. I push one deep inside her, into the hot well of her cunt, and use my thumb to make circles around the little bud of flesh called a clit. She whimpers and clings to me, her thighs tightening around my hand. Rook, she pants, and her cunt squeezes me tight. Feels so good. I stroke into her, using my fingers like I would my cock, driving into the softness of her body even as I work her clit. I love watching the pleasure build through her. She gasps, rocking against me, and then her movements become more frantic, hurried. Her cunt grows wetter with every stroke of my fingers inside her, and she presses her forehead to mine, straddling me as I work her soft body with my hand. I need to watch her come. There is no sight I like better than when she climaxes, the tension on her face giving way to such languid pleasure. I love the way she hums afterward, when her body relaxes. I am fascinated by everything, and if I could, I would be mounted atop her all day long, watching the pleasure come over her face. She kisses me hungrily, making soft noises in her throat as she pumps her hips, determined to come. I hold her against me, pulling her in, and when one of her teats bounces enticingly near my mouth, I duck my head and lick the tip. Harlow cries out, her hands on my horns. I feel her press her cheek against one as she grips them tight, her movements faster and faster. My cock aches with need, the tip leaking fluid down my shaft, and I want nothing more than to rub it against her, or inside her. I want her to come first, though. I like the sight of her release even more than I like my own. I tease the tip of her nipple with my tongue, licking it and then sucking on the small bud. Sometimes she likes my teeth, so I add them too, but gently, gently. Her tight cunt squeezes my fingers. Harlow's body trembles against me, and then she's panting, a small whine in her throat. She stiffens, and then moisture floods my hand, and her release quakes through her. I hold her against me, running my mouth over her soft, speckled skin as she comes down from her climax. She hums softly when she relaxes, and then begins to press kisses along my jaw and my neck. "Your turn, baby." Her words are nonsense, but her tone is clear. I made her feel good. I rumble with satisfaction, rubbing her flanks. She slides a leg over my hips and straddles my cock, then presses another kiss to my mouth. "Gonna ride you." "Repeat," I rasp, desperately wanting to understand what my mate is telling me. But she only gives me a sly smile and rubs her wet cunt up and down my shaft. When I groan, she leans in to lightly kiss my mouth and then settles back. Her fingers stroke my cock as she holds me steady, and slowly seats herself upon my length. I do not dare move. Never have I imagined such a thing. Mating is still new to me. My Harlow had to show me how to put my cock inside her. I had the desire, but I did not have the knowledge. Ever since then, we have been ravenous for one another, and Harlow constantly shows me new ways to pleasure her. I have taken her while she is on her back, and I have taken her from behind, like the animals do. Her straddling me and feeding my cock into her body is new, and I like it. I groan with pleasure as she wriggles atop me, her body taking my entire length. She pants, her gaze locked on me, her hands tight on my arms. "Rook." She breathes my name as if it brings her joy just to say it. Then, as we watch each other, she raises her hips slowly and then seats herself upon me again. Nothing has ever felt better. My seed threatens to spill forth quickly, but I want this moment to last. I am fascinated by the sight of her riding me, of my cock disappearing into her body. I grip her hips and guide her up and down, faster and faster until she's whimpering once more, my name breathless on her lips. I grit my teeth, determined to last until she clenches over me again. I have learned that if I do things just right, Harlow will climax twice, and it is my new goal to do this every time. She cries out, throwing her head back, and her nails dig into my arms as she rides me faster and harder. Despite my intentions of taking my time, I cannot. This is too good, my mate too beautiful, her cunt too tight and wet and perfect. The moment I feel her clench tight around me and she makes a gaspy sound in her throat, I come. My release explodes out of me, and I clutch her tightly against my chest as my seed spills into her heat and her body quakes over mine. Nothing feels better than this. Nothing. Moments pass. Harlow hums in her throat, smoothing my mane back from my face. The strands of my mane are sticking to her skin as well as mine, and she makes noises in her throat, talking. I cannot follow her words, but I like her happy sounds. I hold her against me, stroking her soft skin. I have never been so happy. Having Harlow is... I do not know the words. I only know my heart is so full that sometimes it hurts in my chest. She murmurs something and then pulls a fur over both of us. I arrange it, making sure to cover my mate because she is the one that is always chilled. Harlow smiles at me and then tucks herself against my chest, talking softly. Her cunt still clasps my cock deep inside her, and I can feel every quiver of her body. I like this. The fur is a reminder of what I must do tomorrow, though. I must go out and hunt. I have done traps and fished since we arrived here on the beach because I did not wish to leave my mate's side. Harlow is fragile, and there are many, many things she does not understand about taking care of herself. She does not know how to set traps or make a spear. It is lucky she has me because I can do these things for her. But hunting is dangerous. I cannot take Harlow with me. I do not know what I would do if a herd of Dvisti turned the wrong way and trampled her. I do not know what I would do if a snowcat attacked her. Harlow must stay in the cave with the fire. I will hunt.
16. Harlow. When I wake up in the morning, Rook is gone. Huh. Normally, we wake up tangled together in the furs for some pre-dawn snuggling and a before-breakfast quickie, but this morning, he's nowhere to be seen. I rub my eyes and peer out of the cave, but no Rook. Probably fishing then. Maybe he woke up with a burning need to get some fish in or something. We're still not great at communicating yet, and a lot of what goes between us is guesswork. With a yawn, I wrap the few furs we have tightly around my body and stoke the fire. The coals have gone down while I slept, and I poke them until they get hot once more, then work on setting up the makeshift tripod we have for heating water. I wish we had more things. I've taken for granted just how many supplies there are back at the main cave, and how hard everyone has worked to make those supplies. When I think of how much time I have to put in just to make a cooking pouch, I have a whole new appreciation for those giving, thoughtful Saqui people who took a bunch of humans into their homes, no questions asked, and fed and clothed us. Rook thinks of them as the enemy, but they were always kind to me. I've made my choices, though. I'm with Rook now, and that means starting over in all ways. I pad to the entrance of the cave, my toes curling on the icy rocks, and peer out, looking for my mate's broad shoulders and long, wild hair. I don't see him on the beach either, but it doesn't mean that he's not around. He's probably gathering food. I wet a soft scrap of leather, take a quickie bath with the melted water, and then add a bit more from the trickle in the cave. Once my pouch is full, I add the last few leaves for hot tea and get dressed. Maybe, while Rook is fishing, I can find some of the plants that the Saqui always used for tea. I can start our supplies there, I decide. Leaves are easy. It's everything else that's daunting. One thing at a time, Harlow, I remind myself. I head out to the cliffs, noticing that Rook's spear is gone from inside the cave. Definitely hunting. The sight of it missing actually makes me feel a little better, and I concentrate on picking leaves for tea. I'm proud of myself for actually recognizing several of the plants that cling to the cliffs here. It's weird, because for an ice-covered planet, there's a surprising amount of greenery to be found if you know where to look. There's the knot potato trees that grow incredibly tall stalks, but there aren't any near the beach that I can see. There are all kinds of vines crisscrossing the rocks and growing into the crevices, and I know that if I go up into the mountains, I can dig under the snow and find all kinds of strange, wiry plants that somehow grow despite the cold and the gray, weak sunshine. I gather leaves until my little pouch won't hold any more and my hands are full. I look around for Rook again, but there's still no sign of him. I can't let that worry me. He knows what he's doing. Next time, I'll tell him that if he heads out, he needs to take me with him. I need to get better at hunting, too. No sense in being angry about it, though. And I'm not, really. I'm just frustrated that our communication is falling down again. It's one thing I wish we were both quicker at. There's so many things I want to say to him, and I can tell he wishes he could talk to me more. We're getting there, but we're both impatient for more. Thinking about Rook and words I can teach him distracts me, and I'm back at the cave and spreading out leaves to dry before I know it. Near the entrance of the cave, I see the piles of seaweed I scavenged from the beach, and I lay them out to dry as well. When they dry up, they harden into thick reeds that can be braided and woven into baskets, and the thought of making my own is exciting. Storage. Who'd have thought I'd be so damn thrilled for storage? Blows my mind. There's a lot to get done, though, and I can't sit around. With that thought in mind, I get to work. By the time I gather my last handfuls of leaves and have them spread out on a fur near my tiny fire, I realize it's almost dark. No, scratch that. It is dark. The skies are just bright because the stars are shining overhead. It's completely dark out, and the moons are up, and there's still no sign of my mate. I kept busy all day because sitting by the fire and worrying doesn't do me any good, but he's never been gone for so long. I can't help but panic a little. Okay, a lot. I go to the entrance of the cave, hugging my fur wraps to my body and scan the dark beach. No Rook. What do I do? Should I grab my makeshift spear and head into the hills after him? It's dark, and all kinds of weird creatures come out at night, so I don't know if that's such a smart idea. But if he's out there hurt, I can't just leave him and keep my happy ass warm by the fire. I don't know what to do. Sit and wait? Go after him? I consider my options for a few moments and then bank the fire. I wrap up in furs, grab my spear, and head out after him. I make my way to the cliffs, stumbling over icy rocks in the darkness. There's a small natural path that leads up through the cliffs to the rolling, wintry hills above that become mountains. I go up a few steps and then pause, listening. There's a noise of something walking on the sands, the crunch of footsteps. Rook? I head back down the path toward it. Is that you, Rook? The sound gets louder, and then I pause. There's a dark shape on the sand that is not Rook. Not in the slightest. In fact, it looks like a crustacean of some kind, but it's the size of an earth crocodile. Or bigger. It's got 2 tentacles with eyes on the end, and they swivel toward me. I let out a horrified squeal and stumble backward, clutching my spear. The thing scuttles away, as if it's just as scared of me as I am of it. I stare after the creature, heart pounding. My hands are slippery on my spear and the wind picks up, blowing my hair and my face. A helpless feeling overtakes me. I don't know enough about this world to handle my shit alone at night. What if the crab wasn't the biggest thing on this beach at night? What if the next one doesn't run? And I don't know where Rook is. What if I head into the mountains and I never find him? Beyond frustrated, I retreat back to the safety of my cave and build up the fire. Our supplies of the dung chips are going to disappear quickly, too. That's another thing we need to hunt. None of that matters if Rook doesn't come back, though. I can't do this on my own. I can't live on this beach alone. I need my mate. Hot tears leak from my eyes as I lie next to the fire and wait for my mate to return. When I wake up again, it's morning. No Rook. The fire's completely out, and no amount of poking the coals makes it revive, which is just frustrating. It means I have to build one from scratch, and part of me wonders why I even bother. Rook hasn't returned. He's left me. I'm sure it's not on purpose. He wouldn't do that, which means only one thing. Something bad has happened to him, and he can't return on his own. I have to go find him then. I braid my hair and put on my leathers. I wrap extra leather around my boots, reinforcing them, since the mountains are colder and rocky, and the snow can hide all kinds of dangers. I double-check the point of my spear to make sure it's sharp, and grab my water skin and the last of our dried rations. I'm not coming back until I find Rook. I'm coming, baby. The moment I step outside the cave, though, I stop. 2 dead Dvisti are neatly laid out a short distance away. I approach them, puzzled, but they are definitely dead. There's ice crusting on their fur, with slashed throats and bellies from hunting. I kneel next to one, and it's been bled so the meat will stay good. Rook must have done this, and the thought fills me with relief. Dvisti don't come down on the beach. In the few days since we've been here, I've seen the occasional one up on the ridge, but they don't come below. I guess it's too hard on their feet. Glancing up, I scan the beach, but there's no sign of my mate. Rook? My voice echoes on the cliffs. There's nothing but silence.
I get to my feet and follow the tracks of footprints in the sand, but they lead back to the cliffs and disappear. He went back out? Without waking me? Without talking to me? I don't understand. Why wouldn't he come and wake up his mate? Kiss me hello before running off again? I totally understand if there's a lot to be done and he feels the pressure to provide. Maybe he senses a storm is coming and wants to get a lot of meat preserved. He's used to being on his own. He knows what has to be done to make it in this harsh environment. Even so, I feel a little abandoned. This is all new for me, and I'm lonely. Yesterday, I was so terrified something had happened to him that I couldn't think straight. I had to throw myself into chores or else I'd lose my mind with worry. Instead, he's just out hunting, and I guess he doesn't want to be disturbed by his mate. I chew on my lip, worried. Am I too clingy? Is that why he's run off into the hills? Does he need a break from me? The thought cuts like a knife, and yet it makes sense. Rook is used to being alone. Of course he'd find my constant presence a bit annoying. He's probably going off on his own to get a breather, and I need to just accept it. We're in this together. He's my mate, and we just need to get used to how the other operates. When he comes home, I'll try to be less clingy and needy and more independent. I don't want him to feel smothered. I'm still hurt, though. Oh, sure, some of it's hormones, but I guess when I envisioned us living on the beach together, I had an idea in my head that we'd be together. But maybe his idea was different. Frustrated, I grab the first Visti by the leg and start dragging it back to the cave. There's no time to mope. I've got to process this meat and get the skin off of it, and there's no one to do it but me. Hurt feelings won't give us food to eat in the brutal season, so I'd better hop to it.
17. Rook. When I return to the cave that night, I have another Devisti, and this time 2 dead snowcats. I am also scratched, bloodied, tired, and want nothing more than to hold my mate. But this is not enough fur to keep her warm, and the colder weather will be upon us soon. I will not have my mate shivering when I can hunt meat and take the furs from animals, so I must keep going out. I drop my kills a safe distance from the cave, and arrange them so Harlow will know it is me. Even though I know this is necessary work, I hate being apart from her. I wish I could slide under the furs with her and drink in her scent, touch her until she wakes up and reaches for me. I wish I could go to sleep with my arms around her. I wish for a great many things, but wishes will not keep my Harlow warm. With a frustrated sigh, I turn and head back to the hills again.
Harlow. Rook's been here again. I want to scream with frustration when I see the new kills lined up a short distance from the cave. I can't believe my mate came back again and didn't say shit to me. He didn't even bother to come into the cave. I laid out a fine covering of sand across the entrance to check for such a thing. If he came in, even just to look at me, it'd show a footprint or 2. Sure enough, it wasn't touched. I'm moving quickly beyond hurt into anger. I realize he's used to being on his own, but what the fuck? Did I say something to make him angry? Or is this just him needing even more space? How long will this go on for? I have no answers. I can't even write him a note in the sands. We can barely talk to each other, much less communicate in other ways. I have no choice but to wait this out. I can't even go and find him now because the meat he's bringing in has to be processed. I have to chop it up, remove all the usable bits, cut it into strips, smoke or dry the meat, and clean the usable organs. The hides are sitting rolled up and I need to scrape those too. There's not enough hours in the day,
and I worked until I fell asleep by the fire last night. And now I get to do it all over again. I stare, exhausted, at the kills. The Saaqui have caches in the deep snows where they keep their meat. I can't drag these things into the mountains, though, and a pit here on the beach would just get eaten up by crabs. It wouldn't stay cold enough either. It all has to be cooked and processed, and I just want to cry. With a weary sigh, I drag them toward the cave. Another problem crops up, of course. I run out of fuel for my fire. The dung chips that are so plentiful in the mountains are non-existent here, and there's nothing for me to burn. All of the meat is going to go to waste unless I figure out something. I gaze at the charnel house of my cave around me, looking for something to burn. There's bloody meat everywhere in varying stages of drying. There's long chains of intestines hung, and the stripped animal heads glare at me from nearby, waiting for their brains to be used to work the skins. 6 months ago, the sight of this would have made me run away screaming at the horror. Survivor me knows it's all useful, though. Messy, but useful. I'm fucked if I have no fire, though. I drum my fingers on my filthy hip, trying to think. Okay, if I don't have fire, how else can I handle this? How did old-timey humans preserve meat? Salt. Salted meat. Bingo, I say to no one, and head down to the shore. I can wet one of the furs in the ocean water and lay it out to dry, I think, and scrape the salt off of it as it dries up. Not the fastest method, but maybe there'll be a salt deposit of some kind on the beach that I'll be able to use. There isn't, of course, but there is a gigantic half-rotted log. I stare at it in wonder as it lays at the edge of the tide line. The trees here are all flimsy, ridiculous little things that can't be used for regular wood. The only real firewood grows high in the mountains, I'm told, and it's so remote that going there for wood isn't even an option. But this hunk of wood looks like a chunk of tree you might find back on Earth. It's thick, and with luck it'll burn. Ignoring the sand scorpion scuttling nearby, I move to the tree trunk. It's still a little wet, but with luck and some quick thinking, maybe I can make it burn. It's too heavy to lift, though, so I spend most of the afternoon rolling it, little by little, toward the cave. When it's close enough, I dig a fire pit, use my precious dried-out seaweed reeds as starters, and start a slow, smoky fire on the beach, and drape meat nearby to dry. I'm exhausted, but I'll have to stay up and watch so predators don't come steal the food. Maybe I'll even catch a glimpse of my mate.
18. Ruch. 2 more Divisti are mine by the time I decide to head back to the beach, where my pretty mate is safe. There is a large herd of the fat creatures, tantalizingly close, but I can only handle so much as I am alone. I haul the 2 carcasses back with me, one over my shoulders and another in my arms. I am tired and I have not slept in days, but every kill I bring in is more meat for my Harlow, more furs to warm her. So I must keep working. 2 more, I think. No, 4. Better to be safe and have extra furs in case the weather is exceedingly cold. As I approach the beach, however, I see an orange, flickering light. A fire. It is outside the cave instead of inside, and my heart pounds with worry. Why is the beach on fire? I move closer, rushing, and it is only by sheer stubbornness that I do not fling down my kills and race toward my mate. I know if I put them down, some scavenger will come along and snatch them. It is a fire pit, I realize, as I jog toward the light. A fire pit with someone sitting in front of it. It is not until I am directly upon the fire that I realize it is my Harlow. She has fallen asleep, sitting up, a stick in her hand as if she drowsed while poking the fire. Strips of meat are spread atop the surfaces of many rocks and hung carefully from the shaft of her spear high above the flames. There is a great deal of meat, and all of it smells good. A short distance from the fire, however, I see crabs and crawlers and all kinds of things waiting to snatch a bite. That must be why she has stayed out here. Her eyes do not open when I approach, nor when I set my 2 kills down. Her face is drawn, with dark circles smudging her face. She is dirty, too. Dried blood crusts her clothing, and there are rings of grime underneath her nails and smears of blood on her face. This is not like my Harlow. She loves to be clean. It was one of the first things she taught me, and she is always quick to bathe. Why has she not bathed now? Is she injured? Worried, I drop to my knees at her side and study her face. Her speckles are as bright as ever. That is a good sign, I think. But she is thin, and I do not like how she has not roused, even though I am in camp making noise. Harlow, I murmur, brushing my fingers over her cheek to wake her. Harlow. She jerks awake with a funny little snort, her eyes unfocused. Her gaze settles on me, and her mouth parts in surprise. Rook, you back? Then she bursts into noisy tears. Why did you leave me? Harlow? I caress her cheek, worried. She weeps at the sight of me? Is she tired of having me for a mate because I cannot provide enough for her? The thought is like a blow to the chest, and I suck in a miserable breath. I wish I had the words to ask what is wrong, but all I can offer is a simple one. No? What does that mean? She sobs, but she reaches forward and runs her hands along my face, as if touching me with the same concern that I touched her. Are you okay? Hurt? We can do word dances tomorrow, I decide. I do not like how tired she looks. Too sleepy, and she could fall into the fire. I get to my feet, gathering her against me. Harlow cave? Oh, she shakes her head, even though she is wobbly with exhaustion. No, we have to stay and protect the meat. She prods me to release her, and when I do, she gestures at the strips covering all the surfaces. Food. Ah, I understand now. And she is right. It will require a lot of effort to pull everything inside, so the predators do not snatch it from us. She is smart to sit out here with the food, but she is cold and tired. At least I can help with that. I sit down by the fire again and indicate she should sit next to me. To my relief, she comes to me immediately, pressing herself against my side and snuggling in. I wrap her cape around both of our shoulders and hug my mate close. She sighs happily and slides her cold fingers against my stomach. We'll talk about it in the morning. I think she tells me I am wise and clever for deciding to guard the food. Pleased at her praise, I press a kiss to her bright mane and stare into the fire. Her hands clutch me tightly, one curling around my tail as if she wishes to anchor me against her. It makes my cock uncomfortably hard, but I do not wake her for matings. Harlow needs sleep. I hold her and watch the fire, and even though I am tired, I do not drift off. I can stay awake for a very, very long time if I need to, and right now Harlow needs sleep more than me. I watch over my mate until the darkness turns to a pale gray and the skies lighten. The twin suns will be up soon. If I am to find that Divisti herd again, I should leave before long. It is difficult when all I want to do is hold Harlow and watch her sleep, knowing that she is safe and comfortable and rested. But holding my mate does not feed her, and so I quietly tug her hands off of me. I slip out of her grasp and get to my feet. I am sore, I realize, and there are a few scratches from one of the fiercer snowcats along my shoulder that ache this morning. I rotate one shoulder, testing my stiff muscles. A hand goes around my tail, grabbing it and holding it still. I look down and my sleepy-eyed mate is gazing up at me. Where do you think you're going? She is beautiful, and even though I am tired, my cock stirs at the sight of her. I tap her cheek with gentle fingers, and then gesture at the hills. Her brows furrow together, and I think she does not understand, so I point at my spear. Harlow gets to her feet and moves to my spear. She grabs it, and then flings it away from us. It skids into the sand a short distance away, and I look at my mate in confusion. Why did she do that? She points at me. You and me need to talk. Harlow, I move to go pick up my spear, but she makes an outraged noise and steps in front of it before I can. Harlow, meat! I point at the kills I brought in last night because I remember the word for food. Meat, yes. Fur, yes. Harlow, yes. Her gaze goes to my catches, and then she shakes her head. Stay, she says softly. She gestures at the ground, and it takes me a moment to realize that she does not wish for me to go. She wants me to remain here with her. Meat, I say again, but I worry she does not understand. Yes, meat, I point at the animals. Yes, yes, yes. I make a gesture for an enormous amount of meat. Harlow meat. I pat my stomach, indicating I want her to have a full belly. Mmm. Her hand goes to her mouth and her lips twitch. I would much rather she smile and laugh than weep, and I smile back at her. Rook, she says softly, taking my hand. She pauses for a moment, studying our surroundings. I am tired. She pauses and makes a great big yawn. Tired. She points at the meat, and with each strip she says her name again. She points at the fire and says her name. She points into the cave, and then gives me another weary look, then yawns again. Harlow tired. She moves toward me and brushes her fingers over my face. Rook tired. I make a noise of frustration. How do I make her understand that it is my responsibility to make sure that she is fed and warm? That I am a poor mate if I cannot keep her comfortable? I indicate the hides on the animals. Fur. Harlow fur. No, brr. I mock shiver. Rook, mate, Harlow, fur. I nod as if this answers everything. She shakes her head again. Stay, she says in the soft voice again. Tired. Rook, tired. Harlow, tired. Fur later. She moves toward me and wraps her arms around my torso, pressing her cheek against my chest. She is warm and soft, and I am a weak, weak male. Stay at her side? I would like nothing more. I pet her mane, loving the nearness of her, of the press of her skin to mine. Later, I echo. I do not know this word, but I suspect it means tomorrow, that we rest today and tomorrow I hunt again. Later, she agrees. Very well. A day of rest, then. 19. Rook. It is not a day of rest after all. The moment Harlow and I eat a bite and wash it down with water, my mate gets to work. I thought that by leaving her behind she would relax and sleep by the fire, waiting comfortably for me to return. This is not the truth, though. When I go into the cave we have claimed for ourselves, I see dried meat on every surface, the hides rolled up and the heads rotting in the corner of the cave. When I return to Harlow's side, she is already hard at work, butchering the divisti. She uses her small stone knife to hack it apart and to peel the skin away. She slices open the gut and pulls out the organs, then takes them to the water's edge to clean them out and hangs them to dry too. I cannot have my mate doing all this work, so I pitch in and help, and she tosses me a grateful look. By the end of the day, I understand why my Harlow is so tired. I understand now why she did not wish for me to run off into the mountains with the easy task of hunting. Preparing the meat and the fur is time-consuming and messy and exhausting. We work until the suns fall beyond the edge of the sky again and it grows dark. At the end of it, the skins are rolled up and bundled, and Harlow makes motions that she will scrape them tomorrow. I think of all the skins waiting inside the cave, too, of all the meat, of the strips of reeds she dries so she can make something with them, of the organs she carefully saves, and gestures that she will make something with them. It is very different from when I have hunted on my own. If I was hungry, I would kill something and eat it until there was no more meat. If I did not finish all of it, I would shove it into a snowbank and gnaw on the frozen meat the next day. I did not think about the future. But with Harlow, we must think of many turns of the moon from now. We must think of when our kid arrives. We must have everything ready.
Harlow. Rook stays after dark, and I'm so incredibly glad that he does.
I think his leaving before without saying a word was a misunderstanding. I don't think he hates me. I don't think he's tired of me. I think he's unused to having to discuss his actions with anyone else, so he didn't think anything of up and leaving. To him, it was no big deal. He doesn't realize how it looked to me. It just boils down to communication. We need to learn to talk to each other, and that starts with language. No matter how difficult it is, I've got to get more words into him, and I need to learn how he thinks. We can figure this out. Once the meat is cooked enough that it won't rot, we hang it in the cave to dry. There's an endless list of things to get done, and when the meat is all done, I work on getting the brains out of the skulls to use for the skins tomorrow. By the time I'm done, I'm so weary I want to fall over, and I barely have the strength to wash my hands before I collapse into the furs exhausted. Rook joins me, and I curl up next to him and sleep like the dead. When I wake up, the inside of the cave is cold and empty. I'm terrified that he's left again. Rook? Arlo, he calls back from outside. Relief crashes over me, and I fight back the sob that rises in my throat. I compose myself, shove my feet into my boots, and trot out to meet him. To my relief, my mate's there by the makeshift fire. He's got it going again, burning the rest of the massive log that didn't completely catch last night. I see he's spread a few more strips to dry, and there's a pouch for breakfast tea hanging over the fire. On the sand, Rook has one of the skins unrolled, and he's busy scraping the underside. He's here. He's here, and he's helping me. He's not going anywhere. I'm so relieved I sink to my knees and choke up again. Harlow? Rook gets up from his spot by the skin and moves to my side. I watch through my tears as he studies his gross, blood-covered hands, as if he wants to hug me but can't. He drops to a squat next to me instead, tilting his head so he can see my face. Yes? It's the wrong word, but I know what he's asking. I manage a smile and wipe my eyes. I'm fine, just emotional. Probably the pregnancy. Or that there's just been a lot going on for the last while, but I can't really tell him that now. Thank you for staying. He watches me, then moves in and kisses the top of my head. Tea? Oh. I get all sentimental and blubbery again, but I hide it better this time. He knows the word for tea. Tea would be great, thank you. With just that small gesture, everything seems right in the world again. Having Rook's help makes everything not seem quite so daunting. Before I know it, all the meat is smoked, all the furs are scraped, and the brains rubbed into the underside of the skin. It's not the best job I've ever done on skins. I know there are more steps to be taken to ensure the skin is the softest it can be, lots of stretching and drying, but our priority is quantity rather than quality. Quality can come later. When I finish with my last hide and look around, I don't see anything urgent that has to be done. For the first time in days, there's nothing so pressing that it can't wait until tomorrow. I want to collapse with relief. Instead, I just wipe my sweaty brow and give a hearty sigh. I think we're done for now, baby. Rook frowns at me and wipes at my brow with his thumbs. Oh, I must have smeared something. I glance down at my hands and grimace. I am utterly disgusting. My fingernails are ringed with dirt. My skin is covered with dried bits of unnameable things, and I'm sweaty and nasty. I glance over at Rook, and it's the same for him. He's dirty too, and his long hair is sticking to his skin. Now that the worst of the work is done, there's nothing I want more than a hot bath. Let's wash up, shall we?
I make a scrubbing motion at my mate, indicating cleaning. Wash. He nods. Wash. As we've worked side by side today, I've gone over basic words with him. Hide, meet, scrape, rock, wave, see. Anything I could point at or easily do, I gave words to, and Rook repeated them. I'm not sure if he'll be able to recall everything that we went over, but I'm hoping that day by day we'll fall into an easier understanding of one another. I poke the fire, stoking it, while Rook fills up both of our pouches with water to warm over the flames. There's a few smaller rocks that I keep warming near the fire that I slip into the heated water to warm things faster as Rook disappears into the cave again. To my delight, he returns with my soap berries. Wash, he says again, and gestures at the small dried fruits. Repeat. He's asking for the word for them. Soap berry, I say, and add a few to the water. They've withered because I've had them so long. I'm hoping that heating them in the water will squeeze a bit of the cleansing juice out. If nothing else, will smell nice and fruity. As the water warms, Rook moves toward me. I smile at him, tired. I'm half expecting another word question, but instead he tugs at the laces on my tunic. Wash, he murmurs. Wash Harlow. I am pretty dirty. I smile up at him, standing still so he can pull at the ties. Days and days of dirt. It'll feel good to get clean. He narrows his eyes at me, and I can tell he's trying to follow along with my words. I put my hand on a smear on his rock-hard abdomen and brush at it. Dirty, I tell him. I rub at another stripe of dirt on his arm. Dirty. Rook grunts. He peels open the front of my tunic, revealing my breasts. My nipples prick at the cold, and his gaze goes there. A hungry ache starts low in my belly, and I wonder if this is going to turn sexy. But Rook just pulls the tunic off of me and then eyes my lower arms and the grime there. Dirty. Yeah, I am pretty gross. I suppose it's a good thing that we're not getting sexy, though to be honest, I'm less and less concerned with how I look around Rook. I know he likes me no matter what. My hair could be a disgusting mop, and he'd still think I was beautiful. It's a rather freeing feeling. I rub my fingers over his chest because I'm tired and sore and filthy, but I'm also getting turned on. It's been days and days since I've had sex with my mate, and I miss it. I miss him. Plus, the way he says dirty in that caressing way is pretty damn hot. He's completely naked, like usual, and I want to run my hands all over him. I want to take his cock and rub those ridges until he's so hard that he's leaking, and then he'll lose control and fling me down onto the sand, and we'll have hot, filthy sex. Except the sand is pretty nasty, and my skin is too. I sigh at the thought because I'm sticky and a bit itchy. Dirty, dirty Harlow. Rook chuckles. He leans over and puts a soft leather rag into the water, swishing it like I do when I'm bathing. Then he pulls it out and presses it to my skin, a look of intense concentration on his face as he washes me. A girl could get used to this. I sigh happily, holding my hair up off my neck as he mops me with the lukewarm water. I try not to look at the trickles of water creeping down my skin, because I'm sure they're discolored and gross, and I just want to focus on getting warm. You wash me first, and then I'll wash you, I tell my mate as he bathes my arm. Sound good? Rook wash Harlow, he says in a low voice, sliding that bit of damp leather over my skin. Good, good. He's definitely a fast learner. My nipples are tight and hard with need, and when Rook turns to washing my front, I don't complain. It's not dirty, My tunic protected me from the worst of the grossness, but I desperately need his touch over my sensitive breasts. He grazes one tip and I suck in a breath, hot arousal flooding through me. But all Rook says is dirty and keeps washing me. When I'm clean, I feel better, much better. I'll wash my hair tomorrow, maybe, but for now it's enough to just be clean and sweet-smelling. I sigh happily as he tugs my filthy leggings off and then gets to work on the rest of me as I wash my hands and scrub at my nails. By the time he's happy with how clean I am, I'm shivering and wearing nothing but my boots, body chilled as the breeze dries my skin. It's Rook's turn now, though. I take the small rag from him and soak it, then gesture that he should turn around. Now I'll do you. He doesn't even hesitate. Rook presents me with his back, his tail flicking back and forth languidly, and when I touch him with the warm cloth, he makes a sound of pleasure in his throat. My body responds, my pussy growing wet as I wipe down his strong limbs. God, he's pretty. I'm so lucky to have him. Even our issues aren't big ones. We can't communicate all that well. We had to leave everyone behind and strike out on our own, but they seem like small things in the wake of having this big, gorgeous man at my side. I can forgive everything in this moment, which means I am super, super hard up for some sex. The thought's an amusing one, and I make sure to scrub at Rook's skin as quickly as I can. The moment he's clean of gore and grime, I'm absolutely going to jump his bones. Part of me wants to turn this into a sexy sponge bath, but there's too much blue skin that needs to be cleaned, and it's too chilly to loiter. Unsexy sponge bath first, I decide, and then into the cave. Then we can be as sexy as we like. I'm having a hard time sticking to my own plan, though. Rook was naked as he helped me, which means he's dirty everywhere. It's hard to tell myself to wait and be patient when I have to towel off his perfect hard buns, or when I run the washcloth down each strong leg. As I make my way to his front, I notice he's not unaffected either. His cock has stiffened and is standing proud and erect as I wash up his thighs. Well, I just have to make sure he's clean there too, don't I? It's my duty as a loving mate. So I wet the rag again and take great care washing his sack and every ridge of that big, thick cock. I wash his spur and then give a little sigh of disappointment when I work my way up to his chest. I'd rather stay between his thighs, but that won't get the rest of him clean. By the time I straighten to do his shoulders, he's watching me with a glittering, intense stare that takes my breath away. I think I'm done, I manage, tossing the rag into the last of the water in the pouch. All good. Now. He shakes his head, trapping my arm before I can leave. Harlow dirty. Still? I glance down at my body, holding my boobs to look at everything underneath. I'm not as sparkling clean as I would be in a hot shower, but I thought we'd done pretty good. I feel refreshed and good. I feel more than ready to have my mate touch me, which I couldn't say an hour ago. Where? Rook makes a noise in his throat and then leans over the fire pit, pulling out the towel again. He gives me a scorching look. Rook wash. And then he drops to his knees in front of me. My breath comes faster, and I think about how much I enjoyed cleaning his cock, even though I didn't have to. Perhaps I spent a bit too much loving time on it, and he got ideas in his head. Or maybe he just misses my touch as much as I miss his. Whatever it is, I'm not about to complain. Rook, I breathe, brushing strands of hair back from his face. Where are you going to wash me, baby? He gives me a sly look that takes my breath away, and then presses the warm rag right between my thighs. I squirm at the feel of it against my folds. It feels good, warm and wet, but it's not what I want there. Are you telling me I'm a dirty girl? Clean, Harlow, he says softly, rubbing the cloth back and forth. The friction just gets me wetter, and I can't stay still. Not when he's that close to my pussy and when he's talking in that low, hungry voice. He's going to make me absolutely crazy with need. Rook considers for a moment, then tosses aside the rag. He wraps an arm around my hips and pulls me close until his face brushes against my stomach. Then he growls and lifts one of my legs over his arm, spreading my thighs. I squeak in surprise, reaching forward and grabbing his horns for balance. He doesn't stop, though, just hauls me forward until my leg is over one shoulder and my pussy's practically in his face. Rook, I whimper. My pulse feels as if it's beating between my thighs, heat coursing through my body, and yet he's still not touching me. It's all still a big tease. Am I clean enough for you? Or do you need a closer inspection? He looks at my pussy thoughtfully and then reaches up a finger to trace over my folds. Kiss Harlow, he murmurs, glancing up at me. Yes? He wants to kiss my pussy. Put his mouth there? As if I even have to think twice. Yes, I encourage. Yes, yes, all the kisses. My mate makes a hungry sound low in his throat. Clenching my hips, he pushes his face between my thighs and licks my folds. I moan, holding tight to his horns as he groans with pleasure and moves in for another taste. He's still so tall when he's seated like this that I have to stand on tiptoe to angle his mouth just right. When he shifts his weight, I threaten to topple into the fire. Rook, I pant. Wait. Rook looks up at me, his eyes dark blue with arousal, his mouth wet with my juices. Even as I gaze down at him, he licks his lips. Let's go into the cave. I point at our home a short distance away and mime a shiver. Cold out here. There's nowhere to lie down. He gazes at our surroundings, blinking, and it's as if it takes him a moment to realize where we're at. I believe it. If he threw me down into the sand to fuck me, I doubt I'd care once he puts his mouth on me again. But he pulls me close for a quick kiss to the tuft between my thighs, then sets my leg down. He gets to his feet, and that's the only warning I get before he grabs me and hauls me over his shoulder. Then, ass in the air, he carries me back to our cave. I laugh. So impatient you won't even let me walk, huh? I see how it is. Rook kiss, he tells me, patting my ass and then caressing it. Funny how he doesn't have a big vocabulary, but with those 2 words, he's able to make me wetter than heck. I squirm with anticipation on his hard shoulder, and he rubs my butt cheek again. He must like having me under his hand, because he rumbles with pleasure, his quee purring loudly, and then delves his fingers into my cleft. Oh, God. The unexpected touch makes me squeal in surprise, and when his rough finger pads brush over the entrance to my core, I moan. I probably sound ridiculous making all these noises, but there's no one here to hear us. Rook kiss, he says again, his fingers dipping deeper into my wet heat. Does that mean you're going to kiss me there? I ask, panting, because if so, I am down with that. He carries me into the cave, the world bobbing around me, and I hold on to him as best I can. It's difficult to concentrate, especially when he's got his fingers deep inside me. It's the most erotic, confusing feeling, but I kind of love it. He pauses, and then his fingers leave my body, and I could just cry with how much I need them back. I whimper a protest, and he sets me upright, his gaze locked on me. As I stare up at my mate, Rook puts his wet fingers to his mouth and licks them. Oh, I breathe. Heat flutters through my belly. My quee is purring back at his. After our initial resonance, it hums gently when I'm extremely turned on or when I feel strongly. It's humming right now, pleasure pulsing through me. Is there anything more erotic than watching my mate lick my taste off his fingers? Rook bends down and kisses me, slowly, gently. I close my eyes, entranced by the sheer delicacy of the kiss, of his touch. Considering that just a short time ago, this was a wild man who'd been on his own for almost all of his life, he's incredibly careful with me. I never feel uneasy or threatened. I always feel safe and cherished and so damn loved in his arms. His tongue flicks against mine and I reach for him, wanting to wrap my arms around his neck and lose myself in his mouth for a while. But my mate grabs my hands in his and won't let me twine myself about him. Instead, he drops to his knees on our sleeping furs, cold with disuse, and pulls me down with him. Well, I don't need much convincing. The moment I sit down, he gently pushes me onto my back and slides between my thighs. It's obvious that he wants to continue the kissing he started outside by the fire. I brush his thick, messy hair back from his face, so full of love and lust for this man. And here I thought you were tired of me, I whisper. I can be a real idiot sometimes, can't I? He presses his mouth to the inside of my thigh, rubbing his lips against my skin. Rook kiss Harlow. Please do. I spread my legs for him, encouraging him with my actions. Kiss me all you want. Harlow loves your kisses and your mouth. I slide my fingers over his lips. Mouth. This is your mouth. He nips at my fingertips. Kiss. I chuckle. Right. Sorry. No distractions from the kissing right now. No word games. Just kissing. I wiggle against him, and when he drags my thigh back over his shoulder, I can't help the little whimper of anticipation that sneaks out of me. Do I want him? Do I want more kisses over the most sensitive part of my body? Do I want his tongue delving between every little fold and caressing my clit? Oh, fuck yes, I absolutely do. I make a needy sound in my throat as I tangle my hands in his hair. Kiss, please. Kiss. Rook growls in a way that is absolutely a possessive claim, and my toes curl in response. God, I love it when he gets possessive of my pussy. He leans in and nuzzles at my mound, his lips drifting over my folds before he parts them and spreads me wide for his kissing. His tongue slicks over my pussy, and then he's licking me with fierce, hungry intensity in such a way that the breath escapes my lungs. I'm stunned by his need, and by mine. He's ravenous, my mate, his mouth and lips ferocious on my sensitive parts. I gasp with each lick and caress, hunger escalating quickly. I need him inside me, and soon. Please, I whimper. Oh, please, Rook, I'm so close. Kiss, is all my handsome mate says when he lifts his mouth, only to immediately dive back for another taste. He tries a variety of things, light and sweet, then firm and commanding. He teases my clit and then moves to the entrance to my core, and I know he's gauging my responses. When I moan over something he does, I get more of it. If I'm silent, he moves on to something else. We may not have the words, but he's listening. Rook licks around the hood of my clit and then closes his mouth over the entire area and begins to suck. Oh my God. I cry out, my hands flying to his horns, and I practically come off the blankets. He growls with pleasure, holding me in place and continuing his ministrations now that he knows he's found the magic spot. I cling to him as he worships my clit with that intense suction, my orgasm building hard and fast. It's over even before I can think about it, my body climaxing and shuddering as my release sweeps over me. Everything clenches tight in the most blissful way, and I ride the waves even as Rook continues to work me over. By the time the climax ebbs, I'm oversensitive. I push at Rook's head, indicating I want him to stop. He gives me one last possessive lick and then lifts his head. Our eyes meet, and his are ferocious with need, his mouth wet from my juices. God, he's sexy. I reach for him, dazed, because I want to feel his weight over me. There's nothing I like more than Rook's body over mine, pressing me into the furs. It's been far too long since I felt it, and I need it just as much as I needed that hard, fierce orgasm. Rook moves over me, and I lift my knees, sliding my legs around his hips. I sigh as he braces himself over me because I love this next part. The feel of him pushing into me is sheer bliss, and I close my eyes as his cock nudges at my entrance. Harlow, he murmurs. His hair, loose and wild, tickles at my skin as it falls over me. I'm yours, I tell him. Harlow's all yours. He sinks deep in one swift stroke, and I suck in a breath. Oh, God. I love the feel of my body stretching around him, adjusting to his length. That first press is the best, and when he shifts his weight, his spur rubs against my oversensitive clit. I moan, wrapping my arms around him as he begins to work his hips. Rook's still new to sex, and his stamina is not what it could be, but I don't mind. He always makes me come at least once before he finishes, and that's good enough for me. I love the touching and being wrapped around each other. I love the connection. I love being owned by him.
20. Rook. I come far too quickly. I always want to last longer, to make every moment seated deep inside Harlow's body last forever, but it never does. Hot pleasure rushes through me as I fill her with my seed, and she holds me close as I collapse atop her. My mate strokes my mane and murmurs sounds at me, her voice sweet and gentle. Rook, she says, and taps my chest. Then she taps hers. Harlow, she gestures at the two of us. Together. Her meaning is clear. We are a pair, meant to be one. Together, I agree, and am rewarded with a happy smile. Harlow is mine, and I am Harlow's. We are together. In this moment and in everything. I wake up with my mate's warm body wrapped around me. Harlow clings to me in her sleep, and it makes me happy. It is as if she misses me, even when her eyes are closed. I like that. I hold her tight, stroking her soft skin as she dozes, content to watch her. I could lie here in the furs with her all day long, breathing in her sweet scent and pushing my cock into her wet cunt. It would be a good day. But it does not feed my mate, and there is much to be done. We must have food, and we must be ready for our kit when it comes. I touch her belly, careful not to wake her. She is still flat here, but if it is like the animals in nature, she will swell up when our kit is coming. I cannot wait to see that. For the first time in my life, I look forward to more than just the next meal, the next sleep. I look forward to a life with Harlow, warm and snug in our cave, our kit bundled into the furs with us. I ease out of our nest, making sure that Harlow is covered with the thick furs, and head outside. The beach is quiet, the only sound the constant roll of the tide and the occasional screech of a distant bird. The skies are gray, but it does not look like snow. It is a good day to go hunting, and we will still need more things. We need more meat, more furs. We need fuel for the fire. I noticed we were out. There are plants to gather and berries to find. There are...
Rook?
I turn and look at my mate. She stands in the entrance to the cave, furs clutched to her bare skin. There is a sad look on her speckled face.
You going hunting? She asks. Hunt?
I know the word hunt. I know what she asks, and I hate to see the disappointment on her face. I will be gone all day again, and she will have to do all the hard work on her own. It is not easy for her when I bring the meat back to the beach. I realize that now. It creates more work for her, and to do it alone is a lot. And suddenly I do not want to leave my mate behind. Harlow is smart. If she cannot hunt, she can stay back at a distance and help me carry things. She can gather plants and fuel for the fire. When we return, we can work on the meat and the hides together. All of it can be done by one, but it goes faster with help. I am still thinking like I am alone, and I should not be. Harlow wants to be at my side, and I want to be at hers. So I nod.
Rook hunt.
I hold my hand out to her.
Harlow hunt? Together?
A brilliant smile blooms across her face, and it is the most beautiful thing I have ever seen. Together, she agrees. I am pleased. Everything is better together. This concludes Ice Planet Honeymoon by Ruby Dixon. Narrated by Holly Jackson and Mason Lloyd. Copyright 2021 by Ruby Dixon. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Ruby Dixon, care of Root Literary, and was produced in the year 2022 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.